This is Onia. We're back once again to continue this amazing study together about the pagan origins of Yahweh in the Bible. And so last Sunday we did part one, and my intention was to do the entire thing in one video. However, once we got to about 8 hours, I realized I wasn't going to be able to finish in one video. So I decided to make it a two-part series. I was initially going to do part two on Monday earlier this week, but I decided to postpone it for Sunday today so that people won't miss it due to work or things like that. So today we're going to be picking up where we left off from last week, and there's going to be a lot more cool stuff to share with you guys. So first, I'm just going to give you guys a brief overview of what we talked about last week. So let me pull it up for you guys. So basically in part one, we first of all discussed scriptural evidence that Yeshua is divine. And then we progressed to talk about scriptural evidence that the Holy Spirit is also divine, and showed a few passages from Apocrypha books which indicate that the Holy Spirit is the divine mother. So rather than God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, we discussed how it would be God the Father, God the Son, and God the Mother for the Holy Spirit. And then after that, we discussed the concept of parallel individuals being the same person. To briefly re-explain that, is if you have someone and two different people are talking about the same person, but one person attributes positive qualities to that person, but someone else attributes negative qualities to that same person, it doesn't mean you're talking about two different people. And so I talked in great detail about that in part one. And then we went to discuss the concept of the things in Islam, and how I showed evidence that Allah in Islam is the same God as the God of the Bible, Elohim. And for many people, many Christians, many believers, that idea is controversial. But I showed some pretty good evidence in part one. So if you're interested, check that out if you haven't checked that out yet. Also, we then progressed to Ahura Mazda, who is the chief god in Zoroastrianism, which is still a practiced religion today. It's a Persian religion. And we discussed evidence that Ahura Mazda is the same God as the God of the Bible, Elohim. Then we went and discussed the concept of the Messiah in the various religions, because it's amazing. A bunch of different religions have this concept of the Messiah figure. So we went in great detail looking at the Messiah in the different religions. And then we went through some general similarities between some of the major world religions. So we went through a lot of the world religions in part one. Then we discussed, we explained about the concept of the parallel gods being the same gods. And a brief rehash of that is, at the Tower of Babel, right before the Tower of Babel, you had two main religions. The religion of Noah, which was worshiping the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit only, and then the other angels were considered gods, but not to be worshipped. Then you had the second religion of the rest of the people, who they worshipped the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, as well as all the angels. They worshipped them as well. So this was the false religion that was worshiping the angels in addition to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. At the Tower of Babel, that false religion was simply translated into the different languages that people got after the Tower of Babel. So the Tower of Babel created to change the one language into many languages. So that one religion of worshiping many gods was translated into all their different languages. So it wasn't a bunch of different religions now. It's the same religion using different names, different words for those same gods in the different languages. So we showed how the pagan religions have a lot of commonalities between each other, which is too similar to be coincidence. It all suggests that it came from the same corrupt form due to the Tower of Babel. So that's what we talked about in part 1. Then we went on to discuss the storm god. In every religion, there's like a storm god, and that storm god is essentially chief over the other gods. We discussed that. And then there, in most pagan religions, there are some false ideas that I believe stem from corruption of the original truth. So we talked about how in other religions, how, like for example, the Greek religion, there's a god of heaven and a god of earth, and they are actually considered the parents or the ancestors of all the other gods. I explained that this was a corruption of the simple fact that the angels, when they came down from heaven, they descended from heaven, but people got confused and thought they were descendants of heaven. And the same thing with earth. The angels were coming up from the horizon. They were springing up from the horizons, but later people got confused and thought that the angels were actually the offspring of the earth god, rather than simply springing up from under the earth, from the horizon. So then we also talked about how the gods reproducing in the different myths is actually a corruption, where most of those stories is simply the ancients' way of explaining how things came about, that it wasn't intended to be literal, but pagans mistook it as literal. An example being, in the Greek religion, you have the night god, and then the night god reproduces and has children, and they're the gods of, for example, the god of sleep and the god of dreams. Those are two of the gods that the night god supposedly gave birth to, or not gave birth to, but begot. But rather than the night god literally reproducing the two gods, it simply meant that night breeds sleep and dreams. And there was a god or an angel appointed over dreams, and there was a god or an angel appointed over sleep. So when later pagans were being told the story of how night leads to these things, they got confused when someone said night breeds dream and sleep. They thought it meant the night god literally breeds or reproduces and has these other things as his children. So that was a misunderstanding, a perversion by pagans of the original concept. So we talked about that in part 1. Then we went over the fact that most pagan religions have a flood myth, where the whole world is drowned in a flood. But a few humans are chosen as the survivors, and often in those flood myths, animals are saved along with the humans. So we talked about the different flood myths a little bit, and then we went through some pretty compelling evidence that Zeus is identical with Yahweh. Again, it's a controversial claim, but some of the reasons we stated were the fact that Zeus and Yahweh are both have some striking common traits. And so if you want more evidence for that, please watch part 1. And for those who are skeptical, I really urge you, rather than dismissing it, to check out part 1, where we go through some amazing evidence that is actually the case. After this, we talked about the Epic of Gilgamesh, and we showed a striking connection with the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Enoch literature, such as the Book of Enoch and the Book of Giants. And then we showed evidence that Enki, the Sumerian god Enki, is identical with Yahweh, and Ea is the Babylonian god. We discussed how Ea is the origin of Yahweh, and the conclusion we reached was that Moses' God is Enki Asher Ea, I am that I am. Or in other words, he was declaring that he is the chief god of the Sumerians, the chief god of the Assyrians, and the chief god of the Babylonians, because Abraham grew up from Mesopotamia. So he was the God of Abraham would have been the chief god of the Mesopotamians. So that's what we talked about. And then we talked about striking parallel of Moses' birth with the birth of Sargon the Great from the Babylonian and Akkadian information. And then we showed how the cherubim, the concept of the cherubim, has amazing parallel concepts in Greek religion and Mesopotamian religion. So that's what we talked about last time. And this time, we're going to be going through a lot more stuff. And let me just give you guys a brief overview of what we're going to be discussing today. So today, we will go through some of the Babylonian wisdom and show how the Babylonian wisdom texts are similar to the Bible. Then we're going to do a very thorough comparison between the Code of Hammurabi and the Law of Moses. So last time, part 1, we talked about how the Code of Hammurabi has some amazing similarities with the Law of Moses, but we didn't really go in depth into it. Well, since the last week, I poured through Code of Hammurabi and produced a very lengthy comparison between Code of Hammurabi and Law of Moses. So we'll be going through that. Then, evidence Marduk is Yahweh, the Babylonian god Marduk. We're going to show evidence of that. Then there's a concept called the descent of Ishtar, and there's a mythological text called the descent of Ishtar, and the story in that text is very similar to the Ascension of Isaiah. So we'll be going through that and showing the similarities there. Then we have the parallel concepts of the Leviathan. So each pagan religion, so many of the pagan religions have the same concept of the Leviathan. So we'll go through that. We're going to go through the Table of Nations, so some pretty cool evidence connecting them to ancient literature. Then we'll go on to discuss some things about the Egyptians, the origin of the Hebrews, the Hyksos and the Exodus, and we're going to talk about Egyptian origin of the Ark of the Covenant. There's the hymn to Aten, which we'll discuss how it parallels the Bible. The instructions of Amenemhet also has amazing parallel with the Bible. Then there's the Egyptian concept of the lake of fire and the second death. Then we'll show evidence that the god Ptah is the father. And then we'll discuss the Logos concept that the New Testament mentions. Then the origin of Satan, confusion between Yahweh and Satan. Then a documentary hypothesis, distinction of divine names. Then God the Father and God the Son having different natures, and emphasizing that the Son is inferior to the Father. Then we're going to discuss a little bit about idols. And then we're going to go through New Testament quotations that supposedly indicate that Yeshua is not Yahweh, because the position I have is that Yeshua is Yahweh himself. So some people have cited to me evidence that they see passages that Yeshua is not Yahweh. So we're going to go through some of those. Then multiple gods, the concept of multiple gods will be shown in Genesis as well as the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the final part of this video will be evidence that Yahweh is Baal, the Father is El, and the Holy Spirit is Asherah. And that sounds very controversial, but when you see the full extent of this video, you're going to be convinced that it's true. And my hope is that those in my channel will watch this through, because the evidence is overwhelming. If you're patient and listen through it, you will see the clear evidence of these things. And if you're not convinced, you can comment or give your thoughts and challenge what I say, because I welcome challenge. And part of this evidence that Yahweh is Baal, we'll be going over the usage of the word Baal in the Bible. And we're going to show evidence of Baal being removed from the Bible to suppress Baal worship. And then we're going to show some striking parallels between Canaanite religion and the Bible. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to try to get through that as much as possible. Now, some of you might be saying, thinking to yourself, how could this be? Or, this is blasphemous or heretical. I want to emphasize clearly to you guys that it is my position that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit alone are to be worshipped. All I'm saying in these videos is that they were known by different names in different cultures, and that the same gods were worshipped by the different people groups under those different names, and that there was some corruption by the different religions about their character and quality. But the similarities between the same beings in all these different religions indicate that they're the same person or the same being that they're talking about. So I'm not telling people to worship any other gods besides the God of the Bible, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Worship no other. So that's what we're going to go through, though, and we're going to see the evidence that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are connected to these other things. In part 1, we went through and showed some striking evidence for these things, but there's way more stuff, and that's why we're doing this part 2. So now, with that out of the way, we're going to get started. And so let me share the screen here. First of all, we're going to look at a text. We're not going to read it, but we're going to look at the Wikipedia article for a text called Ludlil Bel Nemeki. So I'm going to open that for you guys and share the screen so you can see. And we're all throughout this, I'm going to be sharing my screen a lot. And so you're going to be able to follow along easier that way. So let me share the screen for you guys. Okay. All right, so here we are with Ludlil Bel Nemeki. So it says, it's translated to mean, I will praise the Lord of wisdom. This right here is Lord or Baal. So also known in English sometimes as the poem of the righteous sufferer. So we see here it's a Mesopotamian poem written in Akkadian, the language Akkadian. It concerns itself with the problem of the unjust suffering of an inflicted man named Shubshi Meshra Shakan. The author is tormented, but he does not know why. He has been faithful in all of his duties to the gods. He speculates that perhaps what is good to man is evil to the gods, and vice versa. He is ultimately delivered from his sufferings. So right away, you guys could probably think to yourself what this is similar to. But if we look down in this article, it's going to connect it to, like, see right here, Book of Job. Very similar in theme to the Book of Job. So, right, oh yeah. Alternate names for the poem include the Poem of the Righteous Sufferer or the Babylonian Job. Scholars have noted how strikingly similar these themes are. So the Book of Job comes from a culture, a background that had this type of stuff. Okay, so also, no. There's some other similar texts we're going to take a look at. But so I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Let me pull up the other text for you guys. 1 second here. Oh yeah, I have the text right here, so I don't need to. Okay. All right. So the next one is called the Babylonian Theodicy. So let's take a look at that. The Babylonian Theodicy. So it's a poem written in ancient Babylonia. has been referred to as an Akkadian dialogue on the unrighteousness of the world, or the Babylonian Koheleth. Koheleth stands for Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes Koheleth is the Hebrew name for it. So this document is considered by some scholars the Babylonian Ecclesiastes because of some similarity with Ecclesiastes. It's an example of wisdom literature, form of writing which shows two people providing contrary positions on a subject in the form of a dialogue. So it's kind of similar to Job also. The poem is a dialogue between two people who are friends. One of the persons is suffering, and the poem shows him revealing the acts of evil done by people in society around him, while the other person is shown attempting to add perspective on these acts of dubious morality by him stating the nature of the occurrence of justice within the order of everything that exists. So let's see here. The Babylonian Theodicy is, with regards to its dialogic nature of a sufferer and friends, formally very similar to the Book of Job in the Hebrew Bible. But it also has similarities with Ecclesiastes. Okay, so that's the Babylonian Theodicy. Then we have a document called the Dialogue of Pessimism. Shalom, Melody. Good to see you. Shalom. Thanks for coming on. I hope you watch this whole thing. I know you guys might not necessarily be able to watch it live, but it's part 1 and part 2. So I really hope that you guys watch all of it, because there's some amazing stuff I have to share with you guys. So let's see here. So the Dialogue of Pessimism. Let me share that now. Okay, so it's another composition. It's a dialogue between a master and his slave. So it's wisdom literature. Okay, so then, again, it's an Akkadian. So we're going to look at the part where it says some similarities. Well, first of all, it does quote some of the other Akkadian documents, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and so down here we see parallels with the second millennium text, Monologue of the Righteous Sufferer. That's what we looked at earlier, of Lil, around, as well as parallels with the biblical Book of Ecclesiastes. And then, okay, down here, parallels with the Old Testament. So it says thematic parallel between the Dialogue of Pessimism and the Book of Ecclesiastes. It says the affirmations and their negations given by the dialogue slave are similar to the list of actions and their opposites given in Ecclesiastes 3:1-9. Like in Ecclesiastes, it says a time to be born and a time to die. There's some similar language used, not the exact words, but similar phraseology in this Dialogue of Pessimism. It also says there's some parallels and contrasts with the Book of Job. Like the dialogue, Job also considers death as an option in the face of life's contradictions. And then it says there's some other parallels between Proverbs, Deuteronomy, and Job. Sorry, here. Okay, so I'm not going to go through those documents, but those are just some of the descriptions of those books being similar. So with that said, well, let me pull up this document for a second that we went through last week, because I don't think we showed the Wikipedia article. So I'm just going to look at the Wikipedia article for you guys from for the book from last week, the Epic of Gilgamesh. We went through in great detail. We're not going to go through it again, but we showed some compelling evidence that the Epic of Gilgamesh is connected with the Bible, particularly the flood account. The flood account is strikingly similar to the Bible, unbelievably similar. So you could see more of that in part 1, where I go through and note all the differences. But some of the amazing differences, similarities, is it's the flood account, where basically the same story of the flood occurs in both, in almost the same exact details. So again, part 1, you'll see. Book of Giants we talked about, where the Book of Giants has clear connection with the book of the Epic of Gilgamesh. And interestingly, we didn't talk about this last time, but the writings of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, have some pretty interesting similarities with the Epic of Gilgamesh, suggesting that Homer was influenced by and intentionally imitated some of the style of the Epic of Gilgamesh. So anyways, for more of that about the Epic of Gilgamesh, you could check out part 1. But now we're going to go on, and we will go to the Code of Hammurabi. And this is going to take up a lot of time, Code of Hammurabi. But it's important to show the amazing evidence of connecting the Babylonians to the Bible. So Code of Hammurabi, Babylonian legal text. Like, we have the Law of Moses in the Bible. Well, they had the Code of Hammurabi in the Babylonian, amongst the Babylonians. So it has some striking similarities, like the eye for an eye principle, as well as death penalties, relation to other collections of law. It's similar to the Covenant Code of Exodus a lot, but there's also some similarities to other laws in the Law of Moses, but especially the laws in Exodus 21 through 23. So we will start going through that now. And again, it's going to take a long time because there's so much to go through. But I really want you guys to see it, the compelling evidence. So that's why we're going through this together. So let me share the screen now. Let's see here. Okay. Let's try this. All right. So now let me zoom in for you guys so you can see better. Because it's probably going to be small. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Let me stop sharing for a second. I haven't really used Word as much. I've been using a different program, but the different program I was using is OpenOffice. It's been recently giving me some problems, so I've switched to, okay, it looks like View. All right, sorry about that. So let me share that now. Okay. So View. I'm going to zoom in. Let's try 150. It's not too bad. Maybe a little bit. Can you guys read this okay? Let me know if is this big enough for you guys to see, or do you need it to be zoomed in a little bit more? I'm going to stop sharing in a second to see what you guys say. But so can you tell me if this is big enough for you guys? Let me see if it was big enough. Not sure if anyone wants to tell me if it was big enough for them or not. But all right. I'll just start. Okay, I'm gonna make it a little bit more. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger then, so you can see more clearly. Let's try 175. Well, let's try 200, just to see if that. Okay, 200. We'll do 200. So Exodus starts out with chapter 21. These are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free and pay nothing. If he comes in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and she shall go out by he shall go out by himself. But if the servant plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or to the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with and all, and he shall serve him forever. Stop there for a second. So the first 6 verses, we're going to look now. This is the Code of Hammurabi. Section 117 says, if anyone fail to meet a claim for debt and sell himself, his wife, his son, and daughter for money, or give them away to forced labor, they shall work for 3 years in the house of the man who bought them, or the proprietor, and in the 4th year they shall be set free. So here we have the same basic concept. You can sell yourself or your own children. You can sell your family members into servitude. However, it's 6 years, and then the 7th they are set free for the Sabbath year. The Babylonians had 3 years, and the 4th year they're set free. Now, here's the problem, though. In the Bible, we have, if you have a debt, you only serve for 6 years, and in the 7th you go out free. But what if your debt is not the same? So, if someone's in debt for $10 versus someone's in debt $100 versus someone in debt $1,000 versus someone in debt $10,000, someone in debt $100,000, someone in debt $1 million, right? Those are all different amounts. It would be unrighteous. It would be unjust for them all to have the same amount of debt, the same amount of time for very different debts. Forcing someone with $100 debt to work 6 years and someone who has $1 million to work the same number of years, and both of them are getting their debt resolved, that would be unjust. Similarly, it would be unjust to the person who the debt is owed to. If you owe someone $1 million and you say, yeah, I get to work for you for 6 years and then I don't owe you anymore, that's not fair. Versus someone who only owes $1,000, they also have to work for you with 6 years, but you only get to write off $1,000 for them. It doesn't make sense. That would be an unjust system. It wouldn't be logical. The other evidence we have throughout the Bible is that there's something called the year of Jubilee, where basically if you go into debt, you don't get freed in the 7th year. You stay a servant for the entire Jubilee. And then at the end of the Jubilee, you're freed. So the idea is that the Sabbath year does not mean that you are freed and no longer a servant. What it means is the same thing that the Sabbath day means. 6 days you shall work, and the 7th you shall rest from your work. Well, what happens the day after your Sabbath? So Sabbath is the Saturday, right? Sabbath is Saturday, or Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. People differ on exactly when Sabbath starts and when it ends, but basically Sabbath is Saturday, the 7th day of the week. Well, what happens when the Sabbath's over? You get right back to work. You're not allowed, it says in the law, your servants are not to work on the Sabbath. You are not to put your servants to work on the Sabbath. But what happens when the Sabbath's over? They get right back to work. Your servants are now supposed to be working again. So the same is the case with the Sabbath year. So you have it so that for 6 years your servants are able to work, but in the 7th year, the Sabbath year, they are not allowed to work at all. But once the Sabbath year is over, they have to come back and start working for you again until their debt is paid. And depending how much they owe you, they have to be enslaved for the entire Jubilee. But for some, they might not have to be enslaved for the entire Jubilee. Some might only have to be enslaved for a few years, depending on how much debt they had. So the Babylonians seem to have had a similar concept, but instead of 7 years, in the 7th year is the vacation, essentially. Here they basically say 3 years, and the 4th year they shall be set free. The same problem occurs in the Babylonians, where it would be unjust. So how can this be? The explanation is that it would be the Babylonians believed that it was unjust to people who had to sell themselves into debt to force them to be perpetual slaves until they pay off their debt. So the way they did it was they could work. They worked for 3 years. The 4th year they were freed. But if they still had debt, then they had to come back and continue their debts and still work as a slave until they paid off their debts. So now continuing, Section 282 of the Code of Hammurabi says, if a slave says to his master, "You are not my master," if they convict him, his master shall cut off his ear. So this is almost identical to this section of Exodus right here, except it's the opposite, where in Exodus he's saying to his master, "I love my master, I do not want to go out." Here he's saying the opposite, "You are not my master." But the connection, the similarity is piercing the ear. The master shall pierce his ear with an awl, whereas here, if you rebel and say he's not your master, the ear gets cut, possibly pierced. So the translation is his master shall cut off his ear, but it's very possible that this is a mistranslation, and it should just say his master shall pierce his ear. Because translation issues occur not just for the Bible books, but for any ancient literature, can be translation issues. But regardless of what this means, whether it's cutting off the ear or just simply piercing the ear, it's still a quite interesting connection to the wording used in Exodus. Now, continuing, if a man sell his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who has betrothed her to himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he has betrothed her to his son, he shall deal with her according to the custom of daughters. If he takes another wife, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, and her marriage rates. And if he does not do these 3 for her, then she shall go out free without paying money. In Code of Hammurabi, we have 2 sections. It says, if a woman who lived in a man's house made an agreement with her husband that no creditor can arrest her, and has given a document therefore, if that man before he married that woman had a debt, the creditor cannot hold the woman for it. But if the woman before she entered the man's house had contracted a debt, her creditor cannot arrest her husband therefore. If after the woman had entered the man's house, both contracted a debt, both must pay the merchant. Okay, so this section, it's not parallel to this part. It's parallel to where it says up here, it says, if he comes in by himself, he should go out by himself. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's. But if he came in married, his wife shall go out with him. But if he came in and then the wife was married to him, he goes out, but the wife does not. So it's similar to this right here. But then we have to ask, why is it that the men can go out free in the Sabbath year, but the woman cannot? It says, if a man sells his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do during the 7th year. Why? Because the work that a female slave has to do is more is not physical labor like the men. The men have to do hard physical labor, and the woman, on the other hand, they have to help take care of the house. And there's certain things that have to be done still on the Sabbath, right? Like, let's say it's the Sabbath, and then let's say it's the Sabbath day, and your wife's giving birth on the Sabbath. Well, the baby needs to be delivered. So there would be maidservants who can help the woman give birth on the Sabbath. So on the Sabbath day, there's certain things that would be associated more with the house duties, that the woman had to do on the Sabbath still. For example, in modern times, babies have a lot of care that need to be taken care of, like changing their diapers, bathing the babies, and things like that. So on the Sabbath day, that work still needs to be done, because that's a righteous, good health work. That's holy work. The Bible talks about how holy work can be done on the Sabbath, but work that is secular work is not to be done. But holy work includes anything that is for the necessity of people's health. So that includes taking care of your family, such as your babies. So the woman had to take care of the babies on the Sabbath day. Similarly, during the Sabbath year, the babies still needed to be taken care of. And that was one of the primary responsibilities of maidservants, is to help take care of things of the house. So the men went free in the Sabbath year because their work was physical labor. But the female work was familial, and much of that work was work that was for health, and therefore needed to still be done in the Sabbath year. So they are not to go out during the seventh year for the Sabbath, it says. Anyway, so now we continue with the Exodus. He who strikes a man so that he dies shall surely be put to death. However, if he did not lie in wait, but God delivered him into his hand, then I will appoint for you a place where he may flee. But if a man acts with premeditation against his neighbor to kill him by treachery, you shall take him from my altar that he may die. So now we look, and he who strikes his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He who kidnaps a man and sells him, or if he is found in his hand, shall surely be put to death. And he who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. Okay, so that's Exodus. Exodus is saying very high penalty for if you dishonor your parents. The law of Moses says honor your father and mother. But here we see it's such an important command that if you strike your own father and mother, you deserve to die. If you curse your father and mother, you deserve to die. That doesn't resonate with modern morality. How can this, a lot of Christians would call this barbaric. But here we see law of Moses. This is God himself telling Moses this. But now look at the Code of Hammurabi. If a son strike his father, his hand shall be hewn off. So it's not the same as being put to death, but it's a pretty harsh punishment if he's striking his father and mother. Then sections 14 to 15. If anyone steal the minor son of another, he shall be put to death. If anyone take a male or female slave of the court, or a male or female slave of a freedman outside the city gates, he should be put to death. So not 100% the same, because here it's if you just kidnap anyone, but here it's if you kidnap a minor son, or if you kidnap a male or female slave, or of the court, or of a freedman. So kidnapping has a death penalty in the Bible, as well as the Code of Hammurabi. That's pretty striking similarity. Because again, kidnapping for death penalty, modern morality, which tells you, it's the pinnacle of morality, says that killing people who kidnap others is wrong. It's cruel and unusual punishment to put to death kidnappers. But the Bible says that's what we're supposed to do, and the Code of Hammurabi says it as well. Now, if men contend with each other, and one strikes the other with a stone or with his fist, and he does not die but is confined to his bed, if he rises again and walks about outside with his staff, then he who struck him shall be acquitted. He shall only pay for the loss of his time, and shall provide for him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man beats his male or female servant with a rod, so that he dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he remains a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his property. So other translations say, notwithstanding, if he, it basically implies that if he dies a day or two later, he's not to be punished. But so I think it's a false translation. I think it's saying if he remains a day or two in bed, he's not to be punished because he's his property. But if he dies, then he is to be punished. But notice, if a man earlier, it's if you strike a man so that he dies, you can put to death. But if if it's with premeditation, it's put to death. But if it's not with premeditation, you go to the city of refuge. But here, if it's not saying if a man intentionally kills his servant, but it's saying if he's disciplining his servant, or basically the servant is undergoing harsh physical labor, but then the servant dies, he shall be punished. But why doesn't it say he shall be put to death? You would think it would be the same penalty, right? Because a servant is, the image of God is in all people, whether they're a servant or not. And again, modern people believe that slavery is a bad thing, right? Inherently a bad thing. That's the modern morality. But the Bible actually tells us that slavery is not inherently immoral in the law of Moses. So that conflicts with modern morality. But it agrees with ancient morality, such as the Babylonian morality, as seen in the Code of Hammurabi. But so this distinction between, if the person is not a slave, they are to be killed, but if they're a slave, they are not to be killed for the penalty. They're just to be fined a fine. So we take a look here. If during a quarrel, this is the Code of Hammurabi. It's like the same language, okay? If during a quarrel, one man strike another and wound him, then he shall swear, I did not injure him wittingly, and he shall pay the physicians. So see, he shall pay for him to be thoroughly healed. Section 207, if the man die of his wound, he shall swear similarly. And if he was a freeborn man, he shall pay half a mina in money. If he was a freed man, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina. Here we have, if the man was not ever a slave, it's a higher punishment. But if it's a person who was a slave, it's a lesser punishment. And we're going to see that later on. That same thing, the same theme of the slave gets a lesser punishment if they're harmed than if the person who hurts a slave gets less punishment because it's a slave versus if they harm someone who's not a slave. We're going to see that in Exodus and Code of Hammurabi elsewhere. So here, Exodus, if men fight and hurt a woman with child so that she gives birth prematurely, yet no harm follows, he shall surely be punished accordingly as the woman's husband imposes on him. He shall pay as the judges determine. But if any harm follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man strikes the eye of his male or female servant and destroys it, he shall let him go free for the sake of his eye. And if he knocks out the tooth of his male or female servant, he shall let him go free for the sake of his tooth. So if it's a slave who gets injured, then they're to be freed. But if it's a not slave, they are to be punished in this kind of way. Now let's see here. Also, this passage is cited by, what's interesting is that this describes a accidental abortion. Okay, so she gives birth prematurely and yet no harm follows. But if any harm follows, so the text seems to imply no harm follows is talking about the woman. If no harm comes to the woman who gave birth, he shall be punished as the judges determine for the baby dying. But if the woman is harmed, whatever harm the woman gets, you shall do to the person who harmed her. However, the Septuagint makes it seem like instead of the woman being harmed, it actually says if she gives birth prematurely and the baby is not perfectly formed, he shall be punished by a fine. But if the baby is perfectly formed, then you should give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. It's implying in the Septuagint that if If the baby is a younger baby in the womb, like the first or second trimester, and it dies, then no death penalty. But if it's the third trimester, then there should be a death penalty. That's what the Septuagint seems to be implying. But the Masoretic text may be more correct in this case because the Masoretic text agrees more with what the Code of Hammurabi says. So, Code of Hammurabi says, if a man strike a freeborn woman so that she loses her unborn child, he shall pay 10 shekels for her loss. If the woman die, his daughter shall be put to death. So the Code of Hammurabi has something bad that the Bible does not, and that's sometimes it has children being put to death for their sins of their father. But we know elsewhere in the law of Moses and the prophets, it condemns putting to death the children for the sins of the father. But the reason it's condemning that is because other cultures were ruling that the children would die because of the sins of the father. So the law of Moses and the prophets speak against this part of the Code of Hammurabi, that the daughter is to be put to death. So it continues, if a woman of the free class lose her child by a blow, he shall pay 5 shekels in money. If this woman die, he shall pay half a mina. If he strike the maidservant of a man and she lose her child, he shall pay 2 shekels in money. If this maidservant die, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina. So notice if the servant is involved, it's a lesser punishment. But it's the same thing between the Bible and the Code of Hammurabi, where if the baby dies prematurely, then it's just a fine. So now, section 196 in the Code of Hammurabi, if a man put out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. Same thing with the Bible, eye for an eye. If he break another man's bone, his bone shall be broken. If he put out the eye of a freedman or break the bone of a freedman, he shall pay 1 gold mina. If he put out the eye of a man's slave or break the bone of a man's slave, he shall pay 1/2 of its value. So again, this was where it said if he knocks out the tooth of his male or female servant or destroys the eye, then he's to be let go for free for the sake of that, which is basically a monetary thing. The debt is revoked. If your servant has debt and then you destroy the eye or the tooth, they don't owe you the debt anymore. They're freed. So financially, they are delivered. So it's a financial punishment if you harm your slave. Here we see it's a financial punishment if you harm your slave. But if it's not a slave, whatever you do to another shall be done to you, the same as the Bible says. Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. Later on, rabbis didn't like this. The Jews, the Pharisees, didn't agree with this harsh system, so they twisted the Bible to make it say that when it says eye for an eye, it actually just means you're to pay a fine. So they twisted what the Bible says to reject the idea of eye for an eye. But this is literal. This is not metaphorical. They literally meant if someone takes out your eye as punishment, their eye is to be taken out. If someone knocks tooth out from you, their punishment from the judges is to have their tooth knocked out. They cut off your hand, their hand is to be cut off. If they cut off your foot, their foot is to be cut off. Any wound that they do to you, the same wound is to be done to them, according to the Bible and according to the Code of Hammurabi. If you're a free man, but if you're a slave, it's only financial punishment. Same thing for Code of Hammurabi. So let's see here. Now, the Code of Hammurabi continues. If a man knock out the teeth of his equal, his teeth shall be knocked out. Again, tooth for tooth. If he knock out the teeth of a freedman, he should pay 1/3 of a gold mina. If anyone strike the body of a man higher in rank than he shall receive 60 blows with an ox whip in public. If a freeborn man strike the body of another freeborn man or equal rank, he shall pay 1 gold mina. If a freedman strike the body of another freedman, he shall pay 10 shekels in money. If the slave of a freedman strike the body of a freedman, his ear shall be cut off. Again, not clear if his ear shall be cut off or pierced, but so we have these things, similar concept. Now, continuing. If an ox gores a man or a woman to death, this is Exodus, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and its flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be acquitted. But if the ox tended to thrust with its horn in times past, and it has been made known to his owner, and he has not kept it confined so that it has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and its owner also shall be put to death. However, if there is imposed on him a sum of money, then he shall pay to redeem his life, whatever is imposed on him. Whether it has gored a son or gored a daughter, according to this judgment, it shall be done to him. Now, this is the only thing in the law of Moses which says you can put a sum of money to escape the death penalty. I have a suspicion that there are other laws originally that you could do the same thing. Like, for example, adultery. If the husband caught his wife cheating, and he could have her put to death, but he could also impose a sum of money as well, I believe, potentially. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's definitely a possibility. The reason is because elsewhere, the Bible says when someone murders someone, you are to put them to death and show them no mercy. It emphasizes, do not, under any circumstances, show a murderer mercy. Put him to death. But it doesn't have that same ultimatum for the other capital crimes. It doesn't say absolutely no exceptions. If someone commits adultery, kidnaps, or any of these other crimes, put them to death. So the implication is when it says for murderers, show them no mercy, put them to death, it's implying that these other crimes could sometimes be given mercy depending on the circumstances. And depending on if the victim wanted them to be put to death or not. So the victim could put them to death if they decided rather than, or they could have them pay a sum of money instead for a lot of these crimes. So here, if there is imposed on a sum of money, then he shall pay to redeem his life, whatever is imposed on him. Whether it has gored a son or gored a daughter, according to this judgment, it shall be done to him. If, however, the ox gores a male or female servant, he shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. So why is the ox stoned? It's because, according to various parts of Scripture, animals are actually accountable for their actions, morally accountable. So the ox is considered a murderer. So the ox is actually executed, put to death as a death penalty for what the ox did. In Leviticus, you actually see if humans have sex with animals, you are to put to death the animal and the human, and it says their blood will be on their own heads. It refers to the animals as its blood will be on its own head because it willingly did the sin. So there's a few passages in the Bible where animals are actually held accountable for sins and punished in the law. But so this stoning to death implies accountability for animals. But now let's take a look at the Code of Hammurabi, the similarity between this passage. If an ox be a goring ox, so if an ox gores, same language, if an ox be a goring ox, and it is shown that he is a gorer, and he do not bind his horns or fasten the ox up, same language here, if the ox tended to thrust with his horn in times past, and has been made known to his owner, and he has not kept it confined, okay, and the ox gore a free-born man and kill him, the owner shall pay 1/2 a mina in money. If he kill a man's slave, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina. So here we have 30 shekels versus 20 shekels. And if it's a freeborn man, someone who's not a slave, it's a higher punishment than if it's a slave. Here is death. It's even harsher than the Code of Hammurabi. Death for the person who's freeborn. But if they are a slave or a servant, 30 shekels. The 30 shekels agrees with Code of Hammurabi, where the free man is 30 shekels, but the slave is 20 shekels. So here, what they're assigning for the punishment for a free man being killed by an ox is the same punishment for the slave, 30 shekels. But the Bible puts a higher penalty, like I said, if the ox kills a freeborn. He puts death, but it allows money to be imposed, just like the Code of Hammurabi. Okay, so now, if a man opens a pit, or if a man digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls in it, the owner of the pit shall make it good. He shall give money to their owner, for the dead animal shall be his. If one man's ox hurts another's so that it dies, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money from it. And the dead ox they shall also divide. Or if it was known that the ox tended to thrust in time past, and its owner has not kept it confined, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead animal shall be his own. So, Code of Hammurabi. If a man hire an ox, and he break its leg or cut the ligament of its neck, he shall compensate the owner with ox for ox. Okay, so now, again, still Exodus. If a man steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If the thief is found breaking in and he is struck so that he dies, there shall be no guilt for his bloodshed. If the sun has risen on him, there shall be guilt for his bloodshed. He should make full restitution. If he has nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft is certainly found alive in his hand, whether it is an ox or donkey or sheep, he shall restore double. So, first of all, right here, it says if a thief is found breaking in and he's struck so that he dies, it's not murder. That's basically stand your ground laws, as we see in modern times. So someone breaking in deserves death, according to this. If the sun has risen on him, then it is murder. So it's telling you if you break in the middle of the daytime where you can be seen, then if you kill him when you know there's no threat, then you've murdered him. But during the night, you have every reason to believe they're a threat to your safety and danger. So at night, by default, you have the right to assume that your life is in danger, and therefore you have the right to kill the intruder. But if it's during the daytime when you can see the person's not a threat, you have no right to kill him because you know he's not trying to kill you. So that's the distinction. The Bible makes that distinction. But so here in the Code of Hammurabi, we have, if he killed the cattle or sheep that were given to him, he shall compensate the owner with cattle for cattle and sheep for sheep. Okay, so here we have ox for ox, sheep for sheep. And same thing about compensating. Now, if anyone break a hole into a house, he shall be put to death before that hole and be buried. So again, same penalty here. Someone who tries to break in is to be put to death. Code of Hammurabi and the Bible, same thing. If a man causes a field or vineyard to be grazed and lets loose his animal, and it feeds in another man's field, he shall make restitution from the best of his own field and the best of his own vineyard. If fire breaks out and catches in thorns, so that stacked grain, standing grain of the field is consumed, he who kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. The Code of Hammurabi says, if a shepherd without the permission of the owner of the field and without the knowledge of the owner of the sheep lets the sheep into a field to graze, then the owner of the field shall harvest his crop. And the shepherd who had pastured his flock there without permission of the owner of the field shall pay to the owner 20 gur of corn for every 10 gan. Those are measurements, Babylonian measurements. If anyone be too lazy to keep his dam in proper condition and does not so keep it, if then the dam breaks and all fields be flooded, then shall he in whose dam the break occurred be sold for money, and the money shall replace the corn which he has caused to be ruined. If he be not able to replace the corn, then he and his possessions shall be divided among the farmers whose corn he has flooded. If anyone open his ditches to water his crop, but is careless, and the water flood the field of his neighbor, then he shall pay his neighbor corn for his loss. If a man let in the water, and the water overflow the plantation of his neighbor, he shall pay 10 gur of corn for every 10 gan of land. Okay, so continuing with Exodus, if a man delivers to his neighbor money or articles to keep, and it is stolen out of a man's house, if the thief is found, he shall pay double. If the thief is not found, Then the master of the house shall be brought to the judges to see whether he has put his hand into his neighbor's goods. For any kind of trespass, whether it concerns an ox, donkey, or sheep, or clothing, or for any kind of lost thing which another claims to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whomever the judges condemn shall pay double to his neighbor. So now we have Exodus. If a man delivers to his neighbor a donkey, an ox, or a sheep, or any animal to keep, and it dies, is hurt, or driven away, no one seeing it, then an oath of the Lord shall be between them both, and that he has not put his hand into his neighbor's goods. And the owner of it shall accept that, and he shall not make it good. But if in fact it is stolen from him, he shall make restitution to the owner of it. If it is torn to pieces by a beast, then he shall bring it as evidence, and he shall not make good what was torn. And if a man borrows anything from his neighbor, and it becomes injured or dies, the owner of it not being with it, he shall surely make it good. If the owner was with it, he shall not make it good. If it was hired, it came for its hire. So now we look to see what the Code of Hammurabi says. Sections 249 to 250. If anyone hire an ox, and God strike it that it die, the man who hired it shall swear by God and be considered guiltless. We have the same thing, oathing to God or the Lord. If while an ox is passing on the streets, someone push it and kill it, the owner can set up no claim in the suit. If the animal be killed in the stable by God, or if a lion kill, all right, so this is sections 266 to 267. If the animal be killed in the stable by God, or if a lion kill it, the herdsman shall declare his innocence before God, and the owner bears the accident in the stable. If the herdsman overlooks something and an accident happened in the stable, then the herdsman is at fault for the accident which he has caused in the stable, and he must compensate the owner for the cattle or sheep. Now sections 244 to 248. If anyone hire an ox or a donkey and a lion kill it in the field, it's very similar to what we're seeing here, where it says, if it is torn to pieces by a beast, similar language being used. So if a lion kill it in the field, the loss is upon its owner. If anyone hire oxen and kill them by bad treatment or blows, he shall compensate the owner oxen for oxen. If a man hire an ox and he break its leg and cut the ligament of its neck, he shall compensate the owner with ox for ox. If anyone hire an ox and put out its eye, he shall pay the owner 1/2 of its value. If anyone hire an ox and break off a horn, or cut off its tail, or hurt its muzzle, he shall pay 1/4 of its value in money. So we're seeing similar stuff here. Okay. All right. Now, this section right here is similar to something later on, but I'll read it here now. If a man entices a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall surely pay the bride price for her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money according to the bride price of virgins. Now it says, you shall not permit a sorceress to live. Whoever lies with an animal shall surely be put to death. He who sacrifices to any god except to the Lord, he shall be utterly destroyed. Now this is not the Code of Hammurabi, but the Code of Hammurabi is from the Babylonians. There were similar law codes in the different Mesopotamian places. So the Babylonians spoke a dialect of Akkadian called Babylonian. It was the language Akkadian. The Assyrians spoke the Assyrian dialect also of Akkadian. So both Babylonians and Assyrians spoke the same language, Akkadian, but they had different dialects and different writings, and some of their ideas differed a little bit. But overall, the Babylonians and Assyrians are very closely related, and a lot of the same ideas are the same for both of them. The same basic mythology, religion is for the both of them. So anyway, in the Assyrian law writings, it says, if either a man or a woman should be discovered practicing witchcraft, and should they prove the charges against them and find them guilty, they shall kill the practitioner of witchcraft. So that's very interesting. So here we have in the Bible, we are to execute sorcerers. We think of that as a Bible thing, and that the pagans were supporting sorcery. But the pagan Assyrians had the same law. If someone's discovered practicing witchcraft, they are to be killed. So maybe the pagans were closer to the Bible than we realize with things like this, you know. So now there's some miscellaneous laws here that doesn't seem to have as much of a parallel with the Code of Hammurabi. Part of these similarities include things like the Sabbath commands. So the Sabbath year, for example, as well as the annual Sabbath days. The Babylonians did not have these. The Babylonians did not have the Sabbath year or the Babylonians did not have the Feast of Unleavened Bread or the tabernacles or any of that stuff. So that's why there's no parallel with the Code of Hammurabi. And here's just a section saying, I will send an angel to you before you, and you are to kill the Canaanites, wipe them out. Do not make covenant with them. The Babylonian Code of Hammurabi doesn't have any of this stuff, because obviously they didn't feel the same way about the Canaanites. But so that's then. Now here, I'm going to read to you guys the beginning section of the Code of Hammurabi. So this is the prologue. It's called Code of Hammurabi. So it says, laws of justice which Hammurabi the wise king established, a righteous law and pious statute did he teach the land. Hammurabi the protecting king am I. I have not withdrawn myself from the men whom Baal, that's Baal, gave to me, the rule over whom Marduk gave to me. I was not negligent, but I made them a peaceful abiding place. I expended all great difficulties. I made the light shine upon them. With the mighty weapons which Zamama and Ishtar entrusted to me, with the keen vision with which Ea endowed me, with the wisdom that Marduk gave me, I have uprooted the enemy above and below, subdued the earth, brought prosperity to the land, guaranteed security to the inhabitants in their homes. A disturber was not permitted. The great gods have called me. I am the salvation-bearing shepherd, whose staff is straight, the good shadow that is spread over my city. On my breast I cherish the inhabitants of the land of Sumer and Akkad. In my shelter I have let them repose in peace. In my deep wisdom have I enclosed them, that the strong might not injure the weak, in order to protect the widows and orphans. I have in Babylon the city where Anu and Bel raise high their head, in Esagil the temple whose foundations stand firm as heaven and earth, in order to bespeak justice in the land, to settle all disputes and heal all injuries. Set up these my precious words, written upon my memorial stone, before the image of me as king of righteousness. The king who ruleth among the kings of the cities am I. My words are well considered. There is no wisdom like unto mine. I'm just going to drink water for a second. By the command of Shamash, the great judge of heaven and earth, let righteousness go forth in the land. By the order of Marduk my lord, let no destruction befall my monument. In Esagil, which I love, let my name be ever repeated. Let the oppressed who has a case at law come and stand before this my image as king of righteousness. Let him read the inscription and understand my precious words. The inscription will explain his case to him. He will find out what is just, and his heart will be glad, so that he will say, Hammurabi is a ruler who is as a father to his subjects, who holds the words of Marduk in reverence, who has achieved conquest for Marduk over the north and south, who rejoices the heart of Marduk his lord, who has bestowed benefits forever and ever on his subjects, and has established order in the land. When he reads the record, let him pray and with full heart to Marduk my lord and Zarpanet my lady. And then shall the protecting deities and the gods who frequent Esagil graciously grant the desires daily presented before Marduk my lord and Zarpanet my lady. In future time, through all coming generations, let the king who may be in the land observe the words of my righteousness, which I have written on my monument. Let him not alter the law of the land which I have given him. The edicts which I have enacted, my monument let him not mar. If such a ruler have wisdom and be able to keep his land in order, he shall observe the words which I have written in this inscription, the rule, the statute, and law of the land which I have given. The decisions which I have made will this inscription show him. Let him rule his subjects accordingly, speak justice to them, give righteous decisions, root out the miscreants and criminals from this land, and grant prosperity to his subjects. Hammurabi, the king of righteousness, on whom Shamash has conferred right, am I. My words are well considered, my deeds are not equaled, to bring low those that were high, to humble the proud, to expel insolence. If a succeeding ruler considers my words, which I have written in this my inscription, if he do not annul my law, nor corrupt my words, nor change my monument, then may Shamash lengthen that king's reign, and as he has that of me, the king of righteousness, so that he may reign in righteousness over his subjects. If this ruler do not esteem my words, which I have written in my inscription, if he despise my curses and fear not the curse of God, if he destroy the law which I have given, corrupt my words and change my monument, efface my name, write his name there, or on account of the curses commission another so to do, that man, whether king or ruler, patesi, I'm not sure what that is, or commoner, no matter what he be, may the great God, the Father of the gods, who has ordered my rule, withdraw from him the glory of royalty, break his scepter, curse his destiny. May Bel, the Lord, who fixes destiny, whose command cannot be altered, who has made my kingdom great, order a rebellion which his hand cannot control. May he let the wind of the overthrow of his habitation blow. May he ordain the years of his rule in groaning, years of scarcity, years of famine, darkness without light, death with seeing eyes be fated to him. May he order with his potent mouth the destruction of his city, the dispersion of his subjects, the cutting off of his rule, the removal of his name and memory from the land. May Belit, the great mother, whose command is potent, and Iker, the mistress, who hearkens graciously to my petitions, and the seat of judgment and decision, turn his affairs evil before Baal, and put the devastation of his land, the destruction of his subjects, the pouring out of his life like water into the mouth of King Baal. May Ea, the great ruler, whose fated decrees come to pass, the thinker of the gods, the omniscient, who maketh long the days of my life, withdraw understanding and wisdom from him. Lead him to forgetfulness, shut up his rivers at their sources, and not allow corn or sustenance for man to grow in his land. May Shamash, the great judge of heaven and earth, who supporteth all means of livelihood, Lord of life courage, shatter his dominion. Shamash, by the way, is the name of the god of the sun. Anyways, continuing. Lord of life courage, shatter his dominion, annul his law, destroy his way, make vain the march of his troops. Send him in his visions, forecasts of the uprooting of the foundations of his throne and of the destruction of his land. May the condemnation of Shamash overtake him forthwith. May he be deprived of water above among the living, and his spirit below in the earth. May Sin, the Lord of heaven, the divine Father, whose crescent gives light among the gods, take away the crown and regal throne from him. May he be put upon his heavy guilt, great decay, that nothing may be lower than he. May he destine him as fated days, months, and years of dominion filled with sighing and tears, increase of the burden of dominion, a life that is like unto death. May Adad, the Lord of fruitfulness, ruler of heaven and earth, my helper, withhold from him rain from heaven, and the flood of water from the springs, destroying his land by famine and want. May he rage mightily over his city, and make his land into flood hills. Let's see, it keeps going. So he goes through some of the different gods and continues the curses. May he lament, let's see, hold on. Severe wounds that cannot be healed, whose nature the physician does not understand, which he cannot treat with dressing, which, like the bite of death, cannot be removed until they have sapped away his life. May he lament the loss of his life power, and may the great gods of heaven and earth, the Anunnaki, to altogether inflict a curse. The word Anunnaki, by the way, it just means heaven and earth. Anu means heaven, and Ki means earth. So it's basically the beings that are gods over the heavens and the earth. So that's what the word Anunnaki means. Altogether inflict a curse and evil upon the confines of the temple, the walls of this Ibarra, upon his dominion, his land, his warriors, his subjects, and his troops. May Baal curse him with the potent curses of his mouth that cannot be altered, and may they come upon him forthwith. So that was a long section, but when you heard me reading that, it sounds so much like the Bible, very similar. And he said that the Code of Hammurabi that he wrote has a wisdom, laws from God, etc. Well, we kind of have to almost take his word for it, because the Bible is so similar to the Code of Hammurabi that if we try to say that the Code of Hammurabi is foolish and unwise, it's not wisdom, then that means the Bible's not wisdom. Because the same laws that Hammurabi is giving, a lot of these laws are found in the Bible. So clearly, Code of Hammurabi was written before the law of Moses. So where did he get this? All these laws. He didn't get these laws from Moses, which indicates that either he got them from an earlier righteous man like Noah, perhaps, or he did have authentic wisdom received from God. The problem is he's worshiping these other gods when he's not supposed to be. He's only supposed to be worshiping the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So he's worshiping a bunch of other gods, unfortunately. But the wisdom that he has from, it even says, where did it say? It said the Father. It said like the Father of the gods. May the great God, the Father of the gods, who has ordered my rule, withdraw from him. May Baal, the Lord. So he's making a distinction between the God, the Father of all the gods, and Baal, one of the gods. This distinction I'm going to be showing later on is also found in the Bible. The Most High God is distinguished between Yahweh. So we're gonna look at that. But with the curse, the blessings and the curses, and do not alter any part of the law. That sounds just like the law of Moses, which says, "Do not alter, do not add or take away from this law. If you do not follow these laws, then these curses will come upon you." Very strikingly similar language is being used. So let's see here. Okay, I meant to put this on the next page, Deuteronomy 24. But anyway, so now here's some more parallels between Code of Hammurabi and the Law of Moses. So Deuteronomy 24 says, "You shall not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether one of your brethren, one of the aliens who is in your land within your gates. Each day you shall give him his wages, and not let the sun go down on it, for he is poor and has set his heart on it, lest he cry out against you to the Lord, and it be a sin to you." So the law of Moses says we should be paying our workers every day, not every 2 weeks, not every week. Every day they should be being paid. Here we see the Code of Hammurabi. "If anyone hire a skilled artisan, he shall pay his wages 5 gerahs per day. If anyone hire a ferry boat, he shall pay 3 gerahs in money per day. If he hire a freight boat, he shall pay 2 1/2 gerahs per day. If anyone hire a ship of 60 ger, he shall pay 1/6 of a shekel in money as its hire per day." So again, the same emphasis on paying your workers daily is found in the Bible and Code of Hammurabi. Now, remember the whole story of Genesis with Jacob and Laban, where Laban changes the wages multiple times through the offspring of the sheep? Well, the story between Jacob and Laban sounds very similar to what's going on here in the Code of Hammurabi, where it says, "If a herdsman to whom cattle or sheep have been entrusted or for watching over, and who has received his wages as agreed upon, and is satisfied, diminish the number of the cattle or sheep, or make the increase by birth less, he shall make good the increase of profit which was lost in terms of settlement. If a herdsman to whose care cattle or sheep have been entrusted be guilty of fraud and make false returns of the natural increase, or sell them for money, then shall he be convicted and pay the owner 10 times the loss." Okay. When you build, Deuteronomy 22, verse 8, "When you build a new house, then you shall make a parapet for your roof, that you may not bring guilt of bloodshed on your household if anyone falls from it." It's implying that if you are a builder and you build a house, if you build the house badly and someone dies, you are guilty for their death. So basically, you're a murderer. You're to be treated as a murderer. In Code of Hammurabi, it says, "If a builder build a house for someone and does not construct it properly, and the house which he built fall in and kills its owner, then that builder shall be put to death." So the same concept, Code of Hammurabi and the Law of Moses. Deuteronomy 19, "If a false witness rises against any man to testify against him of wrongdoing, then both men in the controversy shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges who serve in those days. And if the judges shall make careful inquiry, and indeed, if the witness is a false witness who has testified falsely against his brother, then you shall do to him as he thought to have done to his brother. So you shall put away the evil from among you. And those who remain shall hear and fear, and hereafter they shall not again commit such evil among you. Your eyes shall not pity, life shall be for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot." So Code of Hammurabi says, "If anyone bring an accusation of any crime before the elders, and does not prove what he is charged, he shall, if it be a capital offense charged, be put to death. If he satisfy the elders to impose a fine of grain or money, he shall receive the fine that the action produces. So again, it's the same concept. Whatever the false witness was trying to get the guy convicted of, that punishment that he was trying to get done to the person shall be done to the false witness. If it's the death penalty that he was trying to get happen, then the false witness shall be put to death. If it was any other crime punishment, then that whatever that punishment was he was trying to get to the other person, he shall receive. And Code of Hammurabi is saying the same exact thing. Drinking some water. All right, now, so you guys have probably heard people say, the Bible says that not the Bible. Let me see. Okay, modern times, people say that slavery is a sin, inherently immoral. It's a thing of the past. It's barbaric. The ancient ways. People of the past. We've evolved past ancient morality. We some people say. I remember a few years ago, people said, it's 2020. How can we still be living in the past? It's 2020. And they keep saying stuff like that. They say, it's 2022, guys. How can we keep holding on to ancient ideas that we no longer think have any merit? That's what a lot of people say. Unfortunately, Christians buy into this, but somehow they ignore the Bible. They're able to convince themselves in their mind that they accept modern morality, and yet it goes plainly against the Bible in many places. So modern morality that rejects the concept of slavery as inherently immoral, it sounds good on paper. It sounds good when you don't have religion, but when you claim to be a Bible believer, suddenly this idea goes against the very foundation of our faith because it attacks the Bible as false. It says that the Bible is not true because the Bible endorses these kind of morality. The Christians say that, well, that was the Old Testament, so it's not applicable anymore. But that doesn't get around it. That doesn't undo. They don't like that idea, so they get around it by saying, well, that was the way it used to be, but now we have moved past that barbaric system. But the system's not barbaric because God himself was the one who set it up. And in the New Testament, when the Messiah had a chance to abolish slavery, instead of abolishing it, he didn't speak against it, not once. And then Paul also, he's considered the chief apostle by many Christians. He did not condemn slavery. He said, if you are a slave, submit to your master. Honor your master, he said. Paul said this. And he wrote a letter to another slave owner, to a slave owner, Onesimus. Wait, Philemon. Was Philemon the owner? I forget. I think Philemon was the slave owner, and the slave was Onesimus. And if not, it's the reverse. But anyway, so Paul basically wrote to him and said, I urge you to free your servant, because he is now a brother, and whatever he owes for his debt, I shall pay it. And you owe me too, so you should do as I say, because you owe me as well. But Paul never said, free your servant because it's a sin to have a servant. Well, this is immoral. Stop it. Paul never said that. But Paul had no qualms about calling things evil. Everywhere he called things evil in his letters. He even went against Peter and called him out for hypocrisy and said, he attacked him publicly in front of people. So Paul was not shy about calling people out, whether he was right or wrong when he called people out. He did not shy away from it. If he saw sin, he called it as it was. He condemned sin when he saw it. Well, in this case, he endorses slavery by the very fact of not condemning it and not telling the guy to it's a sin. By telling him, you can keep him if you want, but I think you should. I think it would be better if you free him. So please free him for me. Free him for me, please. That's what Paul said in the letter called Philemon. So if we believe the Bible, how can we say that slavery is inherently immoral? especially also in the law of Moses, which so many places it condemns things as sin, gives harsh penalties. It is not a tolerant book, the law of Moses. The law of Moses does not tolerate sin. Whenever horrible sins are being done, it condemns it with the harshest penalties of death penalty. And if you do physical crimes against others, the same crimes will be done to you. I gotta tell you, if you cut off someone's arm, that's a harsh penalty to have your own arm cut off. But it is just, it is right, according to the Bible. But it's very harsh. But if you say for slavery, it's inherently evil and so wicked, and yet the Bible doesn't condemn it at all or punish it at all, but in fact, it endorses it and regulates it, encourages it. This is a huge problem for those who think slavery is a bad thing, but who try to say that they follow the Bible. If you reject the Bible, then it's no problem, because you can say, well, that was a thing of the past. Pagan, different religions had warped ideas. That's what a lot of people think. So they have no problem with that. But if you believe the Bible, you cannot simply not in good conscience come to this conclusion if you're honest and genuine about believing what the Bible says. So with that said, we're going to look now at what the Bible says about slavery, and we're going to see the Bible explicitly endorses slavery, not just tacitly. Some people try to make a distinction and say, well, the Bible endorses indentured servitude, not slavery. But actually, the law of Moses makes a distinction between indentured servitude and slavery and says both are good and acceptable. So here's the passage. Leviticus chapter 25. If one of your brethren who dwells by you becomes poor and sells himself to you, you shall not compel him to serve as a slave. Okay, that sounds like it's saying no slavery. Slavery is bad, right? Let's continue. As a hired servant, sojourner, he shall be with you. He shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. And he shall depart from you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family. He shall return to the possession of his fathers. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. You shall not rule over him with rigor, but you shall fear your God. And as for your male and female slaves, okay, so here it's saying, your brothers, you can have them as servants, not slaves, but at the year of Jubilee they would be freed. But now, what does it say now? Verse 44. And as for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, so here you say, you shall not have slaves from your brothers. You shall not take your brothers, fellow Israelites, as slaves. So here God is explicitly saying, do not. That's a bad thing. That is immoral. Do not have a fellow Israelite as a slave. That's a sin. But now it's saying, however, if you want slaves, as for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. You can buy male and female slaves. God is literally giving the Israelites permission to buy slaves from the surrounding nations. Here he says God is saying you are not allowed to have slaves from the Israelites. But here you are allowed to have slaves from the surrounding nations. Okay? So then it says, verse 45, moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you, and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall become your property. So if people who are not Israelites are living in the land of Israel, but they're not Israelites, their families and them themselves, you can buy them as slaves, and they become your property. The servants are not your property. They're the Israelites who are your fellow brother. They can be hired as servants or indentured servants, but not as slaves. They're not your property. But here, the slaves are your property. From the surrounding nations, they become your property. In verse 46, and you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit as a possession. They shall be your permanent slaves. But regarding your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with rigor. So Leviticus 25 says, you shall not enslave Israelites. But you are allowed to enslave permanently anyone who's not an Israelite. So That is a shocking distinction that's made, a clear endorsement of slavery. Because people will say, well, they didn't ban slavery because God didn't ban slavery under the law of Moses because it was too hard to control it, to put a stop to it. People were so addicted to enslaving people that it had to be regulated instead of banned. Well, if that was the case, then they would be allowed to enslave Israelites too. But the fact it makes a clear distinction and says enslaving Israelites is wicked, it's immoral. But enslaving people who are not Israelites is not a sin, you are allowed to do it. Indicates that the Bible endorses slavery. So you can't get around it. It's clear. So if you are absolutely convinced slavery is a sin and is immoral, then this cannot be from God. This has to be Moses making it up. But if Moses made it up, where did he get it from? Well, like I said, a lot of these laws are very similar to Hammurabi and the Babylonian and Assyrian laws. Therefore, it makes sense that if this is not from God, then he copied from the Babylonians and took their laws. Alternatively, which is what I believe, this is what I believe now, is that the law is from God, and that Hammurabi and the Babylonians received, they had wisdom in the truth of God as well. So, but we're forced to come to this decision, a crossroads. Do you believe the Bible and accept what it says? And if you do, then you have to accept these controversial passages, unless you believe that the Bible is so completely unreliable and corrupted that this was not part of the original text. But the problem with that is these things are so similar to the ancient culture that it comes from that time period. It doesn't make sense for later people who were against slavery to add these passages, or it doesn't make sense for people who were so far removed from Babylonian culture to add Babylonian stuff into it. Things that were so similar to Babylonian, it didn't make sense for them from so far later to add it in. These ideas are ancient. They come from ancient Mesopotamia. So either ancient Mesopotamian ideas are true, are very close to the truth, or the Bible, because it's so similar to Mesopotamian ideas, the Bible's unreliable. If Mesopotamian ideas are unreliable and false, then so is the Bible, the law of Moses. So the law of Moses, I believe, is reliable and true and comes from God. But again, you're forced to make this decision. Do you agree with the Bible or don't you? And it goes on and gives Jubilee rules and redemption rules for people who are servants, not slaves. See, where does it say it? If a sojourner or stranger among you becomes rich, and they buy the Israelite as a servant, they can be redeemed. And this gives the rules about that, the rest of the chapter. So now we're going to look at Code of Hammurabi, what it says about servants or slaves. Sections 279 and 281. If anyone buy a male or female slave and a third party claim it, the seller is liable for the claim. If, while in a foreign country, a man buy a male or female slave belonging to another of his own country, if when he return home, the owner of the male or female slave recognize it, if the male or female slave be a native of the country, he shall give them back without any money. If they are from another country, the buyer shall declare the amount of money paid, therefore, to the merchant and keep the male or female slave. So it makes some similar distinctions between people from their own country, people from another country, and again, it endorses slavery in the Code of Hammurabi, just like the Bible. Okay, so now, Numbers 1, only the tribe of Levi you shall not number, nor take a census of them among the children of Israel. But you shall appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, over all its furnishings, and over all things that belong to it. They shall carry the tabernacle and all its furnishings. They shall attend to it and camp around the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle is to go forward, the Levites shall take it down. And when the tabernacle is to be set up, the Levites shall set it up. The owner who comes near shall be put to death. Here, this is Code of Hammurabi. If anyone steals the property of the temple or the court, he shall be put to death. And also the one who receives the stolen thing from him shall be put to death. So, same thing right here. the outsider who comes near the holy things shall be put to death. Okay, so now we're going to look at ox, donkey, and sheep. The Code of Hammurabi says, if anyone buy from the son or the slave of another man without witnesses of a contract, silver or gold, a male or female slave, an ox or a sheep, an ass, which is a donkey, just change it, a donkey or anything, or if he take it in charge, he is considered a thief and shall be put to death. So the reason I do this is because it mentions here ox, sheep, or donkey. It doesn't mention other animals. Why does it say ox, sheep, or donkey? Those are the only animals it's mentioning, ox, sheep, and donkey. It's a grouping. It's a consistent grouping, ox, sheep, or donkey. All throughout the Code of Hammurabi, they either mention ox and sheep, just ox, just sheep, sheep and donkey, or ox and donkey. They don't really mention any other animals. There's only one place where they mention two other animals. They mention pig, and I forgot the other animal. But consistently throughout the Code of Hammurabi, they only mention these three animals. Why? The Law of Moses has the same weird thing. The Law of Moses consistently refers to ox, donkey, and sheep only, and not other animals. Why? Well, again, that's a striking basis to show that the Law of Moses was based on the laws of Hammurabi. So it's in my belief that when God was revealing the laws to Moses, he wasn't saying to Moses that I'm giving you all these new laws. He's saying these laws of the Babylonians are right, and I'm going to give you these same laws, but I'm going to expand on them and correct the things that are wrong in them. So in actuality, God intentionally copied the Babylonian laws because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob come from Babylon. So a lot of their ideas came from the Babylon. And because of that, God wanted them to also follow as much of the Babylonian truth as possible. So these truths from Babylon, God put into the Law of Moses intentionally. So some people might say, well, these similarities show that the Law of Moses is not from God. But I believe God intentionally made it similar, specifically because he wanted them to be a witness to the other nations. You know, it says Israel was supposed to be a light unto the nations. How is it to be a light? It's a light because it shows them which things are righteous and which things are not. So by Israel adopting the things of other nations that are righteous, it's a example to them that these things God agrees with. These things are true. These things are righteous. Follow these things of your own ideas. So it's supposed to be a teaching method for Mesopotamia. Israel was to be a light to the entire region of Mesopotamia. So that is why it copies so closely the Mesopotamian laws. But now I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I'm going to show you guys that the Bible does the same ox, donkey, and sheep thing a lot. So I'm going to let me share the screen now with you guys. Okay. So sharing the screen for the ox, donkey, and sheep. Let's see here. So you guys can, on your own time too, you can check it out because it's the same exact thing, but I'm going to show you now. Ox, donkey. So you search it. Genesis. Sheep, oxen, donkeys, but then it adds camels as well, okay? But so now, Genesis, they took their sheep, their oxen, and their donkeys, what was in the city and what was in the field, okay? Exodus 9, donkeys, camels, oxen, and sheep. So a couple times they're adding camels here. But so now let's take a look. Exodus 22:4, ox, donkey, or sheep. If a theft is certainly found alive in his hand, whether it is an ox or donkey or sheep, he shall restore double. Exodus 22:9 through 10, for any kind of trespass, whether it's an ox, donkey, or sheep, or clothing, or any kind of lost thing. Verse 10, if a man delivers to his neighbor a donkey, an ox, or sheep, or any animal to keep, and it dies, is hurt, or driven away, no one seeing it. Interestingly, by the way, the Samaritan Torah consistently adds or any animal. And each time it says ox, donkey, or sheep, the Samaritan version of Exodus adds or any animal. But so now Deuteronomy 28:31. This is the curse. Curse for Israel if they disobey the law. Your ox shall be slaughtered before your eyes, but you shall not eat of it. Your donkey violently taken away from before you, and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies, and you shall have no one to rescue them. Joshua, they utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, ox and sheep and donkey with the edge of the sword. What about all the other animals? They didn't destroy those? Why is it only saying ox, sheep, and donkey? Because it's a Babylonian phrase that they're using. That it's a concept that they're following. Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan, the son of Zerah, the silver, the garment, the wedge of gold, his sons, his daughters, his oxen, his donkeys, his sheep, his tent, and all that he had, and they brought them to the valley of Achor. Judges, leave no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep, nor ox, nor donkey. 1 Samuel 15:3. Go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, infant and nursing child, ox and sheep. Here's a camel again. Camel and donkey. So you wonder if camel was added to some of these passages, because there's a theme of ox, sheep, and donkey. But in a few places, camel's added. 1 Samuel 22:19. He struck with the edge of the sword both men and women, children and nursing infants, oxen and donkeys and sheep with the edge of the sword. 1 Samuel 27:9, same thing. Sheep, oxen, and donkeys. And then the camels is added. Here, camels is added as well. 1 Chronicles 12:40, donkeys. Okay, and then we have mules as well here. Oxen, sheep. Sheep, oxen, donkeys. Job, it says his possessions were 7,000 sheep, 3,000. Oh, here we got camels again. 500 yoke of oxen, 500 female donkeys. So this is unlikely that this was added in Job, 3,000 camels, because it's a very specific number. So this indicates that there was some variance where camels was sometime emphasized for some reason. Job 42:12, it says, Yahweh blessed the latter days of Job more than his beginning, for he had 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 female donkeys. So again, these are maybe it makes a difference because like camels were traveling, like they used camels for travel, whereas ox, sheep, and donkeys were for were considered more like possessions, like on your own property, where they were kept on your property, whereas camels, they use them to travel. Maybe that's my guess. But anyway, so this is striking, and is a amazing similarity with the Code of Hammurabi concept of only mentioning the sheep, oxen, and donkeys. So now we share the screen back to comparison of this. The city whose territory the body of someone killed is found shall be known for his death. That's from Deuteronomy 21. I paraphrased it, but that's what it says in 21. Code of Hammurabi, if the robber is not caught, then shall he who robbed claim under oath the amount of his loss. Then shall the community, and on whose ground and territory and in whose domain it was, compensate him for the goods stolen. So Code of Hammurabi is saying the same thing, where the city on whose territory the crime occurred is the one responsible to make atonement or to compensate the crime. Leviticus 25, if a man sells a house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. A full year he may redeem it. But if it is not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house in the walled city shall belong permanently to him who bought it. Throughout his generations, it shall not be released in the Jubilee. Code of Hammurabi says, if a chieftain or a man leave his house, garden, and field and hires it out, and someone else takes possession of his house, garden, and field and uses it for 3 years, if the first owner in return claims his house, garden, and field, it shall not be given to him. But he who has taken possession of it and used it shall continue to use it. If he hire it out for 1 year and then return, the house, garden, and field shall be given back to him, and he shall take it over again. So the house returning back to his property within the full year is the same thing in Leviticus. But if it's more than a year, it shall not return. That's what the Code of Hammurabi says as well. Leviticus 19, when you come into the land and have planted all kinds of trees for food, then you shall count their fruit as uncircumcised. 3 years it shall be as uncircumcised to you, it shall not be eaten. But in the 4th year all its fruit shall be holy, a praise to Yahweh. And in the 5th year you shall eat its fruit, that it may yield to you its increase. 16 Code of Hammurabi says, if anyone give over a field to a gardener for him to plant it as a garden, maybe it said orchard instead of garden, like the translation maybe was orchard rather than garden, but let's just say as a garden, because so we see the word garden, we think of modern gardens, but the word garden here actually means more like the garden, like, the Garden of Eden, like all kinds of fruit trees. So rather than a garden, it was more like a fruit tree, like an orchard. So if he work at it and care for it for 4 years, in the 5th year, the owner and the gardener shall divide it, the owner taking his part in charge. So here the Babylonians, Code of Hammurabi, is doing the same thing, the 4th and the 5th year. The killing of Akar or Akan, depending which version you're using. Septuagint says Akar, and Chronicles says Akar, but Masoretic says Akan. But anyway, killing of Akar and those in his house, according to Joshua 7, it says in section 109, if conspirators meet in the house of a tavern keeper, and these conspirators are not captured and delivered to the court, the tavern keeper shall be put to death. It's basically saying that if people commit heinous crimes in your household and you don't turn them in, then you are also to be put to death. So in Joshua 7, his family members are also killed. That's because they didn't turn him in, but they hid his sin. They were concealing his sin. Because they concealed his sin, they were also put to death for his sin. So now, Leviticus 21, the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, she profanes her father. She shall be burned with fire. So 110 says, if a sister of a god, that's a questionable translation, but basically it's like a priest. It's a priestess. If a priestess open a tavern or enter a tavern to drink, then shall this woman be burned to death. So basically, if a priestess defile her priesthood, then she be put to death. Priests were not supposed to drink in Leviticus. I didn't put that here, but priests are not supposed to drink alcohol. So a priestess, if she drinks alcohol, she's to be burned to death. She's violating her priesthood. But one striking difference between this is that the Babylonians did not condemn harlotry. So we're going to look at that in a little bit. That was one of the differences. So, okay, Exodus 22, if a man steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. So here we have, if anyone be on a journey and entrusts silver, gold, precious stones, or any movable property to another and wish to recover it from him, if the latter do not bring all the property to the appointed place, but appropriate it to his own use, then shall this man who did not bring the property to hand it over be convicted, and he shall pay 5-fold for all that had been entrusted to him. So the concept of paying 5 times the value, similar right here, although it says 4 times for sheep, and it says ox and sheep, whereas Code of Hammurabi doesn't mention the animals. But basically what it says here is highly valued items is 5 times the value. Whereas the Law of Moses says, and lesser valued, like sheep, is not as valuable as oxen. So they're considered lesser value, but it's 4 times for the sheep. But so now, continuing. Let's see. I showed this earlier, so I'm not sure why I put this again. Let's see. Okay. If the prisoner die in prison from blows or maltreatment, the master of the prisoner shall convict the merchant before the judge. If he was a freeborn man, the son of the merchant shall be put to death. If it was a slave, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina of gold, and all that the master of the prisoner gave he shall forfeit. So again, they're putting to death the sons for the sins of the father, which the law of Moses condemns. But the principle of if they're free, then it's a death penalty. But if they're a slave, there's not, is found in Exodus, where where if the ox gores someone to death, if they kill a man or woman, then the owner shall be put to death. But if it's a male or female servant, then no death is given as a penalty. The master just has to pay a fine of 30 shekels of silver. And one might ask, why? Why does the law of Moses and the Code of Hammurabi make a distinction between slaves or servants and free people? Well, the reason, I believe, is because in the law of Moses, basically, for example, the ox, right? The ox is considered a dangerous animal. So when the ox is this ox is violent and can't be controlled. So someone needs to control it. But an ox is very deadly. They could kill people with its horn, and it's so big. So someone has to stop the ox from killing people and has to keep it under control. So either the owner himself has to go in and risk his own death, or he has to send in other people who work for him to control the animal. But it's a risk of death. So, for example, any city you live in has firefighters and policemen, right? Firefighters and policemen endanger their own lives to work for the city. So we're having other people work on our behalf as firefighters, as policemen, but it's inherently a dangerous job. So if they die on the job, the city does not have to pay money because the job that they gave them led to their death. In the same way, it's their job, the servant's job, to take care of the animal. So because of that, it's a risky job inherently, but it's their job. So if they die on the job, it's not the boss's fault, because that was specifically their role, their duty was to do dangerous stuff. But if it's someone who's not a worker and dies by it, then they are responsible for their death. Yeah, same thing with someone on the job. It says it's an eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. If they're a free person, but if they're a servant, there's no eye for an eye, death for death. Why is that? Because someone on the job is more at risk. So they're doing hardcore physical labor. So if someone's doing hardcore physical labor and they get injured on the job, then there's no death. There's no similar crime. It's the same principle. So like if you are having a construction worker work for you and they're moving stuff, and then something falls on them on the job, and they it crushes their leg, breaks their bones while they're working as a construction worker, or they fall off the roof accidentally, or whatever, their arm gets damaged, or their tooth falls out, or whatever. These things, because it's an inherently dangerous job in the first place, they're not to be punished in the same way. It's a financial punishment. So that would be called workers' compensation, just like we have in modern times, workers' compensation. Servants and slaves were considered workers. So if they were injured on the job, they were given compensation, financial compensation. If they died on the job, it wasn't considered murder by the boss because their job was inherently dangerous. So, but they were compensated if they died. So it's the same principle here. So that's why I think the distinction is made between. So Deuteronomy 22, if a man finds a betrothed young woman in the countryside and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the young woman. There is in the young woman no sin deserving of death, for just as when a man rises against his neighbor and kills him, even so is this matter. If a man violate the wife of another man who has never known a man and still lives in her father's house and sleeps with her and be surprised, this man shall be put to death, but the wife is blameless. So again, using the same language. But something's weird here, guys. The Bible never explicitly says that rape is a capital punishment. That's a strange thing. And in this passage of Deuteronomy 22, it says, if a man finds a betrothed young woman in the countryside, so this is someone who's married or betrothed to another man. But what about if a man finds a woman who's not betrothed in the countryside and forces her and lies with her? What's the penalty then? The law doesn't even say anything about that. And actually, there's a passage later on which makes it sound like that if that happens, then that the man is forced to marry the woman. So a lot of skeptics of the Bible say that this is an example of where the Bible is evil and goes against modern morality, and that is, it seems to say that a man, that a woman is supposed to marry her rapist. That's what the Bible seems to say for skeptics. I'm going to discuss about this controversial topic, and I don't believe they're forced to do that. And I also believe that blatant, clear, undeniable rape deserves the death penalty, even if they're not married. But I'm going to explain a little bit later why this subject is actually a little bit more complicated than people are making it, and why the Bible may actually be saying these type of things. And so I'll explain that in a little bit. But so Numbers chapter 5 talks about the bitter water ordeal. If a woman is suspected of adultery, then she's supposed to drink bitter water to test if she is adulterous or not. Now, the evidence indicates that she was actually taking some type of natural drug that would cause her to have an abortion. So if she was married to this man and she's saying, no, I did not have sex with any other man, so I am not pregnant. So then the man could say, well, if you're not pregnant, then take this drug that will cause you to have an abortion. If you're telling the truth and you didn't sleep with another man, then there won't be an abortion. But if you did sleep with someone else, then that means you're pregnant by someone else, and therefore, if you take this and you abort, then that means you cheated on me. The judges oversee this, and they basically, in Numbers chapter 5, it is believed the man basically makes an oath to the priest saying that he did not sleep with his wife, but it's an oath, so they can't take it as proof that she's guilty. They're taking it on his word alone. So the penalty in Numbers chapter 5, he can divorce her, I think it says, but it doesn't say that she should be put to death. But she's considered guilty the appearance is that she's guilty if she aborts a child because of this. And that's because the man is saying that he and his wife did not have sex recently, so there's no way she could be pregnant with his child. So if she gives birth to a child through a miscarriage due to this drug that's being given, then that means she cheated and slept with another man. That's what this whole ordeal is for chapter 5. But so anyway, Code of Hammurabi has a similar ordeal, but it's not abortion. Instead, they do it more magical. It's called trial by ordeal, where they basically believe that God would intervene. If they were guilty, they would die. But if they were innocent, they would not die. God would save them. So here it says, if a man bring a charge against one's wife, but she is not surprised with another man, she must take an oath, and then they may return to her house. If the finger is pointed at a man's wife about another man, but she is not caught sleeping with the other man, she shall jump into the river for her husband. So trial by ordeal is what it's called. And that occurred throughout history, even into early modern times, where they were still doing this for the Salem witch trials and things like that. But this concept is clearly fallacious because God doesn't always intervene. But it's a similar idea. But so when people read Numbers chapter 5, it sounds like trial by ordeal, because the way it's worded, it makes it sound like drink this bitter water, and magically, if she's guilty, then she will be harmed. But if she's innocent, then magically she will not be harmed. Or not magically, this is like a magical thing people think when they read Numbers chapter 5. So if she's innocent, nothing will happen to her. But if she's guilty, then by magic, she will be harmed. But this doesn't make sense because we have to assume that God would intervene in every case. But the law was given so that it could be done without God's intervention. So the interpretation that I gave earlier, that it's actually saying abortion, you're doing this as a test to see if they are pregnant or not. And if they're pregnant, that means one of them is lying. If she's pregnant and then she aborts, that means the man was lying or the woman was lying. So that is a way to test to see if someone's lying. And that's what the law commands here. But later people thought that this was a trial by ordeal. So that's why you see this in Code of Hammurabi, where it's trial by ordeal, jumping into the river. So now, story of David and his wife Michal. Basically what happens is Saul gives his daughter Michal as a wife to David. Then Saul tries to kill David, so David flees. He tells his wife Michal to help him escape. She helps him escape. Saul's angry, and so when David flees, he then gives David's wife Michal to another man as wife. Now, according to the law of Moses, Deuteronomy, it says if a man divorces his wife, she marries another man, and then that later man divorces her or dies, she cannot return to her former husband. That would be an abomination. It says in the law of Moses, Deuteronomy. But in the case of David, he didn't divorce Michal. He simply had to run away to save his own life. So what happens there when he's missing in action? Abandonment, essentially. So is she free to remarry? She remarries because her dad, Saul, gives her to another guy. But then David comes back and he takes her back as his own wife. Is this morally acceptable? According to the Code of Hammurabi, it is, and I believe that because David did this, it reinforces that Code of Hammurabi is right, and that if a man comes back, he is allowed to take his wife back. That is his right. So let's see what Code of Hammurabi says. If anyone be captured in war, and there is not sustenance in his house, if then his wife go to another house, this woman shall be held blameless. If a man be taken prisoner in war, and there be no sustenance in his house, and his wife go to another house and bear children, and if later her husband return and come to his home, then this wife shall return to her husband, but the children follow their father. So if Michal had children with the other guy that she married, and then David came back, those other children belong to that other guy, but Michal is obligated to come back to David. And that's what we see. David was a man after God's own heart, and yet he took Michal back. Was that morally acceptable? Code of Hammurabi says yes, it was. Therefore, since David was a righteous man and agrees with the Babylonian morality, which law of Moses generally agrees with, we can conclude that this is a law, and David followed that law. So this is what I was talking about earlier, when a man takes, if he divorces his wife and then she gets divorced, or her husband dies, her second husband dies, then she can't go back to the first one. So when a man takes a wife and marries her, Deuteronomy 24, and it happens that she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some uncleanness in her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce, puts it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, when she has departed from his house and goes and becomes another man's wife, if the latter husband detests her and writes her a certificate of divorce, puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies who took her as his wife, then her former husband who divorced her must not take her back to be his wife after she has been defiled. For that is an abomination before the Lord. And you shall not bring sin on the land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. So in the New Testament, it says, if you divorce your spouse and she remarries, that's adultery. Basically, it's using the same language. It's abomination. So the whole idea is divorce and remarriage is considered abomination, so that it's so bad that if she remarries another guy, she cannot return to the first husband, because that would be wicked. It would be so abominable, because remarriage is so... Remarriage disrespects the first marriage so much that if she remarries, it would be highly disrespectful for her to come back, because that's how disrespectful remarriage is to the first marriage. It desecrates the first marriage completely. So to return to the first marriage after the second marriage would be like a slap on the face of the first husband. It would be highly disrespectful and a desecration of the sacredness of marriage and the oath that you make. So if you violate your oath, your marriage oath, by divorcing, and then you then go on to marry someone else, you have no right to go back to the first one. That would be highly desecrating, disrespecting the sanctity of marriage, is what it's saying in the Law of Moses, as well as the New Testament. So now let's take a look here. Code of Hammurabi. If anyone leave his house, run away, and then his wife go to another house, if then he return and wishes to take his wife back, because he fled from his home and ran away, the wife of this runaway shall not return to her husband. If a man's wife who lives in his house wishes to leave it, plunges into debt, tries to ruin her house, neglects her husband, and is judicially convicted, if her husband offer her release, she may go on her way, and he gives her nothing as a gift of release. If her husband does not wish to release her, and if he take another wife, she shall remain as servant in her husband's house. So some similarities here. Husband can put away a wife, but a wife cannot put away a husband in the Law of Moses. You never see in the Law of Moses a woman can give her husband a certificate of divorce. It's always the husband. And then in Romans 7, you have the same thing. Paul says that a wife, is only freed when her husband dies. Paul's logic doesn't make sense if a woman can just simply divorce her husband. The very fact that she has to wait till her husband dies in order to be freed to be married. In Paul's analogy, she has to be free from sin, her husband's sin, to be married to Christ, her new husband. In order to be married to her new husband, Christ, or the Messiah, her first husband has to die. Her first husband is sin. So once her first husband dies, then she's free to remarry. But if the idea that a woman can just divorce her husband as much when she wants, then she doesn't have to wait for her husband to die. She can simply divorce her husband sin and be allowed to remarry. But Paul's whole argument is on the basis that sin has to die first. Only then can you remarry to righteousness. So the same logic is being applied in the Law of Moses, where a husband can put away his wife with a certificate of divorce, but a wife cannot. Code of Hammurabi says the same thing. If a husband leaves her husband, he's supposed to divorce her. But if he abandons her, she's free to remarry, because by abandoning her, he's basically divorcing her. But nowhere in the Code of Hammurabi is a woman allowed to leave of her own initiative and marry another man. Similarly, interestingly, concubines are allowed in the Bible, but polygyny is forbidden. Polygyny means a man having more than one wife. Now, there's some dispute about this. Some people believe that the Bible allows for more than one wife, but the evidence indicates that it's actually not the case, and that David was in the wrong about this, because in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have evidence in the Dead Sea Scrolls that polygyny is immoral, and that David did wrong when he did that, but that it was a sin of ignorance on David's part, the Dead Sea Scrolls says. Also, in the Law of Moses found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it has a longer version which explicitly condemns what David did, and it says that kings are not to have more than one wife. So David broke the Law of Moses by having more than one wife, but he didn't know the full extent of the law according to the Dead Sea Scrolls. The New Testament condemns polygyny as well, because it says, if a man divorces his wife and remarries another woman, he has committed adultery. It wouldn't be adultery if he divorces his wife and remarries, because if a man could have more than one wife, then there's nothing wrong with him divorcing his wife, remarrying, and then getting his old wife back. If a man can have more than one wife, he could divorce his wife, marry a second wife, and then say, you know what, I want my first wife back. There'd be no problem with that. But Yeshua says that's adultery. That's a desecration of marriage, he says, to do that. So the very fact that a man cannot remarry and then also have his first wife again at the same time indicates that why would a man divorce his wife in order to remarry if he can have more than one wife? Doesn't make sense. The very fact Yeshua is saying, do not divorce and remarry because that's adultery, indicates that Yeshua was opposed to polygamy, having more than one wife. He also said the principle of nature in the ark, 2 and 2, and so it was not so in the beginning of creation. He says when he's talking about marriage with Pharisees. So Yeshua's position was that what God has separated, let no man separate. If man and woman one, they became one. Not man and tons of other women, but man and woman one. And so this is taught throughout the New Testament, especially. And the Pharisees understood this because their reaction was, if this is the case, if what you're saying is true, it's better not even to get married. If Yeshua agreed with polygamy, but simply said, you can't divorce your wife. If you want a new wife, you can remarry as much as you want. You just have to you can't divorce the first wife and remarry. That's adultery. But if you don't divorce her, you keep her and then you remarry, but keep your first wife. That's not adultery. Then the Pharisees wouldn't have said. They wouldn't have said, if that's the case, it's better not even to get married, because think about it. Why would they say it's better not to get married if Yeshua is saying you could have as many wives as you want, or you can have more than one wife? The whole point Yeshua was making was you're stuck for life with who you marry. If you marry someone, you have to stay with them till you die. And if you divorce them and then in order to marry someone else, unless it's for a capital offense, it says in Gospel of Matthew, it says except for sexual immorality. So there's an argument to say that Yeshua did make exception for remarriage if it involved adultery or things like that. But so if you remarry, then that's adultery, Yeshua said. So if it was the case that, so I can't divorce her in order to remarry someone else, like let's say you're married to a woman and you see this beautiful woman walking by and you want her as a wife. People who believe Yeshua agreed with polygamy, they would basically say, well, it's wrong to divorce my wife in order to marry that woman because that would be adultery. However, it's not adultery if I keep my first wife but simply take her as a new wife. That's not adultery. I take this new woman as my second wife, and now, there's a third wife. I like her too. Let me have her. And you can have as many women as you want as additional wives. Islam says 4 wives. So maybe you give a limit. Maybe you say you can't have as many as you want, but you can have more than one. So you can have a good number of them, but not too many. As long as you don't have too many wives, it's not a sin. That's what some people believe. Some Messianics, some Christians believe that. If that's true, then what Yeshua said is not reconcilable with it, because Yeshua explicitly said, what he said, and then the people reacted. They knew what he meant, and they reacted and said, if what you're saying is true, it's better not even to get married. That only makes sense if he's saying, once you get married, you're stuck with them. Unless they commit a capital crime, they're unfaithful, then you have to stick with them until death. So they said, that's too burdensome. If that's true, then if we can't divorce them for any reason, the Pharisees believe you could divorce for any reason. Yeshua said, no, you can't divorce for any reason, only for a capital crime like adultery or worshiping other gods. But you can't divorce for like some people say you can divorce because they burned your toast, according to the rabbis. No, that's wicked. The Dead Sea Scrolls condemn this. They have a very high value of marriage and divorce. Do not divorce unless they committed a heinous crime. And if you remarry when they didn't commit a heinous crime, then you have defiled your marriage oath, and you basically are committing adultery by doing that. So Yeshua clearly did not approve of polygamy. However, I believe Yeshua agreed with concubine, the concept of concubine, and in all the Old Testament, there's a clear distinction between concubine and multiple wives. Concubine was only to have children when the wife could not have children or was not able to have children for whatever reason. So all throughout, every time you see concubines, it's always in the stories of the Bible, always because they need to have more than one. They need to have children, and the wife can't have children. And some people point to Jacob and say, well, he had more than one wife. But there's evidence that Jacob didn't treat Rebecca as his wife. Excuse me, not Rebecca. Leah as his wife. He treated Rachel as his wife. And because of this, God was angry. And he punished Jacob as a curse for God punishes as a curse when you're doing something wrong, according to the law of Moses. When you're doing something right, he blesses you. So Jacob got cursed when what he did with Rachel and Leah, because he was not loving Leah as she deserved. Leah was his true wife because he married her first. And when he married Rachel and basically abandoned Leah. And because of this, Rachel did not have any children in the beginning. She was barren for such a long time. And barrenness is a punishment from God when it's early on. And Rachel was not able to have children. And then finally she was able to have children, but that was only because Leah was disrespectful later on when she sold when she did the mandrakes thing. She basically when she went to Rachel, she asked for permission to sleep with Jacob, and then she paid Rachel mandrakes in order to sleep with Jacob. Now this reinforces the idea that Jacob did not treat her as a wife, because if Jacob considered both of them his wife, then why would Leah feel the need to go to Rachel and say, please let me sleep with Jacob? Because Jacob, if he was married to both of them, he was the husband, so he could have said, all right, today I'm sleeping with Rachel. And Leah said, no, I don't want that. And then Jacob would have said, too bad, I want to. And then the next day, okay, now I'm gonna sleep with Rachel. Because think about it. What man, if he believes he can sleep with multiple people, why wouldn't he? If he has two wives and they were both beautiful, Leah was not as beautiful, but she was beautiful too. So if someone believes they can do it, why wouldn't he? It's the same thing with food. If you have a lot of food you can eat, you might have a favorite food, but that doesn't mean you're always going to eat that favorite food. Sometimes there's other food that you might enjoy occasionally. Not saying that to be crude, but I'm just saying, if someone is married to two women and thinks he can sleep with them whenever he wants to, then he will. Solomon had 1,000 women that he had. I believe it was 700 wives and 300 concubines. That's a lot of women that he had. Are you gonna? Some people believe that Solomon only had a few children with one woman, and then he didn't have any other children. That's impossible to believe. He had 1,000 wives. He probably slept with a lot of them and had a lot of children that we don't know about. Tons of children. You probably heard of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan had so many children. It's probably something similar with Solomon. So, people say Solomon was a very wise man and he was blessed by God in the beginning, that he had multiple wives. Well, the scripture is clear that Solomon was in rebellion in his later life, and Solomon, what he did was against the law. He multiplied wives, which the law condemns in Deuteronomy 17. So Solomon is not a good example to follow. And the fact that Jacob did not treat Leah as his wife, but basically Leah went into Jacob and said, Rachel gave me permission. I bought it from Rachel for tonight, so you have to sleep with me instead of her. So basically Leah took on the role as a concubine. She was the true wife, but she was being treated by Jacob as a concubine. So then God basically revealed that Rachel was not a true wife. Leah was. And so eventually, because Leah did that, God was angry that she admitted, or basically conceded with Rachel that Rachel was the true wife. By agreeing to pay Rachel, she was implying that Rachel was the true wife. So Leah was denying the truth, and God was angry with that. And it says in Genesis and in the testaments of the 12 patriarchs, it says that was why God allowed Rachel to have two children, because the two mandrakes were given, and And God had mercy on Rachel for that reason, so she could have 2 children, due to what Leah did by selling her the 2 mandrakes. But God was still angry with the whole situation, so Rachel died in childbirth. So this is not a indication of a blessing from God. God did not bless polygamy with Jacob. He clearly showed polygamy is forbidden when he was cursing this. But the concubine thing is never condemned in the Bible. Abraham had Hagar, but God didn't say to him, "Why did you take a concubine? That's a sin." No, he said, "You didn't have faith that I would give you and Sarah a son. But have faith. This promise I made to you will not be fulfilled in that way. It will be fulfilled through your Sarah by literal flesh, and not through someone else." So, but Abraham was never condemned for having the concubine. And then all throughout Scripture, we see concubines, but again, never condemned. But polygamy, on the other hand, is condemned, including a lot in the New Testament Apocrypha. New Testament Apocrypha condemns polygamy. So anyway, that was a long tangent, but I wanted to explain how the Scriptures endorse concubine, but not polygamy. So the parallel in the Code of Hammurabi, if a man take a wife, and this woman give her husband a maidservant, and she bear him children, but this man wishes to take another wife, this shall not be permitted to him. He shall not take a second wife. If a man take a wife, and she bear him no children, and he intend to take another wife, if he take this second wife and bring her into this house, the second wife shall not be allowed equality with his wife. If a man take a wife, oh, by the way, the word for wife is the same word for woman, at least in Hebrew. So it's possible the translation isn't necessarily accurate. So instead, if it said, if you take this second wife, it might have said, if you take the second woman. But anyways, we'll go with wife for the translation. Bring her into this house. The second wife shall not be allowed equality. Okay, if a man take a wife, and she give this man a maidservant as wife, and she bear him children, and then this maid assume equality with the wife, because she has borne him children, her master shall not sell her for money, but he may keep her as a slave, reckoning her among the maidservants. If she have not borne him children, then her mistress may sell her for money. If a man take a wife, and she be seized by a disease, if he then desire to take a second wife, he shall not put away his wife who has been attacked by disease, but he shall keep her in the house which he has built, and support her so long as she lives. If this woman does not wish to remain in her husband's house, then he shall compensate her for the dowry that she brought with her from her father's house, and she may go. So in the Code of Hammurabi, polygamy is forbidden, but concubine is permitted. Same thing we see in the Bible. Exodus 22. If a man entices a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall surely pay the bride price for her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money according to the bride price of virgins. If anyone who has brought chattels into his father-in-law's house and has paid the purchase money, looks for another wife and says to his father-in-law, "I do not want your daughter," the girl's father may keep all that he had brought. If a man bring chattels into the house of his father-in-law and pay the purchase price, if then the father of the girl say, "I will not give you my daughter," he shall give him back all that he brought with him. So this basically says the father has the right to override what the man wants and can forbid him from marrying his daughter. And there's the bride price, same thing, bride price, where the man has to pay money for the right to marry the man's daughter. This is basically like an arranged marriage type of thing, and the Bible endorses it, that the father has the right over his daughter of who his daughter marries. So in modern times, a daughter can marry whoever she wants against her father's wishes. This, however, is wicked, goes against what the Bible says. At the very least, it just doesn't agree with what the Bible says. So Christians who believe that, they're going blatantly against what the Bible says. But again, Code of Hammurabi agrees with the concept of arranged marriage in the Bible. It's what the Bible teaches. So continuing with Code of Hammurabi, if a man bring chattels into his father-in-law's house and pay the purchase price, if then his friends slander him and his father-in-law say to the young husband, "You shall not marry my daughter," then he shall give back to him undiminished all that he has brought with him, but his wife shall not be married to the friend. Again, kind of similar thing. And also, I actually like that law a lot. I think it's an interesting law. So, let me just drink some water. The man who commits adultery with another man's wife, Leviticus 20, he who commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. If a man's wife be surprised with another man, both shall be tied and thrown into the water. But the husband may pardon his wife and the king his slaves. Elsewhere it says, by the way, in the Code of Hammurabi, if the husband pardons his wife, then the man is also pardoned. Whatever he wants done to the man must also be done to his wife. Whatever he wants done to his wife must be done to his man. So he can pardon his own wife, but that means the man is also pardoned. But so we have here the death penalty for adultery, the same penalty. Now, modern people, people say, well, that's barbaric, putting to death people who commit adultery. But guess what? There's so many crimes in modern times where men who find out that their wife cheated on them commit crimes of passion, where they kill their wife or they kill the man. That's a major problem in our society. A lot of murders are done because of adultery being committed. What this tells us is that there is a natural tendency of people to want to kill the person who committed adultery with their wife. It's inherent. It's a natural urge, the desire. The adultery is so evil that it deserves death penalty according to the Bible, and that's why it's such a natural thing to feel that's why so many people go ahead and kill the cheaters in modern times and commit these crimes because they are so angry and so hate-filled at what had done, so betrayed, so violated by what has happened. And this feeling that people have is not just a feeling, it's based on truth, because the Bible is truth, and the Bible says put to death adulterers. That's why people feel so hate-filled and angry towards someone who committed adultery with their spouse, because that's how they should feel. According to the law, that's how they should feel. So, but again, if you go with modern morality, you just got to let them do whatever they want. If they cheat on you, then too bad, sorry, but there's no punishment for them. You just have to give a slap on the wrist. They maybe have to pay a little bit of some money as a fine, but otherwise, they can do it cheating as much as they want, no problem in modern morality. That's clearly unjust. Ask anyone who has been cheated on and who has been hurt by it. They'll know that that's an unjust thing. So the Bible is the clear. If you're going to go by modern morality, you should be putting adulterers in jail. Give them jail time. But they're not even given jail time. They are given a free pass, and that's disgusting, honestly. So modern morality is the one that's sick, not the Bible, for giving a pass for adulterers like this. That's horrible. Horrific. So anyway, if the man who lies with his father's wife has covered his father's nakedness, both of them shall uncover his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. If anyone be guilty of incest with his mother after his father, both shall be burned. If anyone be surprised after his father with his chief wife, who was born children, he shall be driven out of his father's house. So the Code of Hammurabi makes a distinction where if a man sleeps with his own mother, it's death penalty. But if a man sleeps with a woman that has been with his father, then it's not a death penalty. It's just exile. But in the law of Moses, that distinction is not made. In fact, it states specifically if you have sex with your father, someone that your wife, that your father also had sex with, then you're to be put to death because that's evil. So this is supported in Jubilees as well as Genesis, where basically Reuben saw one of Jacob's concubines. He slept with her. And because of this, Jacob could not sleep with that concubine ever again, it says in Genesis. He did not touch her again after that happened. And the law, Jubilees, basically tells us that it's now for it. Let's put you in a scenario. Let's say you're married. Let's say you're married to an amazing wife. You love her so much. You're like best friends. You love each other. Then you have a child together, and then your child rapes his own mother, or if it's a stepmother, okay? But in either case, according to the law, once that happens, if she's been raped, the father is not allowed to sleep with her anymore because she's been defiled by the son. Why? Because the law says not only can a man not sleep with his father's wife, but a man cannot sleep with his son's wife. So unfortunately, the way it works is the father cannot sleep with a woman that his son has slept with. But if the son has slept with a woman that his father has slept with, then that means the son has slept with someone, and therefore the father cannot sleep with that same person because he would be breaking the law that says the father cannot sleep with someone that his son has been with. So unfortunately, it doesn't seem fair, but the law says that if your wife is defiled by your son, you cannot be with her anymore. You cannot sleep with her ever again. So because it would be considered completely abominable for two men who are related that close to both sleep with the same woman. So for you to keep sleeping with your wife when your son has defiled her would be a desecration because you both had her, so now you cannot have her anymore. That's what the law of Moses tells us. But anyway, so if a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have committed perversion, their blood shall be upon them. If a man betroth a girl to his son, and his son have intercourse with her, but he afterward defile her and be bound and cast into the water. Code of Hammurabi. If a man marries a woman and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burned with fire, both he and they, that there may be no wickedness among you. Code of Hammurabi. If a man be guilty of incest with his daughter, he shall be driven from the place. Again, if you sleep with your own daughter, it's a woman and her mother. So, okay. So now, Deuteronomy 21. If a man has two wives, one loved and the other unloved, and they have borne him children, both the loved and the unloved, and if the firstborn son is of her who is unloved, then it shall be on the day he bequeaths his possessions to his sons, that he must not bestow firstborn status on the son of the loved wife in preference to the son of the unloved, the true firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the unloved wife as the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he has. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. So some people interpret this and say, see, this is evidence of polygamy if a man has two wives. But according to the Code of Hammurabi, it's not two wives at the same time. It's one wife first and another wife after. So we'll look at Code of Hammurabi. If a man give to one of his sons, whom he prefers, a field, garden, and house, and a deed therefor, if later the father die, and the brothers divide the estate, then they shall first give him the present of his father, and he shall accept it, and the rest of the paternal property shall they divide. If a man marry a wife, and she bear him children, if this wife die, and he then take another wife, and she bear him children, if then the father die, the sons must not partition the estate according to the mothers. They shall divide the dowries of their mothers only in this way. The paternal estate they shall divide equally with one another. So this is very similar, but it says two wives. It's not two wives at the same time. If a man marries a woman and she dies and he takes another wife, he must treat the firstborn correctly. So if a man has a stubborn and rebellious son, this is, what is this? Deuteronomy 21. If a man has a... Oh, and by the way, what's also very striking is that in the Code of Hammurabi, these laws are the same place where the Deuteronomy is. So watch. Deuteronomy 21, if a man has two wives, the inheritance. Directly after, it starts going into a rebellious and stubborn son. In the Code of Hammurabi, you have the inheritance and the two wives, directly followed by, look, 165, section 165, section 167. Now watch what follows right after, section 168 and 169, which is about a stubborn and rebellious son. So let's check it out. First, the Deuteronomy. If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and who, when they have chastened him, will not heed them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him, and bring him out to the elders of his city, to the gate of his city. And they shall say to the elders of his city, This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall put away the evil from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. So here we have Code of Hammurabi. If a man wish to put his son out of his house and declare before the judges, I want to put my son out, then the judge shall examine into his reasons. If the son be guilty of no great fault, for which he can be rightfully put out, the father shall not put him out. If he be guilty of a grave fault, which should rightfully deprive him of the filial relationship, the father shall forgive him the first time. But if he be guilty of a grave fault a second time, the father may deprive his son of all filial relation. So this says death penalty. Here, this is not death penalty, but they lose all rights of family. He no longer is his son. He ceases to be his son. So the Bible is even more harsh and strict than the Code of Hammurabi in that it gives more death penalty than the Code of Hammurabi does. But here is striking similarities, indicating that the Bible was heavily influenced by the Babylonian laws. It's so clear. So many of these things are intentionally copying what the Babylonian laws say. They're too similar to be coincidence. So now, I believe this is some Assyrian laws. So now, instead of Code of Hammurabi, this is a few things from Assyrian laws. And we're near the end of this document. Whoops. So Deuteronomy 25. If two men fight together, and the wife of one draws near to rescue her husband from the hand of the one attacking him, and puts out her hand and seizes him by the genitals, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall not pity her. Assyrian law, if a woman in a quarrel injure the testicle of a man, one of her fingers they shall cut off. And if a physician bind it up, and the other testicle which is beside it be infected thereby, or take harm, or in a quarrel she injure the other testicle, they shall destroy both of her. And then they translate it as eyes, but I don't think that's a valid. I don't think it said eyes. I think it's something else, but we don't know what it said. But so here, this sounds barbaric, right? Why are you cutting off her hand when she does this? That's not fair. That's not eye for an eye. But here's what I believe. So the word for hand in Hebrew usually is yad, but there's a different word used here in Deuteronomy 25. That's the word for kaf. And generally it means palm, not hand. It's palm, not hand. So I believe this is a euphemism, because elsewhere in Hebrew, including in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the word for hand is used for the male genital as like a euphemism. His hand is considered his penis. Whereas so using that language, now this is the thing, you could look it up and see Hebrew hand euphemism, and it's going to show you places in Hebrew literature, including potentially in the Bible, where the word hand is used as a euphemism to refer to the male body part. But so if that's the case, there's probably a similar euphemism for a woman, right? So I believe the word here is palm, and it means not hand, and it's referring to a woman's palm, not the palm of her hand. I think it's referring to the palm of her genitals. So basically, if a woman injures the genitals of a man, then her genitals are to be injured, is what it's saying. Harm her genitals. If the woman harms a man's genitals, then her genitals are to be harmed. So again, it's not cut off her hand, it's cut or pierce. So, or mutilate, basically. So if a woman mutilates a man's genitals, then her genitals are to be mutilated. Now that sounds harsh too, but at least it's in the principle of an eye for an eye. Not cutting off someone's hand because they did it. That doesn't make sense. But so here we see one of her fingers they shall cut off. To me, I think instead of finger, it's talking about something else. It's talking about part of the woman's genitalia that it's going to cut off. So I believe, but regardless of how you interpret it, it's clear that this is a striking parallel because it talks about hand and here's finger. So, and it's talking about the genitals. Like, this is a very specific thing. So it's clear that this is the same exact law. In the Code of, in the Assyrian law, the head of the house can kill a murderer, and you have the same concept in the law of Moses, the blood avenger. If your loved one is murdered, you can avenge them yourself. You don't have to wait for the judges. You can avenge them yourself. Blood avenging. And this falls in line again. Remember what I said earlier about, people naturally when they're cheated on with adultery, they start thinking homicidal thoughts by nature, because it's so natural because you know that person deserves death, just like the law says. It's a natural feeling. You just intuitively know and feel like they deserve to die for what they did to you, because the law is written in our hearts. So people who commit murders like this, it's because the law was written in their heart, and the law said to them that they deserve to die. That's how evil what they did was, cheating on them. In the same way, if someone murders one of your loved ones, that same homicidal impulse is in people. So many murders, or what's being called as murders by society, is because people murder someone who murdered one of their loved ones. This happens a lot in society, and that's because the urge to kill them is so strong, because the law is written in their hearts, and the law says that murderers are to be killed. They deserve to die. That is so ingrained in our minds that people have this natural urge to want justice. When the law is not giving them justice, they want to put to death the person that killed them. So they have the law written in their hearts when they're doing that. Deuteronomy 25. If there is a dispute between men, and they come to court that they may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. Then it shall be, if the wicked man deserves to be beaten, that the judge will cause him to lie down and be beaten in his presence, according to his guilt, with a certain number of blows. 40 blows he may give him, and no more, lest he should exceed this and beat him with many blows above these, and your brother be humiliated in your sight. If a man says to his comrade, this is Assyrian law, either in private or in public quarrel, everyone has sex with your wife, and further I can prove the charges, but he is unable to prove the charges and does not prove the charges, they shall strike that man 40 blows with rods. He shall perform the king's service for 1 full month. They shall cut off his hair. Moreover, he shall pay 3,600 shekels of lead. So we have the 40 blows here. Now, elsewhere in the Assyrian laws, they receive even more than 40 blows for different crimes. But the fact it says 40 blows for this seems like a very interesting parallel here. Okay, Exodus 21 says that if a man sells his daughter to another man as a maidservant, the man can give her a husband. The book of Jubilees says that if the father is not alive, the oldest brother has the say in who their sister marries. That's actually said in Jubilees. So, and in Assyrian laws, it says if a man sells his daughter to another man as a maidservant, the man can give her a husband, but only with permission of her father, or if the father is dead, the brother. So Assyrian says the same thing, Assyrian laws. Let's see. If brothers dwell together and one of them dies, this is Deuteronomy 25, and has no son, the widow of the dead man shall not be married to a stranger outside the family. Her husband's brother shall go in to her, take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And it shall be that the firstborn son which she bears will succeed to the name of his dead brother, that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. Assyrian law. If a father should bring the ceremonial marriage presentation and present it to the house of his son's father-in-law, and the woman is not yet given to his son, and another son of his, whose wife is residing in her own father's house, dies, he shall give the wife of his deceased son into the protection of the household of his second son, to whose father-in-law's house he has presented it. If the master of the daughter, who is receiving the bridal gift, decides not to agree to give his daughter, if the father who presented the bridal gift so pleases, he shall take his daughter-in-law and give her in marriage to his son. And if he so pleases, so much as he presented, lead, silver, gold, and anything not edible, he shall take back in the quantities originally given. He shall have no claim to anything edible. So something similar is also said for if the wife dies, he can marry one of her sisters. And then it says in the Assyrian laws, if a man either pours oil on her head or brings for the banquet, the son to whom he has assigned the wife either dies or flees, he shall give her in marriage to whichever of his remaining sons he wishes, from the oldest to the youngest, of at least 10 years of age. If the father is dead and the son whom he assigned the wife is also dead, a son of the deceased son who is at least 10 years old shall marry her. If the sons of the dead if the sons of the son are less than 10 years old, if the father of the daughter wishes, he shall give his, but if he wishes, he shall make a full and equal return. If there is no son, he shall return as much as he received, precious stones or anything not edible in its full amount, but he shall not return anything edible. So strikingly similar to what this is, where a widow is supposed to marry her brother, the brother of her dead husband. Same exact thing, slight differences, but just basically the same thing in the Assyrian laws. 1 Corinthians 11 and Apostolic Constitutions say that women are supposed to be wearing veils. Apostolic Constitution says women are to be wearing veils when they're in public. Apostolic Constitution claims to be written by the apostles themselves. And in 1 Corinthians 11, Paul famously or infamously says that women are not to be uncovered. They are to have long hair. If they are not covered, then they should shave their heads. But if they consider shaved heads to be shameful, then they are to wear a covering. And nature teaches you, he says, that women are supposed to have long hair and it to be covered. Well, for the Assyrians, in the Assyrian laws, they have laws specifically saying Assyrian women are to be veiled when they go out in public, unless they are a priestess, or a servant, in which case they're not to be veiled. But all other women are required to be veiled in the Assyrian laws. So that agrees with Paul and the Apostolic Constitutions. But look at the law of Moses itself. Numbers 5:18, it says, "Then the priest shall stand the woman before the Lord, uncover the woman's head, and put the offering for remembering in her hands, which is the grain offering of jealousy." So this is when the woman's being accused of infidelity. She has to take the bitter water test. So the problem is that it says she has to uncover her head's to be uncovered. Why? It's assuming that her head's being covered in the first place. So basically, the law of Moses assumes by default that a woman has to have her head covered, because if her head is not usually covered, then why is the law commanding her head to be uncovered? It's commanding to be uncovered because married women are supposed to have their heads covered. It's possible that the law made a distinction originally between unmarried women and married women, where an unmarried woman did not have to have her head covered because that signified that she was available. But then once she's married, her head's supposed to be covered. That might be what the original thing in the law says. So when the woman is being judged for potentially committing adultery, her head's being uncovered because it's a symbol that she is no. Remember, Paul says that a covering is symbolic of a man being head over her or whatever. So when uncovering her head is symbolic to say that that she may have desecrated her husband's authority. Well, that's why that's happening there. So similar abortion laws in Exodus 21, which we read through before earlier, and crucifixion is a punishment for some crimes according to Deuteronomy. So now we see in the Assyrian law, if a man strikes a pregnant woman, thereby causing an abortion, he will only pay a fine unless the woman's husband had no other sons, in which case the man who hit her was to be killed. If a woman aborts her own child, she is to be crucified and not buried. If people assisted her in the abortion, they are also to be punished. And then it breaks off, but we don't know what it says, but it they probably were also to be killed, but we don't know for sure because it breaks off the fragment there. But in either case, we're seeing that on the one hand, it says abortion, if a man injures a woman and she miscarries, then it's only a fine. It's only a fine. But if a woman intentionally kills her own child, then it's a death penalty. So a lot of people who are pro-abortion, a lot of evil people in modern times are pro-abortion. So pro-abortion that they actively encourage it, and they are against the Bible. They say that the Bible is wrong for opposing abortion. But there's some people who try to say that the Bible endorses abortion, and they go to a few verses where it does support abortion, but not in the way they think. So modern times, abortion can be done for whatever reason you want. It's not a sin at all. A woman could do it whenever she wants. In the Bible, abortion was only done if there's heinous crime involved. So, for example, so first of all, understand the concept of the death penalty. So, according to the law, if a woman commits a capital crime, she's to be put to death. There's no concern of whether she had a child or not if she was pregnant. If she's pregnant but she committed a murder, she's to be put to death. The child's going to die too in her womb, but it's an acceptable abortion because the woman's so evil, she must be killed, and her child is to be killed along with her for that reason in her womb. You don't have to wait until she gives birth to the child. The death penalty takes precedence. She deserves to die. Therefore, if she has a child, it's going to be aborted, unfortunately. Then you have the adultery, where in Numbers it says a husband who suspects his wife of adultery can basically force his wife to get an abortion in front of the judges to prove if she's pregnant or not. And if she's pregnant, then the assumption is that she was cheating on him, unless, of course, she's lying. But the judges don't decide. They don't punish the woman and kill her. They basically leave it up to God whether she was guilty or not. But the man is satisfied because inheritance and bloodline is very important in the law. Therefore, if a woman secretly has another man's child, then that messes up the man's bloodline, and his whole line of heritage and everything is destroyed when his bloodline's been polluted like that. So in order to help prevent that, a man, if he suspects that his wife had another child, had a child with another man, or is pregnant with another man, he can force an abortion for that reason. Now, the law doesn't say this, but I do believe that the woman could try to prove that that she and her husband were intimate with each other. And if she can prove that, then I don't think the husband has a right to force her to go through with it. But in the way the Bible reads, if the husband is suspicious that she was with another man, he can force her to take something that will cause an abortion if she is pregnant. That's Numbers. So does that mean now that abortion is okay no matter what? No. And then some people point to Exodus, which says if someone's harmed, if a pregnant woman's harmed, then there's only a fine. But according to the Assyrian laws, if someone's pregnant and the baby dies, it's only a fine because it was unintentional. But then it says if a woman intentionally kills her own child, aborts her own child, then it's a death penalty. So the Assyrian laws is distinguished between accident, where someone attacks a woman, not trying to kill the baby, and the baby dies unintentionally by a second-degree circumstance, versus the woman intentionally seeking out the abortion and causing it with the purpose of killing the child. That's a death penalty according to the Assyrian. And I believe the same is the case for the law of Moses, because in we actually see something in the Septuagint version of Exodus where it seems to indicate that in the first 2 trimesters, if the fetus is aborted, it's only a fine. But if it's in the final trimester, then it's a death penalty. So, and then there's actually apocryphal texts which equate abortion with murder, and that would be the Didache. It's an apocryphal document called the Didache. It says that abortion is wicked, and a woman who does that has committed evil and is a murderer. Then you have the Epistle of Barnabas. It says the same exact thing. The Apostolic Constitutions says the same exact thing. And then you have the Apocalypse of Peter, which is in the Ethiopian Bible. And the Apocalypse of Peter says that woman, like basically Peter is shown the blessings, the rewards of righteousness after. Remember the Transfiguration, where a vision is shown and they see Elijah and Moses? It's a very strange story in the Gospels, but we're not told more information about it in the New Testament. What happened there? They saw a vision, but what happened? Why were Moses and Elijah there? Why? We don't know in the New Testament, but in the extra books, the Apocrypha, in the Ethiopian Bible, we have the rest of the story. What did they see? Why was Elijah and Moses there? Why? Because they had a vision, and Elijah and Moses were there for that vision, and the whole vision is shown where basically Peter is shown the future rewards of righteousness and the future punishments of wickedness. And among those punishments for wickedness it goes through and says the people who do this sin will be punished in this way. The people who do this sin will be punished in this way. And so one of the sins that women are going to be punished for is committing abortion for their own child. According to the Apocalypse of Peter, they will be punished for that. So the condemnation of abortion as equivalent to murder occurs in the Assyrian laws, and it occurs in Apocrypha texts. It treats it as murder. So if a man finds a young woman who is a virgin, who is not betrothed, and he seizes her and lies with her, and they are found out, then the man who lays with her shall give to the young woman's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has humbled her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her all his days. If a man entices a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall pay the bride price for her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money according to the bride price of virgins. So this passage in Deuteronomy is considered by many scholars to be saying that if a man rapes a woman, then he's not to be punished. He's only to be fined money, and he's allowed to marry her. But this goes against all. We can't believe this is true. This goes against all inner morality. The law is written on our hearts. This cannot be the case. The law is written on our hearts. This just simply cannot be the case. So we have to go to understand it differently. Or we have to admit that this is not true, and the law of Moses is therefore from man and not of God. That's the only options we have. So, but so when we look here, other translations translate things differently. For example, right here where it says he seizes her, and then right here he has humbled her. Some translations actually say rape. They actually put the word rape in there. So depending on what translation you're using, you could come away with the belief that it's saying that rape is barely punished at all if the woman's not married. But again, we can't come to that conclusion. If we believe the Bible is the word of God, we can't come to that conclusion. But now we take a look at the Assyrian laws to see the similar concept. If a man's unbetrothed daughter is raped, he can rape the wife of the man who raped his daughter, and his daughter is to go into the man's house unless the father disapproves. I'm summarizing. I think I summarized. Yeah, I summarized that, I think. Regardless, the man must pay a fine for it. If a man's unbetrothed daughter is seduced, he is likewise to pay a fine for it. So in the Assyrian laws, it does say basically what scholars seem to think, where it even suggests that, now we can't agree with this either, but basically it says, under the eye for an eye principle, if someone rapes your daughter, then you can rape the man's wife. Like that's clearly unrighteous, right? We have to reject that part of the Assyrian law. But it's strikingly similar and parallel to some of this stuff. So you can see why scholars would come to the conclusion that the law does not give really much of a punishment at all for rape of someone who is not married. So here's the thing. Lack of explicit condemnation or death penalty of rape is common to the ancient Near Eastern law codes. The law of Moses does not explicitly condemn or assign the death penalty to rape for some reason. This is one of the biggest objections about the Bible that some atheists and skeptics have, is that it does not clearly condemn rape as a capital crime. It seems to give rape a pass. So debated by scholars whether rape is the focus of the passage in Deuteronomy 22, 28 to 29. Unfortunately, a lot of people are deceived by this and think that the Bible does in fact have a very narrow, very low view of a woman, and that it does not honor women who are raped, who are unmarried. Now, the Bible makes clear that if the woman is betrothed and is raped, then there's a death penalty. But it seems to say, on the surface anyway, that if a woman is raped when she's not married, see, it says, and he seizes her and lies with her, and they are found out, then there's no death penalty. It's just he has to pay a fine, and she shall be his wife because he humbled her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her all his days. Now, something interesting in the 1st and 2nd Samuel is David's son, Absalom, I believe it was, he raped his sister Tamar. But after he raped her, Tamar basically said, no, excuse me, before he raped, wait, what was it? Oh, he was attempting to rape her, and she told him, no, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Instead, just ask David to give me you as your wife, and I will be yours. Now, just clarification, the law says it's a sin to be with your sister, but it does not say it's a sin to be with your stepsister. Or no, not stepsister. Let's see. Is it stepsister? Yeah, basically, if you're not related by blood. So your half-sister is forbidden in the law. Full sister is forbidden in the law. But your stepsister, you have no blood relation. So the law actually doesn't forbid that. You can look in the laws of Moses, and there's no forbidding of that. There's also no forbidding of cousin marriage. So it's not forbidden to marry your cousin either. So, modern times, we have a general feeling that marrying your cousin is gross and weird But in the Bible, it's not the case. In fact, if you go even farther back in time, people married their sisters, and it was considered acceptable in the beginning. And they married their aunts and their nieces. But eventually, when the law of Moses came around, God revealed to us that no longer is it acceptable. Why? Because we know from science that the DNA is too close. It will create birth defects, problems. Therefore, the law condemns being with your sister or your aunt or your niece because they're too close. And if you have children, it's going to lead to birth defects and problems for your children. But you don't have that same problem prior to Moses, before the flood, and people lived much longer. They were healthier. They had stronger DNA. So there was no problem for siblings being married, or your aunts or your niece. There was no problem with that because the DNA was strong. But after the flood, what happened? After the flood, think about this for a second. Before the flood, you had people living to almost 900 years. How? And then what happened after the flood? People started getting shorter and shorter lifespans. Why? This is because I believe that inbreeding, when you inbreed too closely, it creates health problems and leads to genetic defects. So the problem is, when the flood happened, Noah and his family were saved, right? But guess what? Noah and his family barely had anyone to be with outside of their family. So the problem is, so Noah's sons did not intermarry with their siblings, but the grandchildren had to intermarry with their close relatives. Then their kids had to intermarry, close relatives, their kids. So it's close relatives for several generations in a row after the flood, because they were forced to. There were no other people. The flood wiped out everyone on earth except that one family. So now, according to science, if you have one family line and then they intermarry closely, they're more likely to have health problems and genetic defects. So that's why the animals were forced to have, humans were basically forced to have genetic defects by intermarrying so closely, interbreeding so closely the first few generations after the flood. And that caused a deterioration in the genetic code, caused them genetic defects, their whole line genetic defects. And the health declined so rapidly that now the lifespan, due to the genetic corruption, could no longer go 900 years. Now it could only go a little over 100 because of the corruption of their DNA. So initially, siblings, and prior to the flood, there was so much genetic diversity. You could sleep with people who were not close, and the DNA was strong. But after the flood, the DNA started getting corrupted because of the intermarriage between Noah's line only. So DNA got weaker and weaker and weaker until suddenly, by the time of Moses, it is now too close to be safe. So now, so much interbreeding happened, so much genetic corruption happened, that siblings, aunts, and nieces are too close, and it's too risky, and almost guaranteed to give health problems, and even if the person doesn't have health problems, their DNA is going to be corrupted in some way, and then their kids are going to be corrupted. So you're just going to further the corruption by being with your siblings, aunts, or niece. So that's why the law of Moses condemns it. But so anyways, but so for rape, let's see, how did I get to the siblings from this part? Basically, so I have a theory about what's going on and why the law doesn't come out so strongly against rape of those who are not married. So, oh yeah, I know why. Because of the sister thing with Absalom, and it was either Absalom or Amnon, or I forget which one, but one of the brothers raped Tamar. But Tamar, before she was raped, she said, "No, please don't do this wicked thing. Just ask David, and he will give you to me. He will give me to you as your wife." So, in her mind, she didn't want this. But if he wanted to be with her and sleep with her, she was willing to do it and be like basically comply and be be his wife. So that kind of indicates to her that she wasn't completely uninterested. She just didn't want to do it then. She was not ready yet, and she felt that it would be disrespectful to her father. She wanted to do it the right way. She didn't want to do it until marriage. So that's why I say trying to find the appropriate middle ground. So probably it is the case that rape in the Bible, in which someone was unable to resist or actively tries to rape, but was unable, is to be given the death penalty, whereas all other things classified by rape are not given the death penalty in the Bible. So what would this mean? Like, so for example, kidnapping is a capital punishment, right, in the Bible? So if you are physically holding a woman against her will and she's screaming and yelling and crying for help, you're kidnapping her. So that's the death penalty, right? Kidnap is death penalty. So you could make the case that clear, undeniable rape, where you are physically assaulting them, they are yelling, asking for help, and they're actively resisting, is given the death penalty because that's kidnapping. It's under the category of kidnapping. But what are the other categories? There's other categories where I'm going to read to you guys, which are more of a gray area. So let me show you guys the gray area. So this is Wikipedia article. So it says types of rape, and there's different types. And if you look at this from a biblical perspective, you have to admit that some of these things are questionable if they are on the same category as full-on rape. Okay, so let's see here. So the first one, they say date rape. That's like basically drug facilitated. Now they include someone who has had alcohol under this sometimes. So when you have alcohol, you still have ability to make choices. You just often make bad choices. Similarly, with certain drugs, your inhibition is lowered. So is it really rape? Well, it is rape when the person is completely incapacitated and is unconscious. Then that's clearly they are unable to give consent. It's clear. So that is, I would say that's the death penalty for that. But in the case where the person is under the influence but is still conscious and able to make decisions, like if they have alcohol in their system or drug in their system, they're not thinking clearly, but they can still make decisions. So is it rape on the same level? No, it's not the same level because they are making a choice to do it. Okay, gang rape, obviously that is it's on the same level as regular rape, where, let's see, marital rape. Okay, so the Bible, I think you can make a very good case that the Bible doesn't consider this to be a thing. So you can, or if it is a thing, it's not treated at the same level. So marital rape is basically the husband raping his own wife. So as long as the wife is married to her husband and is living with him, then it's considered a goes without saying type of thing that the man has a right to her, so that the woman also has a right to her. Like in the New Testament, the New Testament has it so that the man has authority over his wife, and the wife has authority over her husband, and they're not supposed to deny each other. When they're allowed to be together, they should be together. They should not be depriving each other, because one of the problems is if you deprive each other of sex, then the person goes outside the relationship and they start cheating, finding other outlets. So as long as they're willingly living together as husband and wife, then it's hard to make the case that rape is involved. Now there are times where a man violently rapes his wife, and in that case, I believe rather than being treated as a rape, it should be treated more as an assault, where if you assault someone, you're to be punished. So if a man was to, break his wife's arm while raping her, then his arm is to be broken under the law. He's to be punished. But is he to be put to death? Is he to get the death penalty because he had sex with his wife? When, according to the Bible, no. And different countries have different laws about this. Some countries or states have a law where it is a crime. Others don't. Now, you could make the case, and I could make the case that it should be considered a crime, but not on the same level. It should not be treated as death penalty offense. Okay, rape of children. So similarly, the problem is, okay, well, rape of children is definitely, they can't consent. So I would treat that on the same level as death penalty. But, so statutory rape involves people who, it's more of a gray area because, first of all, how do you define what an adult is? The Bible defines an adult as the age of 20. Our country defines an adult as the age of 18. Some other countries define it as 16. So there's varying degrees of when someone becomes an adult, and the states actually vary. So see, in the U.S., the age ranges from 16 to 18. So depending on what state you're in, it's a crime. And some states also allow persons younger than the age of consent to engage if the age difference between the partners is small. And then they also have, if you marry the person, then it suddenly becomes acceptable for some reason in some states. So the thing to realize is statutory rape that involves teenagers is a crime, but it is not on the same level because the people involved are still making the decisions. The teenagers are choosing to do it. So it shouldn't be given the death penalty. It's not the same level. But children, babies, toddlers, and preteens, they don't understand what's going on. They cannot be making the decision. So because of that, it's clear they're not even developed yet. They haven't even reached puberty yet. So because of that, death penalty, I believe, should be for this. Then you have prison rape. That is full-on rape unless it was consensual, which again it wouldn't be. Like if it was pressured. I'll explain with the pressure thing. Well, I'll explain now. So pressure. So if someone pressures you into sex, like let's say you're dating someone, girlfriend, boyfriend, and the boyfriend's like, oh, I really want to be with you. Come on, please. And she says, no, I don't want this. But he keeps pestering her until finally she reluctantly agrees to do it. People would define that as rape. But in the Bible, that's not considered rape because she agreed to it. She didn't want to do it. She was being disrespected. The boyfriend was being extremely disrespectful, not expecting her wishes, but she agreed she consented to it. So it's not considered rape in the same way. It's not a capital offense. It's still a crime, still wrong, sin to pressure your loved one to do something they don't want to do, but it's not considered death penalty crime. War rape. So similarly, there's a passage in the Bible where it says if you kill another nation, you are to leave the virgins alive, and then you can take whoever you want from them to be your wife. That a lot of people believe that's talking about that's an endorsement of war rape. That's in Deuteronomy 21. I believe it's 21, chapter 21. But rather than this being the case, there's a distinction to be made. So for war rape, again, there's instances where it's full-on rape, where they're forcing women against their will, and they're crying out for help, saying, "No, stop this." But then there's the cases where the women feel like, they don't have anything better, so might as well agree to it. So they reluctantly enter these relationships because they're captives and they have to adjust to the new life. So by adjusting to the new life, they need to find husbands, and in that time, it was not necessarily easy to get a husband. So if a man was agreeing to be the woman's husband, then that was a good circumstance for her, because she's a captive of war. She doesn't want to be a slave. So basically, if she's given in marriage to a man, she's no longer a slave. She's a free woman now, and she can do what she wants. And so there was a strong motivation for a woman to agree to this when they were captured in ancient times. So, but actual full-on rape where the woman actively resists and are not consenting, that should deserve the death penalty, in my view. Now, rape by deception. According to the Bible, Laban was very angry with Jacob for daring to ask him to take Rachel, the younger daughter. So Laban basically said, sure, you can have my younger daughter. You can have my daughter. Sure, I'll give you her. On the wedding night, he switched them, and Jacob unknowingly had sex with Leah instead of Rachel. And in the Bible and in ancient culture, like in the Babylonians, if you have sex with someone, they're considered if you have sex with someone who you're betrothed to, that's considered marriage. That fulfills the marriage. So the fact that he was Leah was betrothed to him by deception, and then they consummated it. So by those standards, it was a marriage. People would call that rape by deception. Another rape by deception is saying you're a rich man. Like, how women can be gold diggers? So a man comes along and says, I'm a millionaire, and I'll pay for everything for you. And the woman is tricked by that and thinks he's a rich man and agrees to sleep with him. She agreed to it, consented to it, but she was tricked into it. So that's not rape in the Bible. That's not capital punishment rape. That's not a death penalty crime, because there was consent involved. It was clear consent, but she was deceived and tricked into it, but it was still consenting. She was never forced to do anything. It was her choice. So, but guess what? Book of Jubilees says that what Laban did was righteous. I'm going to quickly show you guys that for a second. Okay, I got this person block on YouTube. Sorry, guys, someone did a unfortunate statement here in the chats, but I blocked it and removed it. So my apologies for what they posted. I blocked them from my channel and the comments. So, okay. So Jubilees, I'm going to show you guys this section from Jubilees. Okay, Laban. One second, guys. All right, so sharing now the thing from Jubilees. I'm going to check the comments in a little bit. I'm going to look at the comments in just a little bit, guys. So Jubilees, take a look here. So Jubilees follows along with Genesis story, but it gives more detail. So Jacob says, "Give me my wife, for whom I have served thee 7 years." Laban said unto Jacob, "I will give thee thy wife." And Laban made a feast, and took Leah his elder daughter, and gave her Jacob as a wife, and gave her Zilpah his handmaid for a handmaid. And Jacob did not know, for he thought that she was Rachel. And he went in unto her, and behold, she was Leah. And Jacob was angry with Laban, and said unto him, "Why hast thou dealt thus with me? Did not I serve thee for Rachel, and not for Leah? Why hast thou wronged me? Take thy daughter, and I will go, for thou hast done evil to me." For Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah, for Leah's eyes were weak, but her form was very handsome. But Rachel had beautiful eyes, and a beautiful and very handsome form. And Laban said to Jacob, "It is not so done in our country to give the younger before the elder." And now here's where Jubilees kicks in. This is the angels talking. The angels of Yahweh are talking right now. This is what they say in Jubilees. "And it is not right to do this, for thus it is ordained and written in the heavenly tablets, that no one should give his younger daughter before the elder, but the elder one gives first, and after her the younger. And the man who does so, they set down guilt against him in heaven. And none is righteous that does this thing, for this deed is evil before the Lord. And command now the children of Israel that they do not this thing. Let them neither take nor give the younger before they have given the elder, for it is very wicked." This implies, first of all, that the father has the right over who his daughter marries. And secondly, he's obligated to marry off his younger daughter first. So for Jacob to insist on the younger daughter without asking first for the older daughter was extremely offensive. A slap in the face, desecration, and it's wicked according to Jubilees. But Jacob didn't know the law. Jacob was ignorant of that law. But Jubilees tells us that that was law. So with that said, so that means, according to the Jubilees, rape by deception, Laban did the right thing. He was righteous in what he did. Laban's not condemned for that act. Jacob is the one who is condemned for being wicked in that, not what Laban did. So, custodial rape, I think this includes this. So basically, someone who's in a position of authority over someone else. So like your boss, or the president or the king or whatever, where they come and they say to you that they want to be with you. They pressure you, or they threaten you. They could say, "I'm going to fire you if you don't do this," or "I'll promote you if you do this." They'll promise you to give you things like that. In those cases, you're being pressured. You're being, but you're not being forced to do it, and you still have the choice to do it. So, by these understandings, we can see that this also is not a death penalty crime. It's wrong to use your position to manipulate someone into something they don't fully want to do. But if they decide to do it, if they choose to do it, then they chose it. That was consent. So again, I'm not saying that these things are acceptable, but they're not capital offenses because there's consent involved. But when there's no consent at all involved, then I believe it's a death penalty. So why does the law of Moses seem to give rape a pass and not give the death penalty to it? That's because so many instances of rape, like we see here, are not capital offenses. When there's not marriage involved, it's not capital offense. But if marriage is involved, every single one of these things is a capital offense if the woman consented. The only thing that a woman is not to be given the death penalty for is if she did not consent at all. But if there was any consent at all, even a little bit of consent, even if she was pressured into it, if she's married, it's the death penalty, according to the law of Moses. But if she's not married, as long as there's consent, then even if it was pressured, then she consented to it. Therefore, there's no death penalty. It was wrong for these people to force her to do something she didn't want to do. Not force her, but pressure her, strongly pressure her. But it's not a death penalty crime. Similarly, if let's say you're with your girlfriend, or you're with a stranger who you're flirting with, and then you, like, let's say you're at each other's place. Now, being at each other's place doesn't mean that they want to sleep with you. But let's say the man kind of throws himself on the woman, or it could be, the woman tries to throw herself on the man. But let's just say the man starts coming out to the woman, starts kissing her, and she's kind of like saying, no, I don't want this. No, please stop, please stop. But he keeps kissing her, and she's not really pushing him away. She's like, seems to be like conflicted about it. She kind of likes it, but kind of doesn't like it. She doesn't want this, but part of her does want it, because her body language, and again, I'm not trying to justify this. I'm just saying it's not a capital offense. I'm not saying this is okay to do. I still think it's a crime, but that it's not held to the same level. So basically, how do you know someone is consenting or not? Part of consent is not resisting. So if you don't resist someone who comes onto you, that is consent. Some people try to say it's not, but think about it. Animals can commit similar crimes. There's evidence from scientists that animals can commit all kinds of heinous sexual crimes, just like humans can. Homosexuality, animals have been observed to do that a lot. Some animals more than others. And you have adultery as well amongst the animals, with unfaithfulness rather. But you also have like bestiality, which is condemned in the Bible, and some animals engage in it, and that's a crime. That's a sin that the animals are doing. And so how do animals consent? They can't say, yes, I consent, or no, I don't consent. The way an animal consents is by allowing the other animal who has initiated it to continue. If the animal, the female, does not want it, she starts moving around and starts trying to move away, and like gets like violent almost in trying to resist, like literally get off me, and like physically prevents it from happening as much as she can. That's resisting. But the only way for consent amongst the animals would be they can't speak, so they have to basically give body language to say, yes, I am okay with this, I want this, or body language saying, no, I don't want this. So if in the same way, if a human does not communicate with their body language, like they have to resist. They have to resist with their body. I don't want this. If they're silent and they just let you do it, they're partially showing they don't want it by not being really into it, but at the same time they are not actively resisting. Maybe they're afraid or whatever, but the lack of resisting is essentially consenting to it. Because like I said earlier, you can reluctantly consent to something. You can agree to something or allow something to happen without trying to stop it. And in a way, that's a type of consent. But again, this is not a justification that doing that's okay. It's not morally acceptable to do this, but it's not on the same level of morality where it's treated as a capital crime. And in that case, when these men are doing these things to these women in like if they are pressuring them into sex or whatever, then they're supposed to marry that person if she wants it, and if the father okays it. If the father does not want them to be together, the father forbids it in the law, and then they are not allowed to be together. And if he continues to try to be with her, the law condemns prostitution for both men and women, like basically whoring, harlots. So if you are continuously being with someone and then not marrying them, that's considered harlotry. It's not considered harlotry if you are committed in a committed relationship with them. But if you are not in a committed relationship with them, that's considered promiscuity. And all promiscuous sex is condemned as a capital crime in the law. But if you have premarital sex in the law, it's considered sort of a sin, but not necessarily. It's like it's not ideal, but as long as you marry the person, it's considered okay. You have to pay the payment for the father, and it was disrespectful to the father, but at the same time, the hormones. So you can understand why a couple in love might have a hard time waiting to be married. But if the father says no, and then they continue to be together, then that is that would be a promiscuity, where basically it would be a death penalty in the law. So, anyways, that's my analysis of that. Shalom. Let me see. Shalom, one John. If you're still watching, I hope you, if you haven't yet watched it, I hope you watch part 1 through and give me your feedback on that, and part 2 as well. Hope you watch the whole thing in your free time if you're, because this is being recorded. So anyways, continuing with Code of Hammurabi, the Code of Hammurabi file. So the Assyrian laws, I think this was still in Assyrian laws. Again, rarely near the end of this, page 20 of 22. He shall acknowledge the son of the unloved wife as the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he has. For he is the firstborn of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. And then the parallel, if the brothers divide the estate of their father, the oldest son shall select and take the double share, and his brothers shall select and take shares one after the other. The youngest son, who is the one who portions whatever this means, salublu, personnel there are, and all the associated equipment in the field. The oldest son shall select and take one share, and for his second share he shall cast lots with his brothers. So the double portion for the firstborn is in the Assyrians. Deuteronomy 19:14, moving the boundary marker. Same thing, moving your neighbor's boundary landmark is punished in the Assyrian thing. So some big differences between the Code of Hammurabi and the Bible. So the Bible seems to say no death for stealing. Okay. Now, according to the Code of Hammurabi, there's death for stealing if false oaths are involved, because the oaths are involving God himself. So if you make an oath to God that you didn't steal anything when you actually did, then you are lying to God himself and you are to be killed. Now, there's actually some possibility that actually this is not a difference, and the Bible does support this, because in the book of Acts, they make a false oath to God himself. And they said that they gave their money when they didn't, but they made an oath to God. And because of this, this was considered a capital offense by the apostles. So by the Holy Spirit, they killed the Peter had those two, the couple, the man and his wife, they died by the Holy Spirit power because they were considered to lying to God, and that's a capital offense according to the book of Acts. The law of Moses doesn't make a distinction. It doesn't say making oaths and then lying is a capital offense, although it does say blasphemy against God is. So potentially blasphemy falls under this category where you're speaking evil against God by lying about your oaths to God himself. Okay, so death for breaking in only if it's during the night, according to the law of Moses, Exodus. But the Code of Hammurabi makes no such distinction. So if you break in, no matter what, it's death penalty, whether it's day or night, it doesn't matter. Runaway slaves in the law of Moses must not be returned to their master. People must let slaves live with them if they run away. In the law of Moses, in the Code of Hammurabi, runaway slaves must be returned to their master by force, and those who complied in hiding a slave will be put to death. The exact opposite. So then, no money is given to a wife when divorcing her. At least the law of Moses doesn't tell us to do that. Maybe they are supposed to do that, but it's not clear in our copies of the law. And divorce is only allowed if the husband suspects uncleanness in her. In Deuteronomy, we're told that. But in the Code of Hammurabi, money must be given to a wife when divorcing her, and divorce is allowed for any reason. The husband, if he wants to, can divorce his wife, and that's fine. If a woman is betrothed to a man and has sex with another man, it is adultery, and they are to be killed. But in the Code of Hammurabi, if a man take a woman to wife but have no intercourse with her, this woman is not wife to him. So if she's betrothed to him but has sex with another man because they haven't had sex yet, it's not considered a capital crime, but in the law it is. Deuteronomy 22, if a young woman who is a virgin is betrothed to a husband and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, you shall bring them, let's see. Oh yeah, the reason I mentioned this is because let's see. Hold on. Okay, so here it says if a young woman who's a virgin is betrothed to a man, then it's to be put to death. And then Leviticus 19, whoever lies carnally with a woman who is betrothed to a man as a concubine, and who has not at all been redeemed nor given her freedom, for this there shall be scourging, but they shall not be put to death because she was not free. That implies that if she was free, she should be put to death because she's betrothed to a man. So in the law, if your woman's betrothed, she's as good as married. If she's betrothed, she's as good as married. But in the Code of Hammurabi, betrothal is not considered marriage yet. So a betrothed woman could sleep with another man and it's not considered adultery. But in the law, it is. And it says right here, the man betrothed a girl to his son, and his son have not known her. And if he defile her, he shall pay her half a gold mina and compensate her for all that she brought out of her father's house. She may marry the man of her heart. Okay, so then do not put the son to death for the sins of the father. So some crimes in the Code of Hammurabi, the son is put to death for the sins of his father. An example would be the one I read earlier, if a builder build a house for someone and does not construct it properly, the house which he built fall in and kill its owner, then that builder shall be put to death. If it kill the son of the owner, the son of that builder shall be put to death. If it kill the slave of the owner, then he shall pay slave for slave to the owner of the house. So we have here the son of the builder being killed because the owner's son was killed. And in the other place, it said something about if you remember, I read it in the other place. If your daughter is raped, then that guy had the right to rape the wife of the guy that raped his daughter. But again, these are unjust things, and the Bible says we are not to put to death the sons for the sins of the father. So this is a disagreement. Also, another disagreement is in the Bible, prostitution is explicitly condemned as wicked and gives the death penalty for it, whereas in Code of Hammurabi, as well as Babylonian and Assyrian laws, prostitution is sacred prostitution is considered acceptable. So basically, the priestesses, people could have sex with the priestesses, and it's not considered a sin. So that is a clear disagreement with the Bible, and we must reject that as false. They are very wrong about this, and this is wicked and immoral of the Babylonians and Assyrians. So then I interpret the difference between here fostering and adoption. So the Bible seems to support the view of fostering, whereas like foster parents, whereas the Code of Hammurabi seems to support the modern concept of adoption. But the problem with that is like the Bible has a very heavy emphasis on bloodline and lineage. So adoption ruins that. So there's also some passages which seem to say that even though if a man takes another person, they still belong to the parents. So then interestingly, for Greek law, in Greek law, there's something called epikleros. So I'm going to just share that for a second. And that's the last thing. We've pretty much finished this section. So epikleros, let me show you the epikleros. One second. Okay. Oh, I don't see it here. I have to open it. Okay, so sharing the screen now. Epikleros. So here we have, it's an heiress in ancient Athens, specifically a daughter of a man who had no sons. Athenian women were not allowed to hold property in their own name. In order to keep her father's property in the family, an epikleros was required to marry her father's nearest male relative. So we have a striking similarity with the law of Moses, which says something quite similar. Let me pull that up. Okay, share the screen now. Inheritance laws. Then came the daughters Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, from the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these were the names of his daughters: Mala, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses, before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders and all the congregation, the doorway of the tabernacle of meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, but he was not in the company of those who gathered together against Yahweh in company with Korah, but he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be removed from among his family because he had no son? Give us a possession among our father's brothers. So Moses brought their case before Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak what is right. You shall surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. If he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. If he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the relative closest to him in his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be to the children of Israel a statute of judgment, just as Yahweh commanded Moses. So then, down here, it continues. The Yahweh commanded my Lord to give the land as an inheritance by law to the children of Israel, and my Lord was commanded by Yahweh to give the inheritance of our brother Zelophehad to his daughters. Now, if they are married to any of the sons of the tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and it will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they married. So it will be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the Jubilee of the children of Israel comes, then their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry. So their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of their fathers. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, according to the word of Yahweh, saying, What the tribe of the sons of Joseph speak is right. This is what Yahweh commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, Let them marry whom they think best, but they may only marry within the family of their father's tribe. So the inheritance of the children of Israel shall not change hands from tribe to tribe, and every one of the children of Israel shall keep the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be the wife of one of the family of her father's tribe, so that the children of Israel each may possess the inheritance of his fathers. Thus no inheritance shall change hands from one tribe to another, but every tribe of the children of Israel shall keep its own inheritance. So this is clearly the same exact thing as the Greek concept of epikleros. So now also in line with this, I'm going to show you guys, let's see, that's Exodus, 18. Now check a look at this. Take a look at this. Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and Israel, his people. It says, so it was on the next day, Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood before Moses from morning until evening. So when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did for the people, he said, "What is this thing that you are doing, people? Why are you alone? Why do you alone sit, and all the people stand before you from morning until evening?" And Moses said to his father-in-law, "Because the people come to me to inquire of God. When they have a difficulty, they come to me. And I judge between one and another, and I make known the statutes of God and his laws." So Moses' father-in-law said to him, "The thing that you do is not good. Both you and these people who are with you will surely wear yourselves out. For this thing is too much for you. You are not able to perform it by yourself. Listen now to my voice. I will give you counsel, and God will be with you. Stand before God and the people, so that you may bring the difficulties to God. And you shall teach them the statutes and the laws, and show them the way in which they must walk and the work they must do. Moreover, you shall select from all the people able men such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place over them rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all times. Then it will be that every great matter they shall bring to you, but every small matter they themselves shall judge. So it will be easier for you, for they will bear it with you. If you do this thing, and God so commands you, then you'll be able to endure, and all this people will also go to their place in peace." So we look, and it says, interesting, first of all, the concept of the lower courts and the higher courts, similar to the system we have in the U.S., where we have the regular courts, and then it can be appealed to the Supreme Court or higher court. But so Moses heeded the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he had said. And Moses chose able men. So his father gave him advice what he should do, and then Moses followed along. But then we see in Deuteronomy, well, in any case, basically, Moses basically makes it a law that thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. He makes it into law, and I think there's even a place in the Samaritan version of Exodus that God Himself then commands this very same law that Jethro gave as advice. So you have the woman, the daughters of Zelophehad, asking for help from Moses and giving their opinion of what they think should be law. Then then Yahweh agrees with them and says, "Yes, this should be law, good law." So you have the daughters of Zelophehad coming up with this law. You have Moses' father-in-law coming up with a law, and then in both cases, Yahweh then says, "That's a good law. I'm gonna give that law too." So the similarity, like I said, with the Zelophehad daughters and the epikleros of the Greek, and then God commanding it, even though it was the idea of the woman, it was a human idea, and then God said, "Yeah, good idea." So in the same way, the law of Moses abundantly, overwhelmingly indicates to us that most of these laws in the law of Moses were the ideas of men that God supported as good. He saw the laws of other men, like the Babylonian laws, and God agreed that those laws are good and said, "Yep, I agree with that." So you can see how the law of Moses itself tells us that people's ideas about what should be law, God sometimes takes that into consideration and makes that law and agrees with what humans say. So the law of Moses being so similar to Code of Hammurabi doesn't mean the law of Moses is not from God. It just means that God used humans to make the law of Moses. He didn't. A lot of people have this idea that the law of Moses came from heaven itself and was like the perfect law before creation ever was. The law of Moses in its entirety was, set and written down and everything. But that's not how it happened. It basically, the Babylonians came up with some of their ideas, and a lot of their ideas were true and just and righteous. And so when the Israelites needed the law, they turned to the Babylonians for ideas on how to make their law. Moses looked to the Babylonian laws and then asked God for discernment in deciding which laws of the Babylonians are true and which are not. And so God gave him discernment. How do we even know necessarily? It says that Yahweh said to Moses. How did Yahweh say it to Moses? Some people, today, modern Christians, they'll say, God told me this. And then we ask them, how do you know God told me this? They say, well, I had a special feeling in my heart. It just felt like God was telling me this. Or like there was thoughts in my head and I just felt like those were from God and not my own thoughts. How do you distinguish between your own thoughts and God's thoughts? It's a gray area. So how do we know that what Yahweh was saying to Moses, was he physically saying it? Sometimes he was. We know that there are places in the Bible where it says Yahweh, physically appeared to Moses and spoke to him. But it's very likely, it's very plausible that much of the time when Yahweh was speaking to Moses, he was simply sending thoughts into his head. And Moses simply felt like it was God speaking to him. But he didn't necessarily have absolute proof that God was telling him, but he believed in his spirit that God was telling him these things. And so he looked at the Babylonian laws, Code of Hammurabi, and said, these laws are good, and the Spirit of God is in me, so I can discern which laws are good and which are not. So Moses actually may have presented Yahweh's laws as, like, Moses basically might have spoke on God's behalf when God wasn't necessarily speaking literally to him. Moses might have said, well, God's Spirit is in me, so I know what God agrees with. So in Moses' mind, he's reading the Babylonian laws and he says, okay, these laws I agree with. God definitely has to agree with this because in my heart, my conscience tells me that this is morally righteous and God is in me and he reveals the truth to me. Therefore, these things are immoral. I know for a fact in my heart of hearts, this is immoral. I just feel like God is telling me these things. Therefore, I'm going to write this down in the law. And I think that's a very good likelihood that that's how the law came to be. It was Moses feeling that in his spirit that this was from God, that God agreed with it. Similarly, you have the Hammurabi. Hammurabi was claiming that these laws were given to him by the gods. Did the gods literally come down and give him the Code of Hammurabi, or did Hammurabi similarly have just this sense, this spirit, in his own conscience, like New Testament? It says with Romans, the things of God are written on people's conscience and in their hearts, and are testified by nature. So righteousness can be gleaned from nature itself. You just have to observe nature. And it also says in Deuteronomy, let's take a look at what it says in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 30. So it says, this command which I command you today to follow all the laws is not mysterious for you, nor is it far off. It's not in heaven that you should say, who will listen for us to bring it to us that we may hear it and do it? Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will guard the sea for us and bring it to us that we may hear it and do it? But the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. So it's in your heart, your conscience. You're able to know right from wrong. You don't have to find the law of Moses. You don't have to find the perfect law. You don't have to search the world. Where is the law? Where is it? I need it. The nature of righteousness is within you. The New Testament, Yeshua said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. That might be in the Gospel of Thomas, but still, I accept that as scripture. Gospel of Thomas. The kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven is within you. So you don't need to find it by saying, "Where's the law?" It's not the law of Moses is not in heaven that you need to go to heaven to get it. It's not beyond the sea that you need to get it. What if you live? What if you were a Native American before the people came over? So let's say you're a Native American, and an angel comes down to you as a Native American 2,000 years ago, and then the angel says, "Be righteous." And they say, "How do I be righteous?" And then the angel says, "This command I command you today is not too mysterious for you." This guy does not have the Bible, no scriptures. He's a Native American 2,000 years ago. So the angel is saying to him, "It's not too hard for you. You don't have to go to heaven to know what righteousness is. You don't have to go beyond the sea to get a Bible, a book to tell you what to do. You don't have to go to heaven to get a book to tell you what to do. It's in your heart. The word is near you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. So you don't need to find righteousness somewhere to know how to be righteous. It's within you. The knowledge of good and evil, according to Genesis, we have the knowledge of good and evil naturally. So, so with that said, I think it's very plausible that even though the law of Moses is heavily originating from humans, that God endorsed it, because later on the prophets endorse the law of Moses, and Yeshua himself endorses the law of Moses as righteous. So even though there may be human origins in the law of Moses, we can trust that what it says is true, and that Yahweh did in fact agree with what Moses believed. Yahweh sided with Moses, it seems. And it is possible that Yahweh did also literally speak to Moses a lot of these commands. In fact, like if there's places where it says that, then we agree with that. We have to agree with it. But let's see here. So that was a long thing about the Code of Hammurabi, but we really needed to go through that to show you the amazing evidence. Oh, and by the way, so for people who say that, there's people who say that a lot of the stuff is barbaric in the Old Testament, but we have to conclude that the connections with the Babylonian laws, it's too close to be similar. So this means that the Bible places a high value on Babylonian ideas because of how similar they are. It's not possible for them to be so close by coincidence. Like, so for example, if we were today to write, a modern man was to write a book of law claiming to be from God, and they had to try to come up with what are the perfect laws of God. You know what they would say? They'd say slavery is forbidden. They'd say no death penalty for most stuff at all. They say all kinds of things. Homosexuality is not a sin. It's not forbidden. All kinds of weird things they'd say for their modern, this is the law of God. And a lot of Christians would say these things. Wait, hold on. I'm going to answer the question. All right. So can't watch right now because I still haven't finished the first part. But I want to know if you have a website with Dead Sea Scroll documents. Well, I think you could still watch this without watching the first part. You would just have to catch up and watch the first part. But if your preference is to watch the first part first, then that's fine. So I do have a website, but I haven't updated it in a long time. So right now, I don't really necessarily want to put it out there, actively encourage it, just because it hasn't been updated in a long time. But I am heavily, like, Dead Sea Scrolls is like my foundation. I have a Facebook group where I sometimes share stuff. So if you find me on Facebook under the name Onia, but my Facebook group is called Biblical Dead Sea Scrolls and Apocrypha Study Group. So let me point that to you guys. Okay. So this is the name of the Facebook group. Okay, Facebook group. Yeah, so that's the name. That's the Facebook group name. Biblical Dead Sea Scrolls Apocrypha Study Group. So there's a lot of cool stuff I share there, but also pretty much most of the stuff you want to find is on this YouTube channel as well. But if you want to have a direct line of communication, I'll give you guys my email address. So my email address is onia777@gmail.com. And no problem, if you don't have Facebook, you don't have to go there. But if you want to, like, in the future, so I don't know how much you're familiar with my channel, Justin, but I'm doing a big project. It's called the Bible Project, and I plan to make my own version of the Bible. It's going to be amazing, radical. It's going to be revolutionary, but it's going to take a long time. So eventually, when it is completed, I will be giving PDF copies. Like, I'm going to be working on each book, and when each book is finished, I'm going to release it as a PDF. So once it's finished, I have a lot more stuff to share with you guys. The PDF. But if you want a PDF file, you need to be on an email list or on Facebook, because I don't know the other way to share files other than Facebook and I mean, there are some other ways I could, but okay. So let me just see right here. 1 John says, many Jews say that the oral Torah was given to Moses along with the written Torah. Is there truth to this? So there's some apocrypha called the Homilies of Clement, which seems to say that there is some truth to this, but I believe it's the way I understand it is Moses. Okay, so Moses received the law from God and then wrote it all down. But then what did he do? It says he put it into the ark. The ark. Now, according to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the ark, according to the Dead Sea Scrolls, Damascus document, what we're told is that after it was placed in the ark, no one opened the ark for many generations until the time of David. So the only copy of the law of Moses was placed in the Ark of the Covenant, and then it was never opened until the time of David. So how did the priest know the law for 600, 700, 800 years until the time of David? How did they know it? It was passed down orally from those times until the time of David. And then they brought out the ark in the time of David, and they found the book of the law in there. Then it was lost again. People forgot about it again. And then in the time of Josiah, it was rediscovered. The ark, the law, the book of the law has been found. That's in Chronicles and Kings, where he finds the book of the law and then restores it. So the reason is because there was only that one copy. They didn't make a bunch of copies of it. It was in the ark, and the priests had access to it, but then the priests forgot about it. They forgot it was even in there. In the time of David, they found out about it again. Then they a little bit later on, several generations later, they forgot about it again until the time of Josiah. So the oral law was being passed on during these times, and the prophets were reminding them through their prophecy. But people didn't have copies of the law in every house. It wasn't a thing, you know. And in the time of Moses, the law was written on tablets of stone. It wasn't written on scrolls. So it only was put on the scrolls way later, around the time of Josiah. When Josiah found the law, he then probably put it on scrolls at that time. So there was a long period of time where the law had no people had no access to the law, so it had to be passed on orally. So there would be some corruptions along the way because of that. And Justin wrote on, found you a few months ago, really enjoying the content. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Absolutely love your channel, he says. Thank you. There's some cool stuff. Part 1 you'll love. It's some pretty amazing stuff in there. I was intending this to be the final part, but at the rate we're going, I won't be able to finish it for part 2. So partially because I'm trying to be so thorough, and I'm including so much extra stuff to make the compelling case, I don't see it being finished tonight. Although if it is a part 3 is almost identical to a previous video I did. So in some ways I've already done part 3 in the past, but this is going to, this series, I want it to be complete for you guys. So let's continue now. Deuteronomy and treaty text. We're not going to go through this because I did not have the time to study this thoroughly. But I'm just going to show you guys with a screen share this PDF so you can see, okay, this seems to be something, because scholars are noting it as noteworthy. So this is a PDF file where, let me zoom in. So it says Deuteronomy and treaty texts, a critical re-examination of Deuteronomy 13, 17, 27, and 28. We're going to just look at the table of contents, but we're not going to look at the book because, again, I did not have time to really go through this at all to thoroughly look at the similarities. But based on what little I've seen so far, the similarities are going to be striking from what I've seen. So their Hittites had treaties, and treaties are similar to covenants. So Deuteronomy and Hittite treaties, some similarities there. Deuteronomy and Esarhaddon's succession treaty. Scope of this study, employment of the comparative method. So Deuteronomy 28 as a source for Leviticus 26. Okay, so then it starts going Deuteronomy 13 and 17. It compares Deuteronomy 13 and Esarhaddon's succession treaty. So yeah, it just goes on and like compares Hittite treaties and Deuteronomy 17. Was there a Levantine treaty tradition? Basically, was there a treaty tradition amongst Mesopotamia? And then similarly, 27 and 28 is the blessings and curses. There's similarities in these treaties to, like, these treaties give similar types of blessings and curses in a way that the arrangement of curse motifs. So what it tells us is that there's so many similarities in style and phrases that it seems to not be coincidence. And oh yeah, and what I was saying to you guys earlier, hold on. Don't cut out. Sorry, guys. Sorry, my screen froze. My apologies. It's froze a little bit, but I'm back. So basically, what I was trying to say is that the, if you ask a modern person to just like come up with a perfect law, the perfect law of God, they could not come up with the law of Moses. But if you ask an ancient Babylonian named Hammurabi to come up with the perfect law of God, somehow he coincidentally comes up with almost the same exact law as the law of Moses. So how did someone in ancient times just, come up with that? That tells us that if we believe that, we have to believe that the law of Moses is divine, but that also means we have to believe that Hammurabi had great wisdom and may even have gotten some of that wisdom from God himself. Because it's too striking to be coincidence. There's no way they cannot be connected. It's undeniable that they're so close that either Hammurabi received divine revelation himself, or Hammurabi got information from an earlier source that Moses also got it from, common source like Noah or something. But in either case, this tells us that there is a lot of truth in the Babylonian ideas and in their documents. So we have to look into, this is some compelling stuff. There's some striking similarities in their documents. So this should not be discounted. All right, with that said, now we're going to go into Marduk. Marduk. Have you guys heard of the god Marduk? That is a Babylonian god. And so let's see what we have here about Marduk. I'm going to share my screen. So I have an outline. I've made up an outline for myself to follow along. So I'm going to share it with you guys here because I'll be reading a little bit off of it. How do I zoom in again? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Marduk is Yahweh. That is my position. Last video, part 1, I showed compelling evidence of Yahweh being identical with other gods of with certain gods of other religions. But here today, we're going to talk about Marduk, and that is, so okay, guys, who's the god of Cyrus? So according to the book of Ezra, Cyrus said that Yahweh told Cyrus to build a temple for Israel in Jerusalem. So now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and also put it in writing, saying, so this is the words of Cyrus now, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth, the Lord God of heaven has given me, and he has commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is among you of all his people? May his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is God, which is in Jerusalem. And whoever is left in any place where he dwells, let the men of his place help him with silver and gold, with goods and livestock, besides the freewill offerings for the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. However, in Cyrus's own writing outside the Bible, he says that it was Marduk who commanded him to return people to their land and to rebuild their sanctuaries. Cyrus speaks of a general policy of returning people who were exiled to their homelands and restoring their sanctuaries. The Bible presents it as if Cyrus uniquely restores the sanctuary of Israel and returns the exiles of Israel back to their land, and says that Cyrus said that it was commanded by Yahweh. But Cyrus himself, in his writings outside the Bible, says he restored many different groups to their homelands and restored their sanctuaries, and says that it was Marduk who commanded him to do this. The implication here indicates that the writer of the book of Ezra identified Marduk with Yahweh as being the same God. Further supporting this is that in a Babylonian writing known as the Marduk prophecy, Marduk is declared to be Ea, and the name of Yahweh, Yahuwah, I said right here, as I will demonstrate, but I already demonstrated that in part 1, that Ea is the name Yahweh. The god Ea is Marduk. So Marduk is declared to be Ea in the Marduk prophecy. Further, Mordecai is a Babylonian name, the name Mordecai in the Bible. And during the reign of Xerxes, the king Esther was married to, he had an important official who went by the name Marduk. In the documents outside the Bible, he had an official named Marduk, which is the same name as Mordecai. So history is supporting that Mordecai's name is related to Marduk. So this suggests that Mordecai was actually named after the god, and the Bible presents this as an acceptable thing. It never says, his name's Marduk and that's a bad thing. Actually, Mordecai, and that's a bad thing. He's called Marduk, and that's considered good. So that's pretty striking there. So let's take a look for a second. Let's see, Cyrus the Great. We're just going to take a look at. I'm going to show you on the Wikipedia page that this is the case, where Cyrus Cylinder. One of the few surviving sources of information that can be dated directly to Cyrus's time is the Cyrus Cylinder, a document in the form of a clay cylinder inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform. So, in the text, it denounces the deposed Babylonian king Nabonidus as impious and portrays Cyrus as pleasing to the chief god Marduk. It describes how Cyrus had improved the lives of the citizens of Babylonia, repatriated displaced peoples, and restored temples and cult sanctuaries. Although not mentioned specifically in the text, the repatriation of the Jews from the Babylonian captivity has been interpreted as part of this general policy. And then we can click Cyrus Cylinder, and it says, the victorious Cyrus portrayed as having been chosen by the chief Babylonian god Marduk to restore peace and order to the Babylonians. Extols Cyrus as benefactor of the citizens of Babylonia who improved their lives, repatriated displaced people, and restored temples and cult sanctuaries across Mesopotamia and elsewhere in the region. So has traditionally been seen by biblical scholars as corroborative evidence of Cyrus's policy of the repatriation of the Jewish people following their Babylonian captivity, as the text refers to the restoration of cult sanctuaries and repatriation of deported peoples. So, let's see. Ezra, anything else? Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty compelling right there. So, Cyrus says it was Marduk who told him to send the exiles back to their homelands and to rebuild their temples. And the Bible says Yahweh said, Cyrus said that Yahweh said it. Cyrus did not worship Yahweh by the name Yahweh. He worshipped him by the name Marduk, who's also called Ea, but he called him Marduk, and the writer of Ezra identifies him with Yahweh by saying the God of Cyrus that spoke to Cyrus and puts it in his own words, Cyrus's own mouth, that Yahweh said this. But when we see what Cyrus actually said, Cyrus said it was Marduk who did that. Now, it's possible that Cyrus knew that Yahweh was the same as Marduk, so when he wrote, it says he wrote this decree to the Israelites. So he probably wrote a decree to each group that he sent back. He wrote a decree to this people and sent them exiles back to their homeland, saying why he was building the temple. And he probably said, your God commanded me to send you guys back and build a temple for you guys. So for each people, he said the same thing, but just simply mentioned their God, the name of their God. So in this case, he said, Yahweh told me to rebuild your temple and send you guys back. But it was Marduk. When you actually read in his general writing, Marduk was the one who said it. So now let's see here. Now remember I said Mordecai is directly related to Marduk. I just want to show you guys that, like the actual evidence from Wikipedia. Good old Wikipedia. So the name Mordecai is of uncertain origin, but is considered identical to the name Marduk or Marduku, attested as the name of up to 4 Persian court officials in 30 texts from the period of Xerxes I. This is the same Xerxes that Mordecai served under, the Ahasuerus, and his father Darius. Okay, so it's clearly, the evidence undeniably points to Mordecai being named after the god Marduk. So why is Mordecai calling himself Mordecai when that's a direct reference to Marduk? Look, it's spelled Marduki. So pretty strange if you think Marduk's a false god. Pretty strange to, Mordecai wasn't afraid of resisting paganism. Mordecai resisted the cruelty of Haman, right? So why would Mordecai, be so resilient, but then when it comes to the god Marduk, be like, no, or be like, oh, that's okay, even though it's pagan, I think it's a false god, but I'm going to call myself Mordecai, and I'll let people call me Marduk after the god Marduk. That's fine. I don't care. It doesn't make sense. So the fact that he goes by Marduk, it may be that someone else named him Mordecai, but the fact that he went along with it and agreed to it, accepted it as his name, indicates that he agreed with it. Same thing, by the way, with Daniel. Daniel was given a Babylonian name, and he was called Belteshazzar. That's connected with Baal. So why was Daniel using that name for himself, using the name Baal about himself? That seems very suspicious. Seems like Daniel was okay with the god Baal and identified with him, which we'll look at later. Potentially, probably not. Like I said, it might have to be 3 parts, but we'll see. Okay, so Enuma Elish, it's called. This is a document, a chief document of the Babylonians. I'm going to look at it now. Take a little bit of, wait, hold on. Maybe I should show on the, okay. So here's what I have in my notes. It says, in the Babylonian text, Enuma Elish, Marduk creates the sky and separates it from the earth. He then creates the constellations, and from them he defined the days of the year. He created day and night, and the moon also. He created clouds and rain, and from them their waters created the Tigris and Euphrates. He then takes the tablet of destinies and gives it to the god of heaven, Anu. So the tablet of destinies, that sounds very similar to what Jubilees talks about, the book of Jubilees. Jubilees talks about the heavenly tablets. So the tablet of destinies sounds like the heavenly tablets, where in the book of Jubilees, things that, like things of the the future, like fate, is written down in the heavenly tablets, as well as decrees, laws, heavenly laws and decrees, written down in the heavenly tablets. Well, we have here the tablet of destiny, so that sounds very similar to Jubilees. And Marduk is said that Enuma Elish literally said that Marduk is the one who created the sky and separated it from the earth. Who did that in the Bible? Oh, God did. Elohim did. He created the constellations. Who did that in the Bible? Elohim created the stars. He defined the days of the year. Elohim did that in the Genesis. Created day and night and the moon also. Genesis says the same thing. Clouds and rain, the waters from them, created the rivers. This is all Elohim in Genesis, but it's Marduk in this text, Enuma Elish. So then, Marduk then says that he will use the blood of a god to create mankind, and that mankind would serve the gods. Marduk then divided the gods so that some should serve in the heavens and some should serve on the earth. The gods proposed to build a huge temple for Marduk, and Marduk orders them to build Babylon for him. The gods spend a year making bricks, and then they build a temple to Marduk that has a great height. Marduk is given 50 names, and the character assigned to Marduk in the 50 names is strikingly similar to that of Yahweh. So we're going to take a look at those names in a second. Okay, so 1 John says, Marduk is an Anunnaki and they are returning soon. So let me say about the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki actually is basically just a word that basically just means gods, or it's essentially parallel to angels. So let me show you guys this. Anunnaki, it's a Babylonian word. Okay, it's a Babylonian word, and it has a meaning. We'll take a look at the meaning. Sumerian. Etymology. Anunnaki is derived from An, the Sumerian god of the sky. The name is variously written as, okay, there's different ways to write it. So, let's see. Hold on a sec. Let me just pull up the, there's a Wiktionary. I'm going to look at Wiktionary. Wiktionary.org, the Anunnaki. Okay. It's not showing what I want it to here. Maybe if I, 1 second, guys. Okay, well, let me just go back to that page then. Okay. So there are the descendants of heaven and earth, the god of the heavens and the goddess of earth. Their primary function was to decree the fates of humanity. So, so the word Anu is like heaven, and then the key is earth. Key is the same as earth. That's the Sumerian word for earth. And then I'm not sure what the una is. I think it just means like and, combining them together. So it basically refers to gods in general. And sorry guys. Pseudo archaeology and conspiracy theories. So, some people connect it with aliens or whatever. So I don't think these things are necessarily all far off, but So in this case, what we're seeing is that some people believe that the Anunnaki are the creators. I would qualify that and say that, like I said, essentially they're synonymous with the gods. So some of the Anunnaki created, but some of them didn't. And let me share. Okay, so 1 John said, "I believe that the Anunnaki are the Elohim in Genesis 1." So here's the thing. In the Bible, there's Elohim, and then there's sons of Elohim. So in my understanding, the Anunnaki are the sons of Elohim. Now, what does a son mean, or the offspring? So a son of man, or sons of man, Adam, means a human son. It means someone who is of the class of humans. So if you're a man and you have children, they're sons of man. If you're a dog and you have a litter, they're sons of dog. A dog. They're sons of a dog. In each animal, if they have sons, they're sons of whatever species or creature they are. So in the same comparison, we have the sons of Elohim. That means they are divine beings. They're Elohim. But they are the sons of Elohim. So in my understanding, the Elohim in Genesis 1 is not the sons. It's the parents of the sons of Elohim. The angels are the sons of Elohim, the Anunnaki, and then the Elohim, the ultimate Elohim, are the Father and the Holy Spirit. So that's my take on it. So let's see here. Now, with that said, let's show you guys the Enuma Elish page. One second. We're going to be reading from a very amazing section here. Like I read earlier, there were some striking things that this text says that that Marduk is. So this is Enuma Elish, one of the most important sources revealing the Babylonian worldview. Over the 7 tablets, it describes the creation of the world, a battle between gods focused on the supremacy of Marduk, the creation of man destined for the service of the Mesopotamian deities, and it ends with a long passage praising Marduk. In the Assyrian version, Marduk is replaced with Ashur, which in part 1 last time, I showed evidence that Yahweh is identical with the Babylonian god Ea. Remember the name Ea, Ashur, Ea? Well, I showed evidence that Ea, the Babylonian god Ea, is identical with Yahweh. And then in that phrase, Ea, Ashur, Ea, the second word Ashur is the same name as the Assyrian primary god, who's the equivalent of Yahweh. So, that's a striking coincidence. And then Enki, I showed evidence, part 1, that he's Yahweh. So the name I am that I am actually comes from the original text, which I believe was Enki Ashur Ea, which means the same thing, I am that I am, but it also means he's the god of the Sumerians, he's the god of the Babylonians, and he's the god of the Assyrians. He's the god of all Mesopotamia. He's the chief god over them all. That's what the name Yahweh refers to. He's the god of them all, god of all Mesopotamia. So that's what I talked about in part 1. But so in this, we have Marduk actually is the one who creates. So let's see, where is it? Hold on. A tablet. Let's see. Where's the creation? Okay, so Marduk takes from chaos. He makes the sky, separates it from Earth, and then he makes the stars, defines the days of the year, created night and day, and the moon also, created clouds and rain. That's what I was reading earlier. That's in Tablet 5. Tablet 6 speaks where it says, uses a god's blood to create man. Now, what's interesting is the Hebrew word for blood is dam, and the word for man is Adam. So here we're saying Marduk is using the blood of a angel or god to create man. So similarities there, and then the image of God, and that man would serve the gods. Ea advised one of the gods be chosen as a sacrifice. Okay, so then Marduk divided the gods into above and below. So they built the Tower of Babel in the honor of Marduk, and then a banquet was then held with 50 of the great gods taking seats. And then there's 50 names of Marduk, and here's where it gets really interesting. So the names of Marduk. So remember in part 1, I'm going to just briefly rehash you guys. We're not going to read all the names again, but we talked about in part 1 how Allah is the same Elohim of the Bible. And one of the evidences for that is the 99 names of God, or 99 names of Allah. So when we look at the 99 names of Allah, they are all the same names referring to God in the Bible. And it's clear that their version of Allah, the character of Allah in the Quran based on these 99 names, it's the same God as the God of the Bible. So you guys got to check it out yourself. Names of God in Islam, or really just watch part 1 where I go through with you guys all those 99 names. There's no way that this Allah is not the same as God of the Bible. It's the same names, the same character, the same things are assigned to him. So now we did the same thing for Ahura Mazda, the chief god of Zoroastrianism. And we looked and saw that there's the names of Ahura Mazda, 101 names of God. And we look through and we see the striking same things. And the names are clearly describing the same God of the Bible. So we did that again in part 1. So guess what? We had the same thing now, but instead of 101 names, 99 names, we have the 50 names of Marduk. So we're going to look at the 50 names of Marduk. And we're going to see that it's clearly evident that Marduk is Yahweh based on these names. Okay? So let's take a look at the names. Enuma Elish. We're going to look now. Name. So the way it does it is it gives the Babylonian, and then it gives the translation of the name, or it gives the character assignment of the name. We're going to look at these. It's not the best image, but oops. No. Okay. And by the way, the word Babylon in the Bible, it makes it sound like Babylon comes from the meaning, or Babel comes from to confound or confuse, because the languages were confused. But if you actually look up in the linguistic evidence from the Akkadians, the Babylonians themselves, the word Babel means gate of God. Bab is the word for gate, and Il is identical with the Hebrew word El. So it actually is Babel. That means gate of God. In the Babylonian language, Babel means gate of God. But so, okay. Come, let us call the 50 names of him whose character is resplendent, whose achievement is the same. Marduk, as he was named by his father Anu from his birth, who supplies pasturage and watering, making the stables flourish, who bound the boastful with his weapon, the storm flood, So he sent the flood. He saved the gods, his fathers, from distress. He is the sun god of the gods. He is dazzling. Let them ever walk in his bright light. On the peoples, now this is the sun god. The Babylonians actually had a sun god, and his name's Shemesh. So they're not saying Marduk is the sun god, but they're saying he's like, they're comparing him with the sun, essentially. He's the god of the sun because he's like the sun. So on the peoples that he created, the living beings, he imposed the service of the gods, and they took rest. Creation and annihilation, forgiveness and exacting the penalty occur at his command. So let them fix their eyes on him. Maruka, he is God, the God who created them, who put the Anunnaki at ease, the Agigi at rest. Maratuku, he is the support of land, city, and its peoples. Henceforth let the peoples ever heed him. Mursakusu, fierce yet deliberating, angry yet relenting. His mind is wide, his heart is all-embracing. Lugul Dinmarak Ankia is the name by which we all called him, whose command we have exalted above that of the gods his fathers. He is the Lord of all the gods of heaven and the netherworld, the king at whose injunctions the gods in upper and lower regions shudder. The Book of Enoch says the watchers shudder at what God does, or what the Lord does. Navar Lugal Dinmarak Ankia is the name we gave him, the mentor of every. This sounds like Maharshalal Hashbaz from the Old Testament, but anyway, the mentor of every god who established our dwellings in heaven and netherworld in time of trouble, who distributed the heavenly stations between Igigi and Anunnaki. Let the gods tremble at his name and quake on their seats. Asalohi is the name by which his father Anu called him. He is the light of the gods, a mighty hero, who, as his name says, is a protecting angel for God and land, who by a terrible combat saved our dwelling in time of trouble. Asalohi Namtala, they called him, secondly, the life-giving God, who in accordance with the form of his form restored all the ruined gods. The Lord who brought, I think this is talking about idols, so, but anyway, the Lord who brought to life the dead gods by his pure incantation. Let us praise him as the destroyer of the crooked enemies. As Selohi Namru, as his name is called thirdly, the pure God who cleanses our character. Ansar, Lamu, and Lachamu called him by three of his names. Then they addressed the gods, their sons. We have called him by three of his names. Now you call his names like us. The gods rejoiced as they heard their speech. In Upsukinaki they held a conference. Of the warrior son, our avenger, of the provisioner, let us extol the name. They sat down in their assembly, summoning the destinies, and with all due rights they called his name. Asare, the giver of arable land, who established plow land. The creator of barley and flax, who made plant life. Asaralim, who was revered in the council chamber, whose counsel excels. The gods heated grass pure of him. Asaralimuna, the noble, the light of the Father, his begetter, who directs the decrees of Anu and Leel and Ea, that is, Ninsiku. He is their provisioner, who assigns their incomes, whose turban multiplies abundance for the land. Tutu is he, who accomplishes their renovation. Let him purify their sanctuaries that they may repose. Let him fashion an incantation that the gods may rest. In Jubilees, the angels are commanded to keep Sabbath with the Lord. So here we see it's saying that Marduk gives the gods rest. Though they rise up in fury, let them withdraw. He is indeed exalted in the assembly of the gods. The Bible uses very similar language for Yahweh. No one among the gods can equal him. Tutu ze ukina, the life of his host, who established the pure heavens for the gods, who took charge of their courses, who appointed their stations. May he not be forgotten among mortals, but let them remember his deeds. Tutu ziku, they called him thirdly, the establisher of purification. The God of the pleasant breeze, Lord of success and obedience, who produces bounty and wealth, who establishes abundance, who turns everything scant that we have into profusion, whose pleasant breeze we sniffed in the time of terrible trouble. Let men command that his praises be constantly uttered. Let them offer worship to him. As Tutu Agaku, fourthly, let humans extol him, Lord of the pure incantation, who brought the dead back to life. Gonna drink water for a second. Who showed mercy on the bound gods, who threw the imposed yoke on the gods, his enemies. Sounds like the Watchers that he imprisoned, that God imprisoned, that Yahweh imprisoned. And to spare them created mankind, the merciful in whose power it is to restore to life. Let his words be sure and not forgotten. From the mouths of the blockheads his creatures. As Tututuku, fifthly, let their mouth give expression to his pure spell. Who spell basically just means words being spoken. For example, we say in English spelling. How do you spell that word? Spell is an older English word. It means to speak. So his pure word or spell. Who extirpated all the wicked by his pure incantation. Sazu, who knew the heart of the gods, who saw the reins, who did not let an evildoer escape from him, who established the assembly of the gods, who rejoiced their hearts, who subjugated the disobedient. He is the gods' encompassing protection. He made truth to prosper. He uprooted perverse speech. He separated falsehood from truth. As Sazu Zisi, secondly, let them continually praise him, the subduer of aggressors, who ousted consternation from the bodies of the gods, his fathers. Sazu Sarim, thirdly, who extirpated every foe with his weapons, who confounded their plans and turned them into wind. He snuffed out all the wicked who came against him. Let the gods ever shout acclamations in the assembly. Sazu Sugurim, fourthly, who established success for the gods, his fathers, who extirpated foes and destroyed their offspring, who scattered their achievements, leaving no part of them. Let his name be spoken and proclaimed in the land. As Sazu Zarim, fifthly, let future generations discuss him, the destroyer of every rebel, of all the disobedient, who brought all the fugitive gods into the shrines. Again, this is their belief is idols are good, so they think he supports idols. Let this name of his be established. As Sazu Za Garim, sixthly, let them altogether and everywhere worship him, who himself destroyed all the foes in battle. Enbilulu is he, the Lord who supplies them abundantly. Their great chosen one, who provides cereal offerings or grain offerings, who keeps pasturage and watering in good condition and established it for the land, who opened watercourses and distributed plentiful water. Enbilulu Epedun, Lord of common land, let them call him, secondly, canal supervisor of heaven and netherworld, who sets the furrow, who establishes clean arable land in the open country, who directs irrigation, ditch, and canal, and marks out the furrow. As Enbilulu Google, canal supervisor of the water courses of the gods, let them praise him thirdly, Lord of abundance, profusion, and huge stores, who provides bounty, who enriches human habitations, who gives wheat and brings grain into being. Enbilulu Hegal, who accumulates abundance for the peoples, who rains down riches on the broad earth and supplies abundant vegetation. Sursur, who heaped up a mountain on top of Tiamat. That means the abyss. Who plundered the corpse of Tiamat with his weapons. The guardian of the land, their trustworthy shepherd, whose hair is a growing crop, whose turban is a furrow, who kept crossing the broad sea in his fury, and kept crossing over the place of her battle as though it were a bridge. Sir Mala, they named him secondly, so be it. Tiamat was his boat, he was her sailor. Gil, whoever heaps up piles of barley, massive mounds, the creator of grain and flocks, who gives seed for the land. Gilima, who made the bond of the gods firm, who created stability, a snare that overwhelmed them, who yet extended favors. Agilima, the loft, who snatches off the crown, who takes charge of snow, who created the earth on the water and made firm the height of heaven. Zalum, who assigns meadows for the gods and divides up what he has created, who gives incomes and food offerings, or meat offerings, as the Bible would put it, who administers shrines. Mumu, creator of heaven and the underworld, who protects refugees, the God who purifies heaven and the underworld. Secondly, Zalumu, in respect of whose strength none other among the gods can equal him. Gisnumunab, creator of all the peoples, who made the world regions, who destroyed Tiamat's gods and made peoples from part of them. Lugal Abdubur, the king who scattered the works of Tiamat, who uprooted her weapons, whose foundation is secure on the fore and the after. Pagal foremost of all lords, whose strength is exalted, who is the greatest among the gods, his brothers, the most noble of them all. Lugal Durma, king of the bond of the gods, lord of Durma, who is the greatest of the royal in the royal abode, infinitely more lofty than the other gods. Aranuna, counselor of Ea, creator of the gods, his fathers, whom no god can equal in respect of his lordly walk. The Bible says God walked in the garden. Yahweh walked in the garden. So then Damuduku, who renews for himself his pure abode in Duku. Dumuduku, without whom Lugal Duku, that's funny names, does not make a decision. Lugal Suana, the king whose strength is exalted among the gods. The Lord, the strength of Anu, he who is supreme, chosen of Ansar. Irugu, who plundered them all in the sea, who grasps all wisdom and is comprehensive in understanding. Kingu, who plundered Kingu in battle, who directs all decrees and establishes lordship. Kinma, the director of all the gods, who gives counsels, at whose name the gods bend down in reverence as before a hurricane. Dinger Esisker, let him take his lofty seat in the house of benediction. Let the gods bring their presence before him until he receives their offerings. No one but he accomplishes clever things. I think it says in the New Testament, let all the angels bow down and worship him. So about the Son, Yeshua. So the four of blackheads are his creation. Apart from him, no god knows the measure of their days. Giru, who makes weapons hard, who accomplished clever things in the battle of Tiamat, comprehensive in wisdom, skilled in understanding, a deep mind that all the gods combined do not understand. Let Adu be his name. Let him cover the whole span of heaven. Let him thunder with his pleasant voice upon the earth. May the rumble fill the clouds and give sustenance to the peoples below. Asaru, who, as his name says, mustered the divine fates. He indeed is the warden of absolutely all peoples. As Nebaru, let him hold the crossing place of heaven and underworld. They should not cross above or below, but should wait for him. Nebaru is his star, which he caused to shine in the sky. Let him take his stand on the heavenly staircase, that they may look at him. The staircase that Jacob saw? Kind of sounds similar to the ladder to heaven. Yes, he who constantly crosses the sea without resting. Let his name be Nebaru, who grasps her middle. Let him fix the paths of the stars of heaven. Let him shepherd all the gods like sheep. Let him bind Tiamat and put her life in mortal danger. To generations yet unborn, to distant future days, may he continue unchecked. May he persist into eternity. Since he created the heavens and fashioned the earth, Enlil the Father called him by his own name, Lord of the lands. Ea heard the names which all the Igi called, and his spirit became radiant. Why? He whose name was extolled by his fathers, let him like me be called Ea. So in the Babylonian ideas, Ea is a different god from Marduk. I believe they're the same god, but they got conflated early on. They got confused. It seemed like they were talking about two different gods, so they believed they were two different gods. But the reality is Ea and Marduk are the same god, in my understanding. But in the Babylonians, they treated them as two different gods. That'd be like if someone looked at the Bible and saw different references to Elohim or to the Father, and they thought it was two different gods. So they said, okay, well, this is a different god, but in actuality, it's the same god, just people got confused and interpreted it as two different gods. So in the same way, I believe Ea and Marduk are the same god here. Okay, so let him like me be called Ea. So Marduk is Ea, according to this. Let him control the sum of all my rights. Let him administer all my decrees. With the word 50, the great gods called his 50 names and assigned him an outstanding position. They should be remembered. A leading figure should expound them. The wise and learned should confer about them. A father should repeat them and teach them to his son. Just like the law, talks about the fathers teaching their sons the things of Yahweh. One should explain to them to shepherd and herdsman. If one is not negligent to Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, may one's land flourish and oneself prosper. His world is reliable, his command unchanged. No god can alter the utterance of his mouth. When he looks in fury, he does not relent. When his anger is ablaze, no god can face him. His mind is deep, his spirit is all-embracing. You know, in the in the Bible, we see something similar about God as well. Oops, where no one could see his face. Uh, before him, before whom sin and transgression are sought out. This is the Babylonian saying this. Instruction which a leading figure repeated before him. He wrote it down and stored it so that generations to come might hear it. Marduk, who created the Igigi gods, though they diminish, let them call on his name. So the song of Marduk, who defeated Tiamat and took kingship. Okay, so that's a long thing, but like as I was reading that, think to yourself, what does this sound like? Who does this sound like? This sounds like the God of the Bible, Yahweh. And I said in part 1, I showed evidence how if it's saying the same things about two individuals, it's saying the same basic things, that means they're the same. It's the same God. So the evidence is overwhelming that they're the same. So let's see here. Just exit out of a couple of these links. Okay, sharing the screen again to my notes. Okay, so the similarity, the summation of what I said. Marduk is said to be creator of heaven and mankind, king over all the gods, in which all the gods bow down to him, follow his orders. He is described as both creator and destroyer, forgiver and punisher, who judges all for their deeds, and punishes the wicked and rewards the righteous. He will raise the dead. He oversees the world and maintains its order. The text ends saying that since he created the heavens and fashioned the earth, he is Lord of Spirit, or Enlil. He is the Lord of the earth and all the lands, and his name should be called Ea. In this text, the god Ea names Marduk after his own name and calls him Ea and declares that he is to control all the rights of Ea and is to administer all of Ea's decrees as if he himself is Ea. It ends saying that the word of Marduk is reliable, his command is unchanged, no god can alter the utterance of his mouth. When he looks in fury, he does not relent. When his anger is ablaze, no god can face him. His mind is deep. Spirit is all embracing. Before him, sin and transgression are sought out. So, why should we identify Marduk with Yahweh? Cyrus says Marduk told him to restore the temple of the Jews, and Ezra says Cyrus says Yahweh told him to restore it. Both Yahweh and Marduk created the heavens and the earth. Both Yahweh and Marduk created mankind. Both Yahweh and Marduk are described with the same character of the 50 names, which similarity is so striking, it must be the case that they are the same God. Marduk is identified as Ea, and as we have already established in part 1, Yahweh is the same God as the god Ea. An interesting thing as well. So in the text, at least, like I said, Marduk is declared as by his father to be chief over all the other gods, but in Assyrian manuscripts, Ashur replaces the god Marduk. So that means that in the Assyrian version, Ashur is called all those names, the 50 names, and then Ashur is called Ea. So this evidence indicates that the name Ashur simply originates from the name Assyria. In other words, the god Ashur, if you look up on Wikipedia, you'll see there's a god named Ashur, but he's not actually named Ashur. He's the god of Ashur. Originally, he was simply known as the god of Ashur. Just in the Bible, Yahweh is called God of Israel. But over time, the distinction between the god of Ashur and Ashur became lost. So the god Ashur developed the name Ashur itself. Similarly, the Bible talks about the Amorites. The Amorites called their god Amaru. God Amaru was also thus not actually named Amaru, but is the god of Amur, or the god of Amur. Originally, he was simply known as the god of Amur, but over time, the distinction between the god of Amur and Amur became lost, and so the god Amur developed the name Amur itself. So that's why you could also see on Wikipedia, the god Amur is called Amaru rather than the god of Amur. So let's see here. Okay. Now, with that said, I want to bring you guys to something. There's a thing about Ishtar that I find very fascinating. So let me share the screen with you guys in my notes again. So the mythology of Ishtar in Babylonian and Inanna in Sumerian literature, that's the same god. So Ishtar is the Babylonian name. Inanna is the Sumerian name for the same exact god, the goddess, same exact goddess. So it has some striking parallels with the Ascension of Isaiah. So it says quoting from Wikipedia. So I should probably go to Wikipedia and show you guys quote. Makes more sense to just read it from Wikipedia instead of from my notes. So let me show you the Wikipedia page where it talks about the ascent of, or the descent of Ishtar or Inanna. Okay, sharing the screen now. So this, I'm reading this because I want you guys to see how amazingly connected this is to even like Apocrypha stuff. Like it's really crazy. So, so there's a section. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna check, make sure no one's trying to message me. Got a text. I think it's maybe from my mom. I'm just saying I can't have dinner right now. Okay, sorry about that, guys. All right. So we're gonna look here. The descent into the underworld. So this is an actual movement that scholars call the descent into the underworld. That's the name. That's the modern name for the book, the text. So there's a Sumerian version, and then there's the Babylonian version. So we're gonna look at what the Wikipedia says about the Akkadian, or it says Akkadian. Akkadian is divided into the Babylonian and Assyrian dialect. So the Akkadian version begins with Ishtar approaching the gates of the underworld and demanding the gatekeeper to let her in. If you do not open the gate for me to come in, I shall smash the door and shatter the bolt. I shall smash the doorpost and overturn the doors. I shall raise up the dead, and they shall eat the living, and the dead shall outnumber the living. By the way, the underworld having bolts is also found in the Gospel of Nicodemus, which talks about the underworld. Okay, so the gatekeeper hurries to tell Ereshkigal of Ishtar's arrival. Ereshkigal is the god over the underworld, which is equivalent to Sheol in the Bible, or Hades. So orders him to let Ishtar enter, but tells him to treat her according to the ancient rites. So the gatekeeper lets Ishtar into the underworld, opening one gate at a time. At each gate, Ishtar is forced to shed one article of clothing. When she finally passes the seventh gate, she is naked. In a rage, Ishtar throws herself at Ereshkigal, but Ereshkigal orders her servant Namtar to imprison Ishtar and unleash 60 diseases against her. So then it says, afterwards, she's, okay, let's see. Then, after being down there, Ishtar goes back up through the 7 gates, receiving one article of clothing back at each gate, and exiting the final gate fully clothed. Okay, so first of all, that sounds very weird, right? So, like, you think, how can this have anything to do with the Ascension of Isaiah? That doesn't make sense. But now I'm going to show you guys, because this is pretty cool. So in the Ascension of Isaiah, we have so Isaiah sees a vision. The prophet Isaiah sees a vision, and there's an angel that comes down to him, and he's going to bring him to the different heavens. So the angel who was sent to make him see was not of this firmament, nor was he of the angels of glory of this world, but he had come from the 7th heaven. Okay. So the first heaven, he made me to ascend to the 2nd heaven. Now the height of the heaven is the same as from the heaven to the earth. Okay. In the first heaven, angels on the right and on the left, and a throne in the midst, and the praise of the angels in the second heaven. He who sat on the throne in the second heaven was more glorious than all. And there was great glory in the second heaven, and the praise was also not like the praise of those who were in the first heaven. And I fell on my face to worship him, but the angel who conducted me did not permit me, but said unto me, Worship neither throne nor angel, which belongs to the six heavens. For this cause I was sent to conduct thee until I tell thee in the seventh heaven. For above all the heavens and their angels has thy throne been placed, and thy garments and thy crown which thou shalt see. And I rejoice with great joy that those who love the Most High and his beloved will afterwards ascend thither by the angel of the Holy Spirit. So he rose to the third heaven. Let's see. I'm not going to read all this. So again, he raised me to the fourth heaven. Okay, so he's going to each time the glory of him who sat on the throne of each heaven was greater than the angels on the right and the left. Each time he goes up, he raised me to the fifth heaven. So he was raised into the sixth heaven. Then it says, From the sixth heaven there are no longer angels on the left, nor a throne set in the midst, but by the power of the seventh heaven, where dwelleth he that is not named, and the elect one, whose name has not been made known, and none of the heavens can learn his name. For it is he alone to whose voice all the heavens and thrones give answer. I have therefore been empowered and sent to raise thee here, that thou mayest see this glory, and that thou mayest see the Lord of all those heavens and these thrones, undergoing transformation until he resembles your form and likeness. Let's see here. So he goes into the seventh heaven. Now, I thought it said that his form was changing. I got to see where it says that. Isaiah's form. But one second here. So it goes into great detail about the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Some pretty amazing stuff. I strongly urge you guys to read the Ascension of Isaiah. Let's see. One sec. I want to see if I can find it, but if not, we read this long passage, by the way, last time in part 1, showing that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are taught in the Ascension of Isaiah. So I'm pretty sure, I had to double check on this on my own time, but I'm pretty sure Isaiah's form got changed each time he went up to the next heaven, but I could be mistaken on that. But that's if he wasn't, that's okay, because the main thing is about the parallel with the Ishtar thing is the Lord or Yahweh descending, and Yahweh is equated with the sun. So worship this one, and I worshipped and praised. This is the Lord of all the praise givings which thou hast seen. I saw another glorious one who was like him, angel of the Holy Spirit. Where does it say? Well, where does it say Jesus? Because the words Jesus were added a few times in this text. Okay. So I heard the angel. So this was the third one he saw. I heard the angel who conducted me, and he said, This is the Most High of the high ones, dwelling in the holy world and resting in his holy ones, who will be called by the Holy Spirit through the lips of the righteous, the Father of the Lord. And I heard the voice of the Most High, the Father, my Lord, saying to my Lord Christ, who will be called Jesus. We talked about this in part 1. Some of the stuff, I believe, was added by scribes. But in the main, I believe this is authentic, and that this was a true prophecy to Isaiah. So the Father is commanding to Yeshua, who is the Lord, go forth and descend through all the heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament of that world. To the angel and shoal thou wilt descend, but to Haguel thou wilt not go. And thou wilt become like unto the likeness of all who are in the five heavens. And thou wilt be careful to become like the form of the angels of the firmament, and also the angels who are in Sheol. And none of the angels of that world shall know that thou art with me of the seven heavens and of their angels. And they shall not know that thou art with me, till with a loud voice I have called the heavens and their angels and their lights unto the sixth heaven, in order that you may judge and destroy the princes and angels and gods of that world, and the world that is dominated by them. Okay, so, and afterwards, from the angels of death thou wilt ascend to thy place, and thou wilt not be transformed in each heaven, but in glory wilt thou ascend and sit on my right hand. So thereupon the princes and powers of that world will worship thee. These commands I heard the great glory giving to my Lord. And I saw my Lord go forth from the seventh heaven into the sixth heaven. And the angel who connected me said unto me, understand, Isaiah, and see the transformation and descent of the Lord will appear. And I saw, and when the angels saw him, thereupon those in the sixth heaven praised and lauded him. For he had not been transformed after the shape of the angels there. And they praised him, and I also praised with them. And I saw when he descended into the fifth heaven, that in the fifth heaven he made himself like unto the form of the angels there. And they did not praise him, for his form was like unto theirs. And then he descended into the fourth heaven, and made himself like unto the form of the angels there. And when they saw him, they did not praise or laud him, for his form was like unto their form. And when I saw when he descended into the third heaven, he made himself like of the angels in the third heaven. And those who kept the gate of the heaven demanded the password, and the Lord gave to them in order that he should not be recognized. And when they saw him, they did not praise or laud him, for his form was like unto their form. And again I saw when he descended into the second heaven, and again he gave the password there. Those who kept the gate proceeded to the man and the Lord to give. And I saw when he made himself like unto the form of the angels in the second heaven, and they saw him, and they did not praise him, for his form was like unto their form. And again I saw when he descended into the first heaven, and there he also gave the password to those who kept the gate. He made himself like unto the form of the angels who were on the left of that throne, and they neither praised nor lauded him, for his form was like unto their form. But as for me, no one asked me on account of the angel who connected me. And again he descended into the firmament where dwelleth the ruler of this world, and he gave the password to those on the left, and his form was like unto theirs. And they did not praise him there, but they were envying one another and fighting. For here there is a power of evil and envying about trifles. And I saw when he descended and made himself like unto the angels of the air, and he was like one of them. And he gave no password, for one was plundering and doing violence to another. After this I saw, and the angel who spoke with me, who connected me, said unto me, understand, Isaiah, son of Amos, for this purpose I have been sent from God. And then he goes on to give great prophecy, great detailed prophecy of Yeshua and the Messiah, the Lord coming down and becoming and being born of Mary, the Virgin, and being a child, and then growing up, and then dying on the cross, raising from the dead 3 days, and ascending into heaven, sending out the apostles. So, likewise, at the third day, rise again and remain some days. And then the angel who connected me said, understand, Isaiah, and I saw when he sent out the 12 apostles and ascended. Probably the original text didn't say apostles. It probably just said, I saw when he sent out 12 people or something, and ascended. And I saw him, and he was in the firmament. But he had not changed himself into their form, and all the angels of the firmament and saw him, and they worshipped. And there was much sorrow there, while they said, how did our Lord descend in our midst, and we perceive not the glory which we see has been upon him from the sixth heaven? And he ascended into the second heaven, and he did not transform himself. But all the angels who were on the right and on the left and in the throne in the midst, both worshipped him and praised him, and said, how did our Lord escape us whilst descending, and we perceived not? In like manner, he ascended into the third heaven. They praised and said in like manner. Fourth heaven, fifth, they said precisely after the same manner. But there was one glory, and from it he did not change himself. And I saw when he ascended into the sixth heaven, and they worshipped and glorified him. But in all the heavens the praise increased. I saw how he ascended into the seventh heaven, and all the righteous and all the angels praised him. And then I saw him sit down on the right hand of that great glory, whose glory I told you that I could not behold. And also the angel of the Holy Spirit, I saw sitting on the left. And this angel said unto me, Isaiah son of Amos, it is enough for thee, for thou hast seen what no child of flesh has seen, and thou wilt return into thy garment until the days are completed. And then thou wilt come hither. These things Isaiah saw and told unto all that stood before him, and they praised. And he spake to Hezekiah the king and said, I have spoken these things. Both the end of this world and all this vision will be consummated in the last generations. Okay, it keeps going. Anyway, so that's a striking similarity with the descent of Ishtar into the underworld, because there's 7 gates, and at each gate she has to change her form. She has to remove a piece of her clothing. And in the Bible books, and like Ascension of Isaiah also, your body is considered a garment. So Ishtar removing some of her garments, 7 layers of garments, she's removing parts of her angelic form. She's not literally wearing clothes, but she's changing her form to be more and more different, to be lesser and lesser, so that she can descend into Sheol. This same exact thing is going on in Ascension of Isaiah, where he keeps going down to the next gate. It uses the word gate in Ascension of Isaiah. Each time he goes to the next gate, he has to change his form, lower his form to the next level. His body has to keep decreasing and getting lower and lower, less and less of his body, until he finally becomes a human when he gets to the earth and he enters the womb. So the Ascension of Isaiah, and then it says he comes back up through the 7 heavens and returns to where he was. Just like so Ishtar came down, and then Ishtar came back up. And when she came back up, she received her glory again. But in the Ascension of Isaiah's case, he receives his full glory all at once and then comes right up. Whereas the descent of Ishtar, she has to keep getting her form back through each gate that she comes back up. But so, to me, that's a striking similarity. Like, that's a very amazing coincidence that I don't think it's a coincidence, but I think, it connects the Ascension of Isaiah with Babylonian ideas. So that kind of authenticates Isaiah to me, the Ascension of Isaiah to me, because I highly doubt that a Christian writer or a Jewish writer was like, you know what, I'm going to make this similar to Ishtar descending and coming up. It doesn't make sense. But if this is divinely inspired and true, the truth, then it would be similar to the Babylonian ideas, which I showed in part 1 and in this video so far, that a lot of the Babylonian ideas are not made up, but they're real. So this description of Ishtar descending and then coming back up doesn't make sense for someone who made the book of the Ascension of Isaiah, some fake who made it, to add Babylonian stuff into it, because that writer probably would have considered the Babylonian stuff to be heretical. The later scribes of ancient Second Temple Judaism period, they didn't believe those things. They thought that was a false religion. So the fact that Ascension of Isaiah says this brings it back to ancient, it's very authentic Babylonian ties, in my view. So now let's see what we got here. Now we're going to go on to the Leviathan, the concept of the Leviathan. Now this one's pretty compelling. So let's take a look here, Leviathan. So in my document, we have here, the biblical name is Leviathan, or depending how you transliterate it, they transliterate Leviathan, but the actual Hebrew there, it has the letter Wa, and then it has a yod. So it would be Leviathan, or like I said, some would render it as Leviathan. So the Canaanite name, which also the Ugaritic was like a people of the Canaanites, and they had writings which scholars call the Ugaritic writings. So the name in the Ugaritic Canaanite writings, they talk about the same being or the same creature. They call him Lotan. The Greek name, so the Greeks in the Greek mythology have the same thing, but they call it Typhon. And the Germans and the English, In their mythology, they have something called Jormungandr. And the Hittites, they called the same thing. They had the same idea, but they called it the Iluyanka. The Hindus had Viritra, and the Japanese had Yamata no Orochi. So let's look at this description for a second, the similarities here. The Ugaritic description has a large sea serpent with 7 heads, described as the fugitive serpent. Quote, the Canaanites use those words, fugitive serpent and the twisted serpent. Baal, the chief god of weather, fights with Lotan and kills him. In the Bible, we have a large sea serpent with more than one head, according to Psalm 74, it has more than one head, described as the same exact phrase, fugitive serpent and twisted serpent, in Isaiah 27. It uses those exact phrases, the same phrases that the Canaanites used for Lotan. So it breathes fire like a dragon, Job 41. Yahweh killed the Leviathan in the Exodus and gives the flesh of the Leviathan to the Israelites in the wilderness as food. Psalm 74. You know how the law seems to say it was quail? Well, Psalm 74 seems to indicate that rather than quail, it was Leviathan that they ate. Not quail, they ate Leviathan. So it's possible that quail is a misrendering and it's actually Leviathan, according to Psalm 74. An unspecified sea serpent also is specifically said to have 7 heads in Revelation 13. Revelation 13 speaks about the sea serpent with 7 heads. Well, the Canaanite sea serpent, 7 heads. Then God sent the Leviathan to kill the giants in the flood, according to Enoch 60 in the Book of Giants. When the Messiah comes in the last days to set up his kingdom on earth, he will kill the Leviathan and feed the righteous with its flesh. 2 Baruch 29 and 2 Ezra 6 says this. So now we look at the Greek description. It's a large sea serpent, and it says it has 100 heads. Zeus, the chief god of weather, fights with Typhon and kills him. So Typhon breathed fire like a dragon, and Typhon was born in order to avenge the death of the giants. Sounds very similar to being involved with the giants here. However, in the Greek mythology, the giants die, and then Typhon is created as revenge against Zeus, whereas in the Enoch writings, it's the reverse. It's Leviathan are sent to specifically kill the giants. So, but the fact that Leviathan is tied with the giants dying in Greek and in the Book of Enoch suggests a strong connection there. So in the German description, it's a large sea serpent. Thor, the chief god of weather, fights with Jormungandr and kills him. Ragnarok, which is a term referred to as the end of the world, will happen when Jormungandr appears on dry land and is killed. Same thing right here, where it says the last days, the Leviathan will be killed and feed the righteous in 2 Baruch and 2 Esdras. The Hittite description, large sea serpent, Tarhuns, the chief god of weather, fights with Ilyanka and kills him. Hindu description, large sea serpent, Indra, the chief god of weather, fights with Viritra and kills him. Large sea serpent with 8 heads in the Japanese, Susanoo, the chief weather god, fights with Yamata no Orochi and kills him. So this Yamata is Leviathan. So this is the same being. It's clear that it's the same exact thing. So let's take a look here briefly on the Leviathan. So it's mentioned in the Bible, mentioned in Enoch. Okay, so now Leviathan in the Book of Job is a reflection of the older Canaanite Lotan, a primeval monster defeated by the god Baal Hadid. Parallels to the role of Mesopotamian Tiamat, defeated by Marduk, have long been drawn in comparative mythology, as have been wider comparisons to dragon and world serpent narratives, such as Indra slaying Vritra, or Thor slaying Jormungandr. Etymology and origins. So both the name and the mythological figure are direct continuation of the Ugaritic sea monster Lotan, one of the servants of the sea god Yamu, defeated by Baal Hadad in the Baal cycle. That's a writing called the Baal cycle. The Ugaritic account has gaps, making it unclear whether some phrases describe him or other monsters. Most scholars agree on describing Lotan as the fugitive serpent, and then they say they think also the wriggling serpent and the mighty one with 7 heads also refers to him. Okay. His role seems to have been depicted by the earlier figure Temptum, in whose death at the hands of Hadad is depicted in Assyrian seals of the 18th to 16th century. So let's see here. Let's see if it says Typhon. No, it doesn't show Typhon on this one. But so let's take a look here at Lotan. Canaanite Lotan. (27:1) of Isaiah. Direct quote lifted from the Ugaritic text. Okay, the myth of Hadad, Baal Hadad defeating Lotan, Yahweh defeating Leviathan. Then we have is also reflected in Zeus slaying Typhon, Thor's struggle against Jormungandr, and Indra and Vitra. So when you look at these things, all the similarities that I showed you guys are in these things. The statements I made, the descriptions, the parallels, they're all there. It's the serpent, large sea serpent with all those similarities. 7 heads, it's striking. And as I showed in the prior part 1, Zeus is identified with Yahweh, and Zeus is fighting this sea serpent, Typhon, which is Leviathan. Thor is fighting the sea serpent. And let's see. And then you have Yahweh doing the same thing, but then we have Baal being described with the same terminology. So this is one of the many evidences of Baal also being Yahweh. Yahweh and Baal are the same, which I will show evidence of. Some pretty compelling evidence of that. So now, with that said, let's see where we are now. Okay. So here's what I think I'm gonna do today is I'm gonna be able to finish I'm gonna finish with the Babylonian thing, and then we're gonna have to continue this in a part 3 because it's just I overstuffed this, so it will not be finished today. But this next section is actually not too controversial, but I wanted to share it with you guys because it's some pretty cool stuff where things in the Bible, places in the Bible, are authenticated by Babylonian and other ancient writings. So, a lot of people think that the Bible is unreliable, but here we see evidence. Some people think the Bible was written way late. There's no historical evidence for things in the Bible, but I'm going to show you guys some striking connections with other writings of the Bible with the ancient literature. So, and we're gonna end with the Egyptians because that's pretty cool. Or maybe we won't. Maybe we won't have time for that. But let's see what we can do. So first we have historical authentications. So this I'll probably open it up in the actual Bible Gateway. But so here we see Cush begat Nimrod. He was a mighty hunter. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Canal in the land of Shinar. So these are places named in the Bible. Now, before modern times, we didn't really know what these places were. But then when we found the manuscripts of the Babylonians and Assyrians and were able to translate them, we now know that some of these places are Babylonian places. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at that now. Let's see here. But first, we're going to go to the Table of Nations. We're going to look at this for a second. So the Table of Nations is a passage in Genesis which goes through the sons of the descendants of Noah. And it has the sons of Japheth, the sons of Ham, and then the sons of Shem. So basically, the reason we're going to go through this is because, again, a lot of people say that the Bible is not historically reliable. But this chapter is going to show that there's some striking correspondences with writings of other religions which authenticate the Table of Nations as true, is not made up. The Table of Nations is very ancient and comes from authentic sources. So that's what we're going to look at now. So I wasn't able to find authentication for every name, but a lot of these names have authentication in the ancient records. So we're going to look. Now, first of all, interestingly, I'll show you guys the so there's a Titan in the Greek mythology called Japetus. Now, it's very similar to Japheth, and the Greeks were descendants of Japheth. Basically, Europeans come from Japheth. So it seems quite interesting because basically, according to the Greek mythology, Japetus is the creator of humans. And since the Greeks the Greeks came from Japheth as their founder, so you could see why there would be confusion in the idea that, just like with Noah, with Adam, he's the source of all humans, right? Well, after the flood, Noah is the source of all humans. So who's the first human? Is it Adam or Noah? Well, from a practical standpoint, you can consider Noah the first human, because all the other humans, it doesn't matter. We all come from Noah. In the same way, for the Greeks, it didn't matter about the earlier humans. Japheth is the first human of the Greeks and the Europeans. He's the chief original human. So somewhere along the way, the Greek people got confused and believed that Japheth was the actual first human, and that from him came all humans. But they twisted it, because originally it was just all Europeans, and hence all Greeks. And for Greeks, the Greek people were the important humans. So obviously, it all comes from their people, is what they thought. So with that said, now we're going to go to Gomer. Okay, so Gomer is one of the sons, one of the children. Let's take a look. Gomer was the eldest son of Japheth and father of Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. So we'll take a look. Who was Gomer? According to the best evidence, it refers to the Cimmerians who dwelt in what is now southern Russia, and attacked Assyria. So it says the Assyrians called them Gimmerai. So the Assyrians referred to these people as Gomer, the Gomer people. So ancient Assyrians were, in their writings, called them the Gomer people, the Gomer people. So that seems pretty compelling, that the Gomer people, or the Gomerai, are the descendants of Gomer. Okay. Now let's see. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. I need to do this better. 1 second. Instead of keep clicking out of it, I don't want to keep clicking out of it. So let's try to do it where it's all the same page. Let's go. Okay, so Japheth. We have to go through the chain. So Gomer, Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarma. So Ashkenaz, let's see what we got here. So there's the Assyrian people who referred to a group of people, the Ashkuza. The name is very similar to suggest that that is the origin. That the Assyrians knew of those people, the Ashkuz. And oh, by the way, the letter N is often omitted in Assyrian and Babylonian dialect. They often remove the N because the sound combines with the next sound and then it becomes soft and silent. Just like in English, we say could and would. We spell it with an L, but we don't pronounce it. Well, it was originally spelled Ashkenaz, but then they started pronouncing it without the N sound, and eventually they stopped writing the N sound. So the Ashkuz is the Ashkenaz people. And we have Togarma, which is, so let's see here. Most scholars identify Togarma with the capital city called Tegarma by the Hittites and Tilgarimu by the Assyrians. So again, some striking name correspondence here. Tegarma sounds like Togarma, right? So it's probably the same thing. Okay, and then let's see. Do we have anything for Riphath? No, we didn't have anything for Riphath. We don't know about him. So, okay. So then we have Magog. We don't know for sure about Magog. There is an Akkadian Matgugi, but that's a conjecture if that's the origin or not. So Madai, this is the origin of the Persians, the Medes. So if we look here, so in Assyrian and Hebrew sources, they both refer to them as the Medes or the Madai. So that's corroborated. Okay. Now Javan is the origin of the Greeks. And so interestingly, we got here, so the Hindus refer to him as Yona, or refer to the Greeks as Yona or Yavanna people. The Greeks are also known as the Ionians. The Ionians. So Ionians comes from the Hebrew right here is Yod Wa Nun, which transliterated would be Ion, the Eon. So Yowan or Yuon, it's the same as the Greek name Ionians. And let's see. Tubal. Now look at this one. So modern scholarship has identified the biblical Tubal with Tabal, an Anatolian state and region mentioned in Assyrian sources. Tabal was a post-Hittite Luwian state. Its neighbors, the Mushki, are traditionally associated with Meshech. So we got the Meshech right here, which are connected with Mushki, the ancient Mushki people. So a striking connection there. Then Tiras. Let's take a look at Tiras. we have let's see. Wait a minute. I thought there was oh, okay, here it is. In the Egyptian writings, Egypt referred to people as Tersha and Teresh of the sea in their other texts. So it seems like the Egyptians knew of a people group called Teresh. Okay. So that's Japheth. Did we get everyone in Japheth? Yeah, so that's that. So now we're going to go to the we're going to go now to some of the descendants of Shem. So we have Hazarmavet is the third of 13 sons of Joktan, who was a son of Aber, son of Shem. Okay, let's see here. So scholars of Semitic languages have related the name to the ancient region of Hadramat in the modern southern Arabian nation of Yemen, and indeed one of the other sons of Joktan is Sheba, which is also the name of an ancient southern Arabian kingdom. So this doesn't seem like coincidence. So it seems like Hazarmavat is the same as Hajar Mawat of the southern Arabian people. Okay, let's see what we got here. Then we're going to I'm going to stop this one for a second. We're going to look at the Ishmaelites. Okay, so for the Ishmaelites, we have here, oops, okay, so Assyrian and Babylonian royal inscriptions and North Arabian inscriptions mention the king of Kedar, sometimes as Arab and sometimes as Ishmaelite. The names Nabat, Kedar, Abdil, Duma, Massa, and Timan were mentioned in the Assyrian royal inscriptions as Arabian tribes. Jesser was mentioned in Greek inscriptions in the 1st century. Assyrian and Babylonian inscriptions have referred to the Ishmaelites as Shemuel, and so one of the inscriptions mentioning the Ishmaelites is Sennacherib's Annals, and then we have so the Ishmaelites is authenticated by the Assyrian documents, and Kedar is the only son or the only tribe that is corroborated by other writings. So we have Aramaic and Old South Arabian inscriptions referring to the Kedarites. Historical references. Okay, a stele from Tiglath-Pileser. He's the Assyrian king, and it lists leaders from western part of Mesopotamia that pay him tribute, and Kedar was included in that list. To the Assyrians, the Kedarites were known as the Kidri or the Kidri, with also spelled as Kadri, Kedari, and Kudari in a different dialects of Assyrian. Let's see here. Zabiba is listed among those paying tribute under the title Queen of the Kidri and the Arabi meaning Arabs. So there's a lot of references to the Kedar people, which corroborates the Table of Nations statement. So now let's see here. We have Midianites. There is a people group known as the Mitanni, which potentially could be the Midianites, but scholars don't say too much about that, but I did find evidence for that. And then we have Epha, which I'll share the screen. Okay, so Epha was one of Midian's 5 sons. Okay, so the tribe of Epha is mentioned in the inscriptions of 8th century kings Tiglath-Pileser III and Sargon II, making it the only tribe of the Midianites to be attested outside the Bible. But here's the thing. If whoever wrote the Bible books was making making stuff up, how are they making this stuff up? So the fact that this is an authentic tribe indicates that the other tribes are also authentic, because it doesn't make sense for them to be like, let's say we're going to make a bunch of tribes and only one of them we're going to take from history, but the rest we're just going to make up out of thin air. Doesn't make sense. All the other ones that they also are corroborated, there's so many of these people groups corroborated from the Table of Nations that the overwhelming evidence by so many of these being corroborated indicates that all of these were originally corroborated. We just have lost some of the historical records. So if we had more historical records, we would have even further evidence that the Bible is right about these things. So these connections support the historicity of the Bible, some striking evidence of it. Okay, so the Amorites are mentioned throughout the Bible, and we have striking evidence of the Amorites outside the Bible. The Amaru, or the Amorites, are referred to in Akkadian and Sumerian documents, so they refer to them by that name. And we also have writings in their own writings. We have the Amorite language, which has documents in their language, which is like a similar dialect to Hebrew, or a similar language to Hebrew and Akkadian. So it lines up with the Bible about the Amorites. And then we have the Ammonites and the Moabites. Let's take a look at that. Okay. The biblical person. So let's take a look at Moab. Moab is the name of an ancient Leviathan kingdom. The existence of the kingdom of Moab is attested by numerous archaeological findings, most notably the Mesha stele, which, very cool, the Mesha stele describes the same story as found in the 2 Kings, chapter 3, but it tells it from the story of the Moabite king instead of the Israelite perspective. So we see a different point of view in the Mesha stele. So that's pretty amazing thing. So there are also many inscriptions not for Moabite, but there's a few inscriptions in the Moabite language, and the Moabite language is basically the dialect of Hebrew. It's so close to Hebrew, it's basically the same. So then we've got the Ammonites. Let's go to the Ammonites. Ammon. Oops. So inscriptions found in the Ammonite language include there's some inscriptions that says, let's see, does it say they referred to in? It says Ammon maintained its independence by paying tribute. So some of their writings lists the Ammonite, like the Ammonite king, some of the various Ammonite kings. An Assyrian tribute list exists from this period, showing that Ammon paid 1/5 as much tribute as Judah did. So we have compelling evidence of the existence of Ammon as a people group outside the Bible. So again, that's corroborating the story of Genesis, the names of the people in Genesis. It's not just made up. These are real historical sources. That's the basis for much of what's in the Bible. Okay, and then we have Edom. So the Edomites, let's see. Edom is mentioned in Assyrian inscriptions as Udami or Udunu. 3 of its kings are known from that same source: Kush Malaka, Malik Ramu, and Kush Gabri. So, according to Egyptian inscriptions, the Aduma at times extended their possessions to the borders of Egypt. So there's corroboration outside the Bible of the Edomites. Okay, and I don't think I looked at I forgot to look at Esau and his family, but let's just take a look for a second. Family tree. Who are his sons again? Oh yeah, there wasn't really. I didn't really see. I don't think I saw really any evidence outside the Bible for these figures. But let's see. All right. Sorry, one sec, guys. I lost my place accidentally because I closed the tab, but I just reopened it. So we should be good. All right, so now we're going to look at some more of the sons of Shem. So the Aram is the son of Shem. So Aram is usually regarded as being the ancestor of the Aramean people of North Mesopotamia and Syria. The Arameans are referred to a lot of places throughout the Bible, as well as in documents outside the Bible. So in the Ebla tablets, they refer to a place called the Aramu. Then, let's see. The inscriptions of Naram Sin of Akkad associated Arman with Ebla. Then you have one of the annals of Naram Sin mentions that he captured the Arami. Other early references to a place where people of Aram have appeared in the archives at Mari and at Ugarit. Tiglath-Pileser I refers to the Arameans. He says, I have crossed the Euphrates 28 times, twice in 1 year, in pursuit of the Aramean Alamu. And Yeah, so that's evidence of the Arameans, but they're referenced in the Bible as well later on historically, but they also feature prominently in other writings outside the Bible. So we have the Elam, and that's clearly connected with the Elamites. So we look now at the Elamites. And so first of all, there's, okay, so ancient country of Elam comes from the son of Shem, Elam. So Sumerians refer to them, the Akkadians refer to them, the Elamites refer to them, Haltam. Let's see here. And we have writing there. The Elamites had their own language that scholars call the Elamite language. So we have writings in their own language. So and they have a whole huge history with their own documents and everything. So they're referred to in a lot of different sources in ancient times. They were one of the big ancient groups. So you see how this is there's a much longer article with a lot more statements about like their history than some of the other groups that I showed you guys. Now, a interesting thing is we're going to look at there's it's called the Battle of Siddim. It's mentioned in the Bible, in the book of Genesis. And so here we've got the kings of the different places. We have the king of Elam, king of Shinar, king of Elasar, and the king of this Goyim thing. So the four kings are mentioned by name, these four kings: Kedar, Laomar, Amraphel, Arioch, and Tita. So we look, Kedar Laomar, it's reported in Elamite linguistics. So the etymology, we take a look here. The name Kedar Laomar is associated with the familiar Elamite components. So in the Elamite language, the word Kadur means servant, and they had a god named Laomar, which is a goddess in their religion. So the king, Kedar Laomar, is an authentic Elamite name. So when the person who wrote Genesis was writing this, he didn't make up a gibberish name. Kedar Laomar. Why did he say Kedar Laomar? Why did he make that up? Was he thinking, you know what? I got to make a name that sounds like, oh yeah, servant of a goddess that I think is a false goddess. Yeah, I'm going to make that up. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense if it's a real name. And a lot of the kings at that time named themselves after the gods they worshipped. So, and Kedar is a thoroughly Elamite component of some people's names in that time period. So this corroborates it as it authenticates it. So then we go to Amraphel. So if we look at the time period, he's named as the king of Shinar. But Shinar, according to scholars, is the Hebrew name for the land of Sumer. So the Sumerian king or the Babylonian king. So who was the Babylonian king at that time? The best evidence, because we have sources that list like the kings of Babylon and Sumerian and stuff, and there's no king that matches. There's no king Amraphel. So was this made up? However, this name is very close to the name Hammurabi, Code of Hammurabi that we were talking about earlier. So some of the earlier scholars associated it with Hammurabi. Beginning with E. Schrader in 1888, he's usually associated with Hammurabi. There is no king in the Sumerian king list or Babylonian king list that matches the name Amraphel except Hammurabi, whose name in the Amorite is Amurapi. This view has been largely abandoned in recent years. So scholars in more recent years are skeptical of this. But I think that they're wrong to be skeptical, because I think there's some good reason to believe that Amraphel is in fact Hammurabi. It's just been corrupted in our Bibles to say Amraphel. The correct name is Hammurabi or Amarafi. So the fel versus the phi, I think, is a corruption, but it's the same person. So it's Hammurabi. Arioch, you see, if you look here, there's a kingdom. Okay, so Ariochu could be an Akkadian translation for the name Rim Sin, and Rim Sin was a king at the same general time period as Hammurabi. So that's one of the reasons for identifying Amraphel with Hammurabi, because this was the name of an actual king, Rim Sin, and it could be translated into Akkadian as Arioch. So we have the king Arioch. So that's what scholars said there. They think that's a good evidence. Although in this, it says in the Mari archives, there's a figure known as Arioch, who appears as a subordinate of Zimri Lim. So it's possible it's this other guy. And then we have the title, king title. Let's see if we have anything for him. Okay, the name title is considered equivalent to Tudalia, the name of both of a Proto-Hittite king and a Hittite king. So we look at that. What's that saying? It's basically saying we don't have complete records of the Hittites, but other records we have someone that's called Tudalia the first, Tudalia the second, the third, and the fourth. And there's a later one as well. But scholars suspect that there might have been an earlier Tudalia that the records don't tell us about. So this earlier Tudalia would be the first, and then this would be the second, this would be the third, and so on and so forth. So some biblical scholars suggested that title, King of Nations, who is mentioned in the book of 14, is based on one of the Dalias. So that's a very high likelihood that that's the case. So now we go to Kalna. So according to the Bible, there's a place supposedly called Kalna, but we haven't had any evidence outside of the Bible that there was a place called Kalna. However, one scholar suggested that it's not actually a place, but it's a corruption, and the expression it means all of them. Because in Hebrew, see this word kalna right here? The word kal means all, and nun means them. So it's very plausible that it actually just meant all of them, and it did not mean a place called Kalna. However, these other places are historically corroborated, and they weren't known about until recent times, except for Babel. We knew about Babel, but we didn't know about Erech. So we go to Erech. Erech, scholars identify Erech with Uruk, which is the ancient city of Sumer. So let's see, etymology. Does it say anything about the Bible? It just says, scholars identify Uruk as the biblical Erech, the second city founded by Nimrod. So Nimrod is connected with the founding of the Sumer, the kingdom of the Sumerians. Then we have Akkad, which is the namesake of the Akkadians. Akkadians are called Akkadians. They come from Akkad. It's the name of a Mesopotamian city from ancient times. I have so many Akkadian documents, but also the name Akkad occurs in some of their documents for their city. So that's how we found out about Akkad, and this seems pretty evident that Akkad. So yeah, see here, before the discipleship of cuneiform in the 19th century, the city was known only from a single reference in Genesis 10:10, where it is written, Echad. The name appears in a list of the cities of Nimrod in Sumer. However, in a couple hundred years ago, when we found the Akkadian documents, they hadn't been translated yet, but once they started being translated, we came to realize that Akkad is mentioned, and this city was called Akkad. So for a long time, people who skeptics of the Bible would see Akkad in the Bible and say, "Oh, that's just a made-up place. That's not real." But then when this was found out, we realized, no, this was not made up. This is a real place. This is part of history. So Akkad is corroborated by outside the Bible. Scholars before modern times were skeptical of this, but had compelling evidence outside the Bible now that these places are all real. So how much evidence do we need to start piling up before we conclude that the Bible is reliable? Even if you don't think the Bible is divinely inspired or true and everything, still, if let's say you're an atheist, even so, there's so much in the Bible that's corroborated by history. You have to start believing the Bible is generally historically reliable. You can't just dismiss it because you don't like the implications. The overwhelming evidence is that it's authentic. And Babylon comes from Babel, and like I said before, it means the gate of the gods or gate of God. It does not mean confused like the Bible says. The Bible was making fun of it. Like the Bible was insulting the Babylonians by saying it means confusion, because the Babylonians are confused about the truth. Now, that's what so the writer of Genesis was relying on that as a pun to make fun of and insult the Babylonians. But actual etymology indicates that rather than meaning confused, it means gate of God or gate of El, Babel. Okay, so let me show you Shinar, which was in that same verse. So Shinar is a name for the southern region of Mesopotamia used by the Hebrew Bible. Hebrew Shinar is equivalent to the Egyptian Singar and Hittite Sanghar, all referring to southern Mesopotamia. So this phrase or word, Shinar, was used outside the Bible. Some Assyrian Syriologists, or experts about Assyrian stuff, considered Shinar a Western variant or cognate of Sumer. So again, the Egyptians mentioned Sangar, and the Amarna letters mentioned Sangar. What's this? The Singara was a strongly fortified post at the northern extremity of Mesopotamia. And then Sinjar is the modern in upper Mesopotamia. Okay. So then, the Bible mentions Ur, the place called Ur. So we take a look. Abraham came from Ur, it says in the Bible. So, location with the biblical Ur. Ur is possibly the city of Ur-Kasdim mentioned in the book of Genesis as the birthplace of Abraham. They say possibly, but it's pretty clear that it is. The evidence is overwhelming that Ur, the Sumerian city Ur, is the city Ur that Abraham was from. Biblical Ur is mentioned 4 times in the Torah or Old Testament, with the distinction of the Kasdim. Jubilees also emphasizes the Kasdim part. So in Jubilees, there's a man named Ur, who's the son of Kesed. So Ur-Kasdim Jubilees says that he named it after his father and himself. That's what Jubilees says. Let's see, I think there's a thing that mentions Jubilees on this page. Oh, maybe not. It's in the page for Kasdim, so, or Ur of the Chaldees. So Jubilees. See, Book of Jubilees states that was founded by son of Kesed, adding that in this same year wars began on earth. The son of Kesed, built the city of of the Chaldees, or Kesedim, and called his name after his own name, and the name of his father. And then it, like it said here, later on, like in the next verse or so, it says, in that same year, wars began on earth. So the Sumerians basically started wars with people, essentially. Mesopotamia. Okay, so that was And interestingly, there's a document found by scholars, the Sumerian document called Lament of okay, Lament for a Sumerian lament. So laments. One of 5 known Mesopotamian city laments, lamenting over a city. Dirges is a somber song or lament for ruined cities in the voice of the city's tutelary goddess. So basically makes it seem like the city is alive. The other city laments are one for Sumer and Nippur, Eridu, and Uruk. The Book of Lamentations of the Old Testament, which bewails the destruction of Jerusalem, is similar in style and theme to these earlier Mesopotamian laments. Like it portrays Jerusalem as like alive in the Psalms as well. Similar laments can be found in the Book of Jeremiah, Book of Ezekiel, and the Book of Psalms, specifically Psalm 137. And so, yeah, so there's some pretty striking similarities there. Now, let's see here. Okay, so then we have, let's take a look at Haran. So Haran is a relative of Abraham in the book of Genesis. He's a brother of Abraham. Okay, and we're told that after Haran died in Ur of the Chaldees, his family traveled towards Canaan. However, Terah stopped at Haran and settled there. So Haran probably comes from there's an actual place in the ancient writings. Haran is usually identified with Haran now. Okay, so let's take a look. Well, let's see. Yeah, so we click it. And just like we saw earlier that Uruk and Akkad and are authenticated by outside documents from the Bible, here we have Haran, the place, the city Haran, that the Bible mentions, is authenticated in the writings of the Babylonians. So, I mean, it has a whole history here where it refers to them. So the city place, it wasn't made up. That's a real place, Haran, that once existed. And it was a full, it was a real city. So the Bible was not making that up. Okay, and then we have, I'll close out some of these documents or these tabs of Wikipedia. And now we have Ashur. Let's take a look at Ashur. Okay, so Ashur, his brothers were Elam, Ephraxad, Lud, and Aram. Okay, and we see Assyria. The Assyrians come from Ashur, and Assyrians are from Shem. So the Assyrians have the Semitic language Akkadian. So that seems like the Hebrew was preserved by Ashur, potentially. But anyways, Assyria, let's take a look. Assyria. Okay. I mean, there's so much evidence for Assyria. It's like a huge article. So obviously, there's no doubt about Assyria existing. Lots of writings in their language, inscriptions from their empire. It's compelling, amazing stuff. And so Assyria was a real place, not made up in the Bible. And now we're going to go to the Canaanites. So the Canaanites have some striking connections to history as well that we can identify. They're not made up. So the Canaanites, obviously Canaan was the father of the Canaanites. So Canaan as a people group. So here's the Mitanni I was telling you guys about earlier. That probably is related to the Midianites mentioned in the Bible. But okay, so we don't need the archaeology thing. Let's see. It says, well, there's a dispute about how early it started to be mentioned, but I mean, there's a lot of ancient records about the Canaanites. Again, this is a long article, but you can just see from the top. Oh, they don't have it here. There's supposed to be a Akkadian rendering of their name. Homology, maybe? Yeah, so Akkadian. It appears as Kinan in Akkadian. This is how they spell it. In the Amarna letters, they're mentioned. And Amarna is the 14th century BC. In some other Egyptian texts. In Greek, it first occurs in the writings of Hecataeus as Khna. Oh, yeah, so it's referenced in a lot of writings outside the Bible. So we know the Canaanites were historical people. They're authenticated. But now let's take a look at the descendants of Canaan. So here we have the Sidonians. So the name Sidon, I believe, does occur in some inscriptions. So Sidon was one of the most important Phoenician cities. But again, it's a long article, so sorry, I'll skip that one because I don't want to take too long on some of these articles. So the Hittites mentioned as descent coming from the Canaanites. So we've got a problem with the Hittites. So what's interesting is that there was an original group called the Hattians or the Hattites, and then they were invaded by another group who also called themselves the Hattites. Because once they invaded their land, they kept the name. Some scholars take the view that the two people are identical. Apart from the similarity in names, the Anatolian Hittites were a powerful political entity. So Anatolian, the problem with that is that comes from European. So that basically means Japheth. So how did the Hamite Hittites become European? How did that happen? Well, the evidence that I've seen from history indicates that the original Hittites were conquered by a European people, but then the European people that conquered them kept the name Hittites and continued to call themselves Hittites. So So I think that's the basis of the confusion. But there's compelling evidence that they are the same. They're the same group. There's the Hittite language. There's the Hittite Empire. There's just so much evidence about the Hittites, and they were a powerhouse in ancient times. And they have a lot of similarities with Mesopotamia in general. Before the archaeological discoveries that revealed the Hittite civilization, the only source of information about the Hittites had been the Old Testament. In the 19th century, it was expressed by this scholar that no Hittite king could have compared in power to the king of Judah. As the discoveries in the second half of the 19th century revealed the scale of the Hittite kingdom, asserted that rather than being compared to Judah, the Anatolian civilization was worthy of comparisons to the divided kingdom of Egypt and was infinitely more powerful than that of Judah. So there's a lot of outside evidence about the Hittites, and they were an extremely impressive kingdom in the ancient times. And we see the Hittites referred to throughout the Bible as a powerful people. So the Amorites, we talked about them earlier. We showed the evidence for that. We don't really have evidence for the Jebusites, but the Girgashites, we have. Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Girgashites. There we go. So interestingly, for the Girgashites, we have a place in the Hittite called Karakesha. So in ancient times, Q and G or K and G were often confused with each other when putting from one language to another. So the Girgash and the Karakash, it's probably the same group. So highly suspicious, or not suspicious, but highly likely that these are the same people. Same people group. Some of these other people groups are less prominent, but let's see. Arvadites, we have. They inhabited Arvad, so there's an actual ancient place called Arvad. It's probably the Arvadites. Ancient history. So it's mentioned in multiple times in various writings throughout history. So it seems to be an authentic place that once existed. Zemarites, similarly. There's a place called the Sumer, not Sumer of the Sumerians, but Sumer. So it's rendered differently. Sometimes they render it as Zemar, Zimra, Sumra. So there's different renderings of it. But evidence indicates that this is this place as the people, the same people group as the Zemarites, the Canaanites. And let's see, did I have something for Hamath? They inhabited the kingdom of Hamath. So again, the Hamathites. So we know about the Hamathites. And the Archites, we've got, this says there's a place called Arka in ancient times. The city of Urkata. So Arka, the Amarna letters mentions Urkata. And there's other references to it as well. So all these Canaanite places, they're not made up, or these people groups. They're real people groups that once existed. So contrary to skeptics of the Bible, these are authentic source. These are derived from authentic historical truth. And we're at the end of the Table of Nations. where we've got, let's see, the remainder is the other brothers of Canaan, and that's, let's see, let's pull it up. So the other brothers of Canaan are Cush, Put, and Mizraim. So we go to Cush, and we see Cush is identified in the Bible with the kingdom of Cush. So identification. There is an Egyptian name of Upper Nubia, and they called it Cush. The Nubian kingdom was also known as the kingdom of Cush. The form Cush appears in Egyptian records as early as the 21st century BC. So Cush seems to be corroborated by history. Again, it's a confirmation of what the Bible says. Then we've got Put and historical records. There's a Libyan tribe of Pedu, shows up in Egyptian records. A Ptolemaic text refers to the land of Pitu. In Demotic, it was written as Pit. Fragment of Nebuchadnezzar II's Annals mentions his campaign in defeating the soldiers of Put. A multilingual stele dating to the reign of Darius refers to the Put as the province of Putaya. So anyways, there seems to be some evidence of Put as well. And finally, Mizraim. We see, so Mizraim is the name for Egypt. And it potentially is connected with the idea of two Egypts, because the Im has the dual in the Hebrew, the dual form. And so it means two Mitra, two of them. That's potentially what it means. But so here we see Neo-Babylonian text use the term Mizraim for Egypt. Neo-Babylonian is like 7th century, 7th century BC. So around the time of the destruction of the first temple, the Babylonians are referring to Egypt by the name Mizraim. Also, the Ugaritic writings, which date from an earlier time period, refer to Egypt as Mizraim. And in the Amarna tablets from the 14th century, it is called Mitzri. And in the Assyrian records, they called Egypt Mutsur or Mitzur. It's the same word. The classical Arabic word for Egypt is Misr. Some ancient Egyptian inscriptions at the time of Pharaoh Amenhotep IV, so in the 14th century, refer to Egypt as Masara and to the Egyptians as Masrawi. Now it says citation needed, but I'm assuming that this wasn't made up and that this is authentic, but I don't know for sure. But that's what they say there. And then we've got so now the Patrusim. So check this out, Patrusim. We identify Patrusim with Pathros. So what's Pathros? Let's take a look. That Pathros means Upper Egypt. And Mitzrayim is Egypt. So one of Egypt's sons, or one of the Mitzrayim, the son of Ham, one of Mitzrayim's sons was the Pathru. It makes it look like it's a son, but I'm inclined to think instead that it's saying that Ham is the father of the Pathrosites, or the Egyptians who lived in Pathros, the Upper Egypt. So I don't think he had a son literally named Pathrusim. I think he fathered many descendants who became the people of Pathros. So Pathros It's Upper Egypt, and it comes from. It's the homeland of the Pathrusim. The name is a loan word. The Hebrew word, the name Patros is the loan from the Egyptian word Patrosi, which means the southern land. So this could not be the name of Mizraim had children, but one of his children was not named Pathrosim because that's an Egyptian word, and the Egyptian language didn't exist yet. According to the Bible, the Tower of Babel hadn't happened yet. So he did not call him by that name because that's an Egyptian. It's Egyptian origin. That name, like I said, it comes from the Egyptian, the southern land, and that's the Upper Egypt because the south in Egypt was higher than the north in altitude. Okay, so then we got, let's see what we got here. Okay, the Kasluhim. The Kasluhim. The other places we can't really identify right now. There's not a lot of evidence about them, but the Kasluhim is one we can identify. And so, okay, so the Egyptian form of the name is preserved in the inscriptions of the temple of Kom-Ombo as the region name Kasluhet. And ancient literature, let's see. Well, there's nothing much else about that. But so apparently that is preserved in the Egyptian documents. Okay. And then we have the Kaftorim. A location called Kaftar is mentioned in Mari tablets, and it's understood as a reference to Kaftar, the Kaftarim. Hold on a second. Okay. A text in connection with Hammurabi mentions Kaftarite fabric. An inventory thought to be from the same era mentions a Kaftarite vessel. And earlier, another Mari text, a Kaftarite weapon and Kaftarite object referenced. So the Ugaritic writings, the Canaanite writings of Ugarit, also mention Kaftar. The Amarna, Ugaritic writings from the Amarna period, Kaftar is mentioned. A poem uses Kaftar as a parallel for Egypt, naming it as the home of the god YHWH. Prior to the discovery of the reference to of Egypt, scholars had already considered the possibility of Kaftar found in Jeremiah being the Semitic cognate of Egypt. So means like place or something, and Kaftar. So they think Egypt might have come from Kaftar. Let's see, Egypt. What they say for the etymology. Oops, sorry guys. It has modern stuff about Egypt, like modern Egypt too, so that's why it's such a long article. The name Egypt is derived from the ancient Greek. Let's see. So there's different theories on what it comes from. It's also connected with the god Ptah. So they say it could mean like Egypt might be the god mentioning the god Ptah. So The Philistines are a ancient people group mentioned in the Bible, and they're corroborated by history. Whoops, I spelled that wrong. So we have the Assyrian people, refer to them as Palas or Pelis. Like, there's different ways of spelling it in the Assyrian writings, but also the Egyptians referred to them, they called them the Peleset. In Hebrew, they're called Peleset as well, or as we translate it, Philistine. See, Peleset or Philist, people of Pelesht. Cognates and Akkadian, or sort of Assyrian and Babylonian. Egyptian Palusata. The term Palestine from modern times actually is derived from Philistine. So basically, the Palestinians in Israel are the modern equivalent of the Philistines, the ancient Philistines. So Philistia is the kingdom or the people. Like I said, the ancient Egyptians referred to them by that same name, and a lot of other writings outside the Bible mention them. And they have their own writings too, I believe, some inscriptions from their place. So we know it was a real place and that was a real people. It was not made up. So with that all said, we're gonna now go into the Egyptians, and that's where we're gonna these people. I gotta ban this person again. Sorry guys about the inappropriate stuff in the chat that was posted. I just removed it now. Unfortunately, that's what you get when you have, people can subscribe to your channel, and unfortunately, spam accounts can subscribe and be posting unfortunate things. So my apologies, but my apologies. I didn't delete that sooner. I didn't see until now. So now, like I said, we're gonna wrap things up with Egyptian, and then that's where we're gonna end today, because there's no way we can finish this series today about the Canaanites. But we will do that maybe next Sunday again. Maybe we'll do it on Sunday. But we're going to wrap up with the Egyptians. So first, let's take a look at, what are the origin of the Hebrews? So the evidence indicates that there's a phrase known in ancient times, or a term called the Habiru, and the connections are striking. It seems clear that they are the same thing. So Habiru, in Akkadian, Habiru, they're variously described in the documents as rebels, outlaws, raiders, mercenaries, bowmen, servants, slaves, and laborers. So take a look here. In the time of Ramesses, around the 1800s BC, the Sumerians knew a group of Aramean nomads living in southern Mesopotamia. They called them as Sagaz, which meant robbers. So the Arameans, by the way, some of Abraham's family is from the Aram. So, like some of his relatives from like his mother's side. So basically, there's other documents. Hundreds, it says the term occurs in hundreds of second millennium documents covering a 600-year period from the 18th to the 12th century BC, found at sites ranging from Egypt, Canaan, and Syria to Nuzi, which is in Iraq, and Anatolia, Turkey. So Sagaz was rendered as Haber by the Akkadians. Not all Habiru were murderers and robbers. In the 18th century BC, a North Syrian king named Urkabtun made peace with Shemuba and his Habiru. And let's see. So the Hebrew or the Abiru had no common ethnic affiliations and no common language. Their personal names being most frequently West Semitic, which is Hebrew, but also East Semitic, which is like Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian, which is basically a very similar language to Hebrew. But then it was also, they had some Hurrian names, Indo-European, so like a Hittite, for example. So the overwhelming evidence indicates that most of the Hebrews had Semitic names, but some of them had names from other people groups or other languages. So in the Amarna letters, the petty kings of Canaan described them sometimes as outlaws, sometimes as mercenaries, sometimes as day laborers and servants. So think about this. The Israelites are trying to kill the Canaanites and wipe them out. The Canaanites are probably not going to have a favorable impression of them. So they're going to call them by, they're going to refer to them as in negative light. So the Hebrews for them were outlaws, mercenaries, laborers, and they ultimately should be their servants, according to the Canaanites. That's what the Israelites. The Israelites were Hebrews, and they were trying to wipe out the Canaanites. So yeah, the Israelites seemed like warlords, right? To them, and the Egyptians too. The Israelites were outlaws under Egypt, and they rebelled and fought against Egypt in later times. So they were. It makes sense that they would be considered associated with a negative association with Hebrews. But the word for Hebrew doesn't explicitly refer to only Jews or Israelites. It refers to a wider group of people. According to the evidence of the Bible and like Jubilees, the Hebrews descend from the ancestor named Eber. There's a man named Eber in the Bible, and Eber, all his descendants are the Hebrews. So you have, let's see, let me just show you for a second the genealogies of Genesis. So we go to Eber. So we have here Shem has our Arphaxad. Arphaxad has Canaan, then has Selah, then has Eber, okay, followed by Peleg, Reu, Serug, Neher, Terah, and then Abraham. So Eber is way back. How many generations back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 generations before Abraham. So that means all the descendants of 6 generations all the way to Abraham are Hebrews. So not just Abraham's descendants are Hebrews, but so are all his father's descendants and all Nahor's descendants and all the way back to Eber. And that also means the Ishmaelites and the Arabs are Hebrews, and the Edomites are Hebrews, the Moabites and the Ammonites are all Hebrews, according to the Bible definition. So we go Eber, and we look and we see that some suspect that the name is connected with Hebrew because it's spelled the same. Well, it's not really saying it here, but some scholars connect the man Eber with the name Hebrew. And also there seems to be evidence that the name Hebrew just means those who crossing over the Euphrates River, potentially. So who are the Hebrews, or according to history? Well, why doesn't history mention them? Well, they do. They're called the Habiru, like I've been talking to you guys about. So the biblical word Hebrew, like Habiru, began as a social category and evolved into an ethnic one. Since the discovery of the second millennium, inscriptions mention the Habiru. There have been many theories linking these to the Hebrews of the Bible. While the Abiru may be related to the biblical Hebrews, they also appear to be composed of many different peoples, which is what I just said. It includes all the descendants of all the way back to Eber. So it's not just the Israelites, it's all the prior people descending from Eber. So go to Hebrews. Some authors argue that Ibri denotes the descendants of the biblical patriarch Eber, hence the occasional Anglicization, Eberites, instead of Hebrews. And then it says, since the 19th century discovery of the second millennium BC inscriptions mentioning the Habiru, it's been linked to the Hebrews. So some striking similarities there. So use as a synonym for Israelites. Later on, it starts being used as a synonym, but originally it wasn't. So, and the language of the Israelites is called Hebrew in the Book of Jubilees. So, interesting there. Then we have, okay, so now I want to bring to, is the Bible historically reliable? What happened to the Exodus? Scholars say the Exodus, a lot of people say the Exodus didn't happen because there's barely any evidence that it happened, they say. So the Exodus, let's look at what the scholars say for a second. Origins and historicity. Sources and parallels of the Exodus. There are two main positions of the historicity of Exodus in modern scholarship. The majority position is that the biblical Exodus has some historical basis, although there is little of historical worth in it. We, of course, who believe the Bible should disagree with that. But the other position, often associated with the school of biblical minimalism, is that the biblical Exodus traditions are the invention of the exilic and post-exilic Jewish community with little to no historical basis. Again, we reject that. So what is the evidence? Well, some of the stuff is difficult to reconcile with history. So there's probably some changes, like how many Israelites left. According to writings of that time period, armies that size were so huge that if Israel actually had an army that size, they would be easily overpower the Egyptians. So unlikely that Israel had that many people that the Bible says they did. So that's possibly a corruption there. But basically, the only explanation for who the Israelites were in the Exodus is the Hyksos. It really is the only explanation. So the Hyksos, let me go back for a second. Let's see if the Hyksos is mentioned at all in this article. The Hyksos. Yeah, the Hyksos is also associated as a potential historical parallel or origin for the story. So that is the answer, guys. The Hyksos. So we're going to look at that. The Hyksos. We're going to see the evidence that they are indeed the same people. So the Hyksos, it's a term that it's an Egyptian word that means ruler of foreign land. So remember in the Bible, the Israelites basically invade Egypt and they take control of part of Egypt. Like Joseph literally becomes second in command and controls all of Egypt. And, he causes the Egyptians, they have to sell to Joseph all their land, give them all their money, give them all their animals, possessions, and then he redistributes it. But he exercises authority and control over much of Egypt. And then his descendants and his family's descendants continue to have a large influence of that people. So basically, Joseph was appointed essentially as like a king over the people, second only to the Pharaoh himself. So what happened when Joseph died? Well, probably someone else took his place as leader of the people in that region of Egypt. So who were the Hyksos? The scholars say they probably are West Semitic. Again, West Semitic is a scholarly phrase that often essentially just means Hebrew. It's the Hebrew language. People who spoke the Hebrew language. So let's see here. Josephus connected them to the Hyksos, but let's see. Canaanite. The Hyksos practiced many Levantine or Canaanite customs, but also many Egyptian customs. So they incorporated Egyptian ideas into their beliefs. They were credited with introducing several technological innovations to Egypt. Okay, so the Hyksos did not control all of Egypt. Instead, they coexisted with the other part of Egypt. Okay. The Hyksos personal names. So we have mentions of some of the names of the Hyksos, and the names of the Hyksos indicate that they are corresponding to Hebrews, the Hebrew names. And let's see. One sec, guys. Okay, so religion. So the Hyksos are known to have worshipped the Canaanite storm god Baal, who was associated with the Egyptian god Set. Now, Set basically is like a Satan, like a Satan version of, like, the Egyptians had a god named Set, but Set in the Egyptian takes on the role of almost like a Satan. So to the Egyptians, they believed that the Hyksos were worshiping Satan, essentially. But they weren't worshiping Satan, they were worshiping Baal. But so the evidence tells us that the Hyksos worshipped Baal, and I actually want to show you guys the Israelites of the Bible also worshipped Yahweh as Baal, and that they originate from the Canaanites, or that they were highly influenced by the Canaanites, the Israelites. So second here. Okay, so with that said, the 14th dynasty of Egypt. So let's take a look at that. The 14th dynasty. So in the 14th dynasty, we have some names of the Hyksos, and let's take a look at some of these names. We have a name, they say, of Canaanite descent, or Semitic names. So Ipiku, and then Yakbeam, which is a I'm not sure what that one is, but so Kara, and then you have Jacob Har. So Jacob is the exact equivalent of the Hebrew name Jacob. So they're calling someone Jacob Har. So it's clear that they spoke Hebrew, or a form of Hebrew at that time. Jacob, let's see. Jacob Har, also known as Yakbaal for some reason. Popular speculation. So someone tried to say that Jacob Har was Jacob, but we don't. That doesn't make sense. There can be more than one person named Jacob, and if you believe the Bible, there was hundreds of thousands of people by the time of the Exodus. So probably more than one person was named Jacob, and so what if the Hyksos are indeed the Israelites, then that means that after Joseph died, there was people who replaced Joseph as the leader, the second in command of that region, and then people replaced that leader, and people replaced that leader until the Israelites left Egypt. That's what the evidence would indicate. So now, compelling evidence that indeed the Hyksos are the Israelites is, so the Pharaoh who expelled the Hyksos. So his name is Mose. So in Hebrew, the word for Moses, the name Moses is Moshe, not Moses. The es comes from Greek. The s comes from Greek, like an ending for Greek. But there was no s ending in Hebrew. And so we look here and we see this name of this Pharaoh, Mose the first. The name means Yah is born. Now, Yah is the moon god in Egyptian. Yah is born. So imagine this. Imagine if this is true, that Mose was the Pharaoh who kicked out the Israelites. You have Yah Moses, fighting against Moses and his god Yahweh. So Yah Moses fighting against Moses with Yah. So that's a striking similarity, first of all. The name Moses itself, or the person Moses in the Bible, is not found in the Egyptian writings. So there's not a leader of the Hyksos named Moses. But we have this Pharaoh named Yah Moses. So the coincidence it's hard to believe, because this is literally the Pharaoh that kicked the Hyksos out of Egypt. So it's characterized as, it says, during the reign of his father or grandfather, Thebes rebelled against the Hyksos, the rulers of Lower Egypt. When he was 7 years old, his father was killed. He was about 10 when his brother died. During his reign, Yah Moses completed the conquest and expulsion of the Hyksos from the Nile Delta, restored Theban rule over the whole of Egypt, and successfully reasserted Egyptian power in its formerly subject territories of Nubia and Canaan. So remember what I said, the Israelites, when they invaded Egypt, Joseph exercised power and control over Egypt as if he was the king over that part of Egypt. And so we see that the Israelites are the slaves of Egypt, but it actually makes more sense to view them as vassals. So what's a vassal? Well, vassal state. A vassal is any state that has a mutual obligation, superior state or empire, in a status similar to that of a vassal in the feudal system in medieval Europe. Vassal states were common among the empires of the Near East, dating back to the era of the Egyptian, Hittite, and Mitanni conflict, as well as ancient China. Basically, what it means is that another country conquers your country, but instead of invading your country and making you guys your country, they allowed you to be your own country still, but you had to basically submit as essentially a colony that was submitting. So historical examples: ancient Egypt conquered other nations and then kept them as vassals. So yeah, it goes throughout history. Like the same thing with Israel in the time of the Romans and the Greeks. So basically in the time of the Romans became the empire of the region, and they ruled over Israel as a vassal, but they allowed Israel to exercise its own independence to a certain degree. As long as they submitted to the ultimate authority of Rome over them, they were allowed to rule somewhat independently. So the same thing occurs amongst the Israelites in Egypt, where they weren't slaves in the full sense of the word, but they were vassals, where they were subservient to them, and they had to give them lots of tribute, I guess you would call it. And so the Egyptians would send people in and make sure they're doing the work they're supposed to be doing. When the Egyptians wanted certain things built, the Egyptians invaded the Hyksos, or the Israelites' camp, and started telling them they had to do certain things, and then they had officials there who kind of basically forced them to do different things, but they weren't slaves in the sense where they were like had no power. Essentially Israelites they had their own nation or like territory, their state, but they were heavily policed by the other Egyptian state. It's kind of like a similar situation with, you have China and Taiwan, and you have Russia and Ukraine, the thing there, and then you have North Korea and South Korea. There's like between the two countries of those different places, they don't accept each other, and they try to their ideal scenario is to be in control of the other. They're considered often states of the same country by some of those people. So he kicks them out. So if we're trying to look at history and we say, where is there evidence of an entire people group invading Egypt and then being kicked out, expelled? Well, this is it. This is clearly it. And the way to explain it, we have to conclude that this is the case. Now, the name Moses, interestingly, remember I said Moshe, not Moses, the S comes from interestingly, scholars have suggested that the name Moses is probably from Egyptian and it's not a Hebrew name. The Egyptian word Moshe means son of or child. So they believe that name is actually an Egyptian name, not Hebrew. So there's some Egyptian names like Thutmoses. That is a name of a pharaoh, and it means son of Thoth, which the god Thoth. And you have this other one, Ramesses. It's actually Ramesses, and it's Ramoses. So it seems like the name of Moses actually is derived from the Egyptian name, although the Bible connects it with the Hebrew, where the Hebrew word Moshe means to draw out of the water. So that is a possibility. However, the connection of Moses with some of the Egyptian stuff seems too similar to be coincidence, and it leads me to conclude that Moses' name is not Hebrew, but is Egyptian in origin. So, and then the Ipuwer papyrus, or papyri, whatever it's called. What's it called? Papyrus. Okay. So here we have striking similarity with the Exodus, Ipuwer and the Book of Exodus. Has often been put forward in popular literature as confirmation of the biblical account of Exodus, most notably because of its statement, the river is blood, and its frequent references to servants running away. This assertion has not gained acceptance among scholars. There are some disparities between Ipuwer and the narrative in the Book of Exodus, such as that the papyrus describes the Asiatics as arriving in Egypt rather than leaving. That could just be a translation issue. The papyrus statement that the river is blood phrase may refer to the red sediment coloring the Nile during disastrous floods. But even if that's true, that could be the explanation for the Exodus account, the river is blood. The skeptics always try to be super skeptical of things like this, but it's too similar to be coincidence. When you look at the Ipuwer papyrus, there's too many similarities with the Exodus account. So I'm pretty convinced that this is a clear reference to the Exodus story. So that is that. Let's see what we guys are now. And yeah, it occurs with the general same time period. Let me look at some of the chat. And we'll be wrapping up with the Egyptians. There's some more stuff about the Egyptians, but then that's where we're ending because we don't have time to even begin to go on to talk about Canaanite stuff. But let's take a look here. Who are you? And then he says, you're brilliant. Well, I'm just studying to trying to show the evidence of what I see. So I have a lot of study over the years, and part of my beliefs are based on, I'm one of the only people who accepts all the Apocrypha and Pseudepigrapha as divinely inspired on the same level as the Bible. So I think that has actually helped me a lot in guiding my beliefs. So okay, Europeans don't come from Japheth. Many Europeans are Shemites. So the evidence that I've seen indicates that like I've showed, all the sons of Japheth are equated in history with European nations, people groups. Now, according to like the Dead Sea Scrolls and like Jubilees and things like that, they did intermarry. So many of the sons of Japheth married women descended from Ham or Shem, but the line of the male line of Japheth goes to Europe rather than other places. So, of course, now we have today, like, America is a melting pot of different people, right? So Europe, in ancient times, there was probably some Shemite people in Europe, but they, the overwhelming majority of Europeans are Japheth, not Shem. Yeah, so again, it says, if you have ever read Jubilees, it says that Aber was a crossbreed between Shem and Japheth. So the way it works in the Bible and in the various biblical books like Jubilees, it goes to the father's line. So Aber was from Shem's line, but he may have married someone from Japheth's line. But that doesn't mean his children are now part Japheth and part Shem. The way it works in the Bible is his children are all considered Shem. They're Shemites. They're not Japhethites. So that's how it works. It's through the father line, not through the mother and the father, just the father line. Yeah, again, so Aten says, Jubilee says that Canaan, the Ethiopian rendering of it, Canaan, took Melko, the daughter of Madai, the son of Japheth, and bore Shelah. Shelah then takes Muak, the daughter of his father's brother, another Japhethite, and bore Aber. So again, if you marry someone from Japheth, that doesn't make your children Japheth, because your children are from the father line. A lot of the Jews believe it's from the mother line, but that's not the case. The Bible overwhelmingly shows it's the father line that matters. The mother line basically doesn't matter. It's irrelevant in the Bible mindset. Wikipedia is a very good source. It's not flawless, but a lot of accurate information is on there, and we shouldn't use Wikipedia for opinions, but we can use it to establish the basic data, and then we can draw our own conclusions from that data. And that's what I've done. I don't think that makes it unreliable. And then Arabians, they come from the Ishmaelites, and the Ishmaelites are Shemites. So I'm just going with what the Bible says. They're Shemites. And then if Ishmael is offspring of Abraham, an Egyptian woman, and he comes out brown. But then Abraham and Sarah have a son that is what color? Well, it could be that Abraham and Sarah are brown, so they had brown children, and Abraham and the Egyptian are also both brown. That's what I would say. This is the Greatest Shower episode. Stay tuned for episode 3. So Shonda says Cain was King Sargon of Akkad. The problem with that is Sargon is after the flood, whereas Cain's before the flood. So I would say that doesn't reconcile with what we see in my opinion. Okay, looks like we're pretty much caught up here. So Shonda says Thutmose the third is the Exodus of the Exodus Pharaoh. But like I said, if the Hyksoses are the Israelites, it was not Thutmose who kicked the Israelites, the Hyksos or the Israelites out of Egypt. It was the Pharaoh Yah-Moses or Yah-Moses, and I think the name Yah-Moses is strikingly similar to the name Yah and Moses. Moses, with his god Yah, was fighting against the Pharaoh Yah-Moses, and the Yah in the Egyptian Pharaoh name is the moon god. So you have the moon god Pharaoh Yah-Moses versus the Israel god Yah and Moses. But let me just take a look to see when Thutmose, what time period he's from, just to get an idea. Thutmose, the third. He's from the 1400s BC. So let's see when Yah-Moses is. Yah-Moses was in the prior century. It says in the 1500s. So it says Egyptian chronology is disputed. So there's different dating methods, but I would say overall, the evidence I showed of the Israelites being the Hyksos, and we're told in the writings that Yah-Mose, the Pharaoh, is the one who kicked the Egyptians out. Kicked the Hyksos out. So he's the one that expelled them. So that seems to mean that he's the Pharaoh. Because from what I can tell, Thutmose is not recorded in any writings as kicking an entire people group out of his country and saving the kingdom from the invaders. So, and here's the thing. So the Bible paints it that Egypt did not want them to leave, which you could believe that because they were a vassal state. They didn't want them to leave. But once they did leave, they realized that they now had control over all the place for themselves now. So how politicians like to spin things in their favor, like a certain someone named Trump. He has. I'm not. There was a lot of things that Trump did that I liked, and I certainly would not vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Trump either, though. But I'm just saying Trump is well known to spin things to make himself look more successful than necessarily he was. And so I think this type of spin, but of course, both sides do it. Both political sides will spin things to make it look like they did something really good when they didn't. So you can bet that the Pharaoh of Egypt, when he expelled the Hyksos, he spun the narrative to his own people and said, I have freed us from the Hyksos. I have freed us from the Israelites. Now we can take back Egypt for ourselves and we can make Egypt great again. No, I'm just joking. But so I think the evidence is pretty compelling that the Hyksos are the Israelites. So that said, let's move on. There's a few more things in the beginning I want to look at for a second. Okay, how do I... Sorry. Okay, so Aten said, and Elijah said unto them, take the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they took them, and Elijah brought them down. So we'll be talking about this in part 3. But basically, Elijah was not against worshiping the god Baal. He was against worshiping the idol Baal, in my view. So the pagan worshippers, they would worship idols, but they considered the idols to be the same God as the God they're worshiping. So let's say someone makes an idol of Yahweh. They would call that idol Yahweh. They would say, "Oh, great Yahweh," and they'd be talking to the idol. So the idol's name is Yahweh. They believe it's the true God Yahweh, but according to the prophets, that would be a false God under the name Yahweh. So basically, the prophets would tell you, stop worshiping Yahweh, the idol God Yahweh, and worship this other God that's the true God. So in the same way, when Elijah said to them, stop worshiping Baal, he's talking about their God Baal they created, the idol Baal. He's not saying don't worship Yahweh, Baal, because elsewhere in the Bible, Yahweh is called Baal, and there's no problem. The righteous people call him Baal. Even the prophets call him Baal. So we'll show evidence of that in part 3. And also the scriptures were tampered with to hide the name of Baal. There's compelling evidence that that's the case, which we'll go through in part 3. Job is thought to be pre-Diluvian, before the flood. Well, the evidence in the book of Job is that he only lived a couple hundred years, suggesting that he's after the flood, because people's lifespans rapidly decreased after the flood. Before the flood, they lived hundreds and hundreds of years to like 900 years old. So Job seems to be from after the flood in the Mesopotamian culture. Okay. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just checking a few of the comments and then we'll continue. All right, looks like we're all caught up. I agree the rapture is not biblical. Someone said that. The so-called rapture, yeah. So at least the commonly understood rapture. But so anyways, we're going to get back to this and wrap things up. We're going to finish the Egyptian thing. So Shana says we were taught the Hyksos were the Israelites, but the Hypnos say the history is so compelling. So if you have the evidence, please share with me. But like I said, there doesn't seem to be evidence that he expelled the entire people group, whereas Moses, we have that evidence. So, and the Hyksos, they're strikingly connected with the same Canaanite ideas that the Israelites later had. So many Canaanite ideas are in the Israelite people, which I'll show in part 3, that it's highly probable that they got these Canaanite ideas long before. So that is corroborated by the idea that they're the Hyksos, because the Hyksos were adopting the Canaanite ideas even at that time. But anyways, so the Ark of the Covenant is actually connected with, we see compelling evidence that the Ark of the Covenant is of Egyptian origin. So Let's take a look. Okay. So let's take a look, see if there's anything in this Egyptian Wikipedia article. So Nogel suggests that the ancient Egyptian bark is a model for the Israelite ark, since Egyptian barks had all the features just mentioned. Okay, so let's take a look at that article that is being referenced in the Wikipedia page. And this is one of the accusations by unbelievers about the Bible being plagiarizing, other people and stuff. But that the Ark of the Covenant comes from Egyptian stuff. So let's see if we can zoom in some for you guys. So the Ark of the Covenant has a safe containing 5 major features. First is a wooden box overlaid with gold, a lid made entirely of gold. The third component is a pair of gold cherubim on top that rests on top of the lid and face each other with their wings touching. The lid was understood as God's throne, whereas the box was viewed as his footstool. Some verses are quoted to suggest that, God's throne and his footstool. The ark's fourth feature was its wooden poles, which were inserted through 4 gold rings and never removed. Only the priestly tribe of Levi were permitted to carry the ark, and even then, only after they had veiled it. No one of non-priestly descent was allowed to touch it. The ark's fifth feature was its contents: the tablets of the law, a jar of manna, and possibly the rod of Aaron, if you believe the New Testament book of Hebrews. In addition to serving as a reliquary, texts attribute 2 other functions to the ark. Most prominently, it served as the symbolic presence of Yahweh. In times of war, Yahweh led as the Lord of hosts. Seated on the cherubim, surrounded by standard bearers preceding him. Each standard was topped with a banner representing an Israelite tribe or family line. As the symbolic presence of Yahweh, the ark was connected to miracles and oracles. Thus, when the priests carried the ark into the Jordan River, the waters parted. And Moses, Phinehas, Samuel, Saul, and David each received divine direction from the ark. Before the temple was built, the ark stayed at a number of sanctuaries, including Gilgal, Shechem, Bochim, Bethel, Shiloh, Kiriath Yarim, and Gibeon. During the visits, Yahweh would accept sacrifices and bless his sanctuaries. Finally, the ark acquired a ritual function. On Yom Kippur, the high priest would sprinkle bull's blood onto and in front of the ark's lid. Previously proposed parallels to the ark. He basically says that these other parallels have some interesting connections, but they're too dissimilar to be compelling. So then he says he thinks the evidence most strongly is from the Egyptian sacred barks. So with this in mind, he says, I'd like to propose the Egyptian sacred bark offers a more compelling and complete parallel for the ark. The bark was not merely a boat, but a sacred ritual object deeply embedded in the ritual and mythological landscapes of the Egyptians. Though they resembled boats, they rarely, if ever, were set in water. Even when they needed to cross the Nile, they were loaded onto barges. Usually they were carried by hand or in some cases dragged on a sledge or placed on a wagon. The bark's most basic function was to transport gods and mummies. When transporting gods, or basically idols of God, the bark was fitted with a gold-plated naos, containing a divine image seated on a block throne, which was veiled with a thin canopy of wood or cloth. It says figure 17.4. I don't know if this is it or not. 17.3. When transported, it carried the sarcophagus within a covered plated catafalque. There is no one type of sacred bark, but rather many variations on a theme, each with its own set of accoutrement. Many barks were decorated with protective, they say cherubim here, but I think he's trying to bring home the connection and is using the word cherubim, but I think that's kind of disingenuous, probably. I don't think there was actual cherubim on the barks, but there was like images of of animals or something, such as the naos of the bark of Amun, found on Seti the first mortuary temple, and the bark of Horus in the temple of at Edfu. Like the Ark of the Covenant, sacred barks were carried on poles by priests, the so-called pure ones who had performed purification rituals in order to hoist the bark, carrying it with poles, pictures of their inscriptions on their walls and stuff. Though most Egyptian rituals were never witnessed by the public, the procession of the sacred bark was an important exception. It was the focus of an intense series of festivals throughout the year, as many as 5 to 10 per month, which involved loud music and dancing. During the celebrations, priests carried the bark from one shrine to another and made stops along the way, during which they dramatized mythological scenes. The route and length of the processions varied depending on the gods they carried in their mythologies. The bark also gave oracles. While resting at one of the stations, it could be consulted by written oracles, and while en route during the procession, it could be asked a question to which it would respond yes or no by bowing fore or aft. Some priests marched before the bark wafting incense, and others alongside and behind. Some bore standards representing gnomes, much like the tribal procession of the Ark of the Covenant. While I know of no sacred bark whose footstool contained relics, the placing of oaths beneath the feet of statues is attested. Thus, in a letter from Ramesses to the Hittite king, we find the following reference: the writing of the covenant that I made to the great king, and which the king of Hatu has made with me, lies beneath the feet of this idol, or of the god Ra. The great gods are witnesses. So, the Ark of the Covenant literally has the covenant itself being put into the Ark of the Covenant. So scholars have long likened this practice. So when the law of Moses is a covenant, and here we see the writing of the covenant that I made with the Hittite king. So scholars have long likened this practice to the placing of the covenantal tablets in the ark's footstool. In addition, from the 18th dynasty well into the Roman period, Egyptians fashioned statues of the god Ptah, Sokar, Osiris, standing upright on their own coffins. Of interest here is that the coffins often house copies of the Book of the Dead or small corn mummies. While the Ramesses letter and the statue are not exact parallels to the Ark, they share the concept of texts placed beneath the feet of a god. Like their divine counterparts, funerary barks functioned as a means of transport and mythological invocation. However, rather than transport images, they ferried the deceased to their tombs. As in the festivals, loud music accompanied burial processions. These processions, too, were public. The bark's trip to the tomb invoked the journey of the sun as it sailed to the land of the west. Okay, even from this cursory treatment, it should be clear that the ark and the bark of the Egyptians share much in common in both design and function, and each in its own way was connected to a historicized it says the bark containing the cherubim. It's kind of hard to see. Mythology of return. Of course, I was not suggesting that the fact of that the Ark of the Covenant was in fact a bark, only that the bark served as a model which the Israelites adapted for their own needs. Thus, the Israelites conceived of the ark not as an Egyptian boat, but as a rectangular object more akin to the riverine boat that informs the shape of Noah's Ark. Nevertheless, some of the bark's other aspects remained meaningful in Israelite priestly culture. It still represented a throne and a footstool, and so it still served as a symbol of divine presence. It continued to be a sacred object that one could consult for oracles, and its maintenance continued to be the exclusive privilege of the priests. Moreover, there is evidence that it retained the chthonic import of the Egyptian prototype, the underworld theme or death theme. In part, this comes from the very name that the Israelites gave the object, an Aaron, which also, and perhaps primarily, means coffin. So apparently in Hebrew, the word Aaron can also mean coffin. So, okay. It says Jacob was placed in an Aaron. In the Bible, it says, and then it says when they brought his coffin with him inside to the threshing floor, and stopped at the threshing floor, and they lamented loudly and bitterly. The narrator does not say why the procession stopped here, but readers are forced to wonder, because Jacob was buried at Machpelah. So why did they stop at the threshing floor? Also unclear is what the Canaanites saw that suggested an Egyptian mourning practice. So when the Canaanites who lived there saw the mourning at the threshing floor of the bramble, they said, the Egyptians are holding a solemn ceremony of mourning. So that's in Genesis 50, chapter 50. So he suggests that the fact that they assumed that this was an Egyptian mourning practice and he was in a Aran, it's essentially that is this, what the Egyptians do with the dead, bringing them in their barks. They did that for Jacob, is what this guy is saying. So the Israelites could have seen that and derived that concept and applied it to the Ark of the Covenant. Since the Canaanites identified the mourning ritual as an Egyptian practice, we must ask more specifically what cultic significance the threshing floor had in Egypt. In Egypt, the threshing floor was most widely associated with Osiris and his cult. Okay. And Osiris, basically, I've shown evidence in part 1. Osiris is the equivalent of God the Father. Since the mourning rites for Osiris took place at a threshing floor, we perhaps can understand why the Canaanites perceived the Israelites mourning for Jacob as an Egyptian event. So moreover, like the Egyptian Aran in which the patriarchs were buried, the Ark of the Covenant was associated with new grain and the threshing floor. Thus, we find that the ark's miraculous crossing of the Jordan took place during harvest time. Later, when the Philistines captured the ark, they placed it in the temple of Dagon, who is god of grain. And then, like Osiris, Dagon was associated with new grain and fertility, possessed Chthonic aspects, with titles linking him to rites of the dead. Clearly, the Chthonic aspect of the Israelite ark and its associations with grain were not lost on the Philistines. Moreover, when the Philistines found their god dismembered before the ark, they sent it back on a newly constructed wagon. When it reached Beth Shemesh, the villagers were harvesting grain. Later in David's time, the ark was heading to the threshing floor of Mechan, where Yahweh killed a layperson for touching it. Let's see. Even when the ark accompanied the Israelites on the battlefield, it was housed in a sukkah, temporary booth made from foliage. So you could see, in a lengthy procession, so David brought the ark. In a lengthy procession amidst music, shouting, frenetic dancing, and burnt offerings, David later would don a priestly linen ephod, leading the ark to the threshing floor and place it in a tent. And then he says, David marked the event as a fertility rite by giving the people gifts of bread loaves and cakes of dates and raisins. The same threshing floor became the site on which Solomon built the temple. Moreover, Solomon moved the ark into the temple during the festival of Sukkot, which necessitated processions, dancing, and sacrifices. So, such references suggest a correlation between the ark's movement and the harvest, and again demonstrate that the Hebrew Aran, whether understood as an Egyptian coffin or the Ark of the Covenant, was intimately connected to the threshing floors. To this point, I have argued that Egyptian sacred barks served as models for the Israelite Ark of the Covenant. Okay. The two share, he says, much in common in design, function, and cosmic import. While no particular bark can be singled out as a prototype for the ark's design, the similarities indicate that they are clearly related and that the Ark of the Covenant is derived from the general concept of the Egyptian bark. So that's pretty much this PDF file. But I think he makes a pretty compelling case that the barks of the Egyptians were the prototype, the origin of the Ark of the Covenant by the Israelites. So I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that the Ark of the Covenant is derived from the Egyptians. So that's an Egyptian origin of a very significant thing in the Bible. So now we're going to take a look here at the Great Hymn to Aten. Okay, so the Great Hymn to Aten is the longest of a number of hymn poems written to the sun disk deity Aten. So, comparison to Psalm 104. They compared the two texts side by side and commented that in face of this remarkable similarity between the two, one can hardly doubt that there is a direct connection between the two compositions. It becomes necessary to ask whether both the hymn to Aten and this Hebrew psalm are derived from a common source, or whether Psalm 104 is derived from the hymn to Aten. Both views are admissible. So, and the thing about Aten, so Atenism was the view of this particular pharaoh, Akhenaten, that worshipped only the one god Aten. He did not worship any of the other gods. All the other gods he considered false or like not to be worshipped. So this strikingly corresponds with the concept in the Bible where one God is to be worshipped of the sons of God. That's the God Yahweh, and all the other angels are not to be worshipped. So link to monotheism. Because of the monolitristic or monotheistic character of Atenism, a link to Judaism has been suggested by various writers. It's strikingly similar, and the fact that David seems to be copying word for word some of the things, phrase for phrase, some of the things from Atenism suggest that the Israelites adopted some of the Egyptian ideas into their religion. So let's take a look now at the similarity between the two. The Great Hymn to Aten. So reading. Oh, I gotta zoom in here. Okay, so I think there's a. All right, I'll just read it. Thou appearest beautifully on the horizon of heaven, thou living Aten, the beginning of life. When thou art risen on the eastern horizon, thou hast filled every land with thy beauty. Thou art gracious, great, glistening, and high over every land. Thy rays encompass the lands to the limit of all that thou hast made. As thou art Ra, thou reachest to the end of them. Subdues them, you to subdue them for thy beloved Son. Though thou art far away, thy rays are on earth. Though thou art in their faces, no one knows thy going. When thou sittest in the western horizon, the land is in darkness, in the manner of death. They sleep in a room with heads wrapped up. Nor sees one eye the other. All their goods which are under their heads might be stolen. They would not perceive. Every lion is come forth from his den. All creeping things they sting. Darkness is a shroud, and the earth is in stillness. For he who made them rest in his horizon. At daybreak, when thou arisest on the horizon, when thou shinest as the Aten by day, thou drivest away the darkness and givest thy rays. The two lands are in festivity every day, awake and standing upon the feet. For thou hast raised them up, washing their bodies, taking clothing. Their arms are in praise at thy appearance. All the world they do their work. All beasts are content with their pasturage. Trees and plants are flourishing. The birds which fly from their nests, their wings are in praise to thy Ka. All beasts spring upon their feet. Whatever flies and alights, they live when thou hast risen them. The ships are sailing north and south as well, for every way is open at thy appearance. The fish in the river dart before thy face. Thy rays are in the midst of the great green sea. Creator of seed and woman, thou who makest fluid into man, who maintains the son in the womb of his mother, who soothes him with that which stills his weeping, thou nurse in the womb, who givest breath to sustain all that he has made. When he descends from the womb to breath, on the day when he is born, thou openest his mouth completely. Thou supplies his necessities. When the chick in the egg speaks within the shell, thou givest him breath within it to maintain him. When thou hast made him his fulfillment within the egg to break it, he comes forth from the egg to speak at his completed time. He walks upon his legs when he comes forth from it. How manifold it is what thou hast made. They are hidden from the face. O soul of God, like whom there is no other. Thou didst create the world according to thy desire. Whilst thou wert alone, all men, cattle, and wild beasts, whatever is on earth, going upon the feet, and what is on high, flying with its wings. The countries of Syria and Nubia, the land of Egypt, thou settest every man in his place. Thou suppliest their necessities. Everyone has his food, and his time of life is reckoned. Their tongues are separate in speech, and their natures as well. Their skins are distinguished, as thou distinguished the foreign peoples. Thou makest a Nile in the underworld. Thou bringest forth as thou desirest to maintain the people. According as thou madest them for thyself, the Lord of all of them, wearying with them, the Lord of every land, rising for them. The Aten of the day, great of majesty, all distant foreign countries thou makest their life. For thou hast set a Nile in heaven, that it may descend for them and make waves upon the mountains, like the great green sea to water their fields and their towns. How effective they are, thy plans, O Lord of eternity. The Nile in heaven, it is for the foreign peoples, and for the beasts of every desert that go upon the feet. The Nile comes from the underworld for Egypt. The rays suckle every meadow. When thou risest, they live, or thy raves suckle every meadow. When thou risest, they live, they grow for thee. Thou makest the seasons in order to hear all that thou hast made, the winter to cool them, and the heat that they may taste thee. Thou hast made the distant sky in order to rise therein, in order to see all that thou dost make. Whilst thou wert alone, rising in thy form as the living Aten, appearing, shining, withdrawing, or approaching, thou madest millions of forms of thyself alone. Cities, towns, fields, road, and river. Every eye beholds thee over against them, for thou art the Aten of the day over the earth. Thou art in my heart, and there is no other that knows thee, save thy son, Nefer, Keper, Re, Waenre. For thou hast made him well versed in thy plans and in thy strength. The world came into being by thy hand, according as thou hast made them. When thou hast risen, they live. When thou settest, they die. Thou art lifetime thine own self, for one lives through thee. Eyes are on the beauty until you set. All work is laid upon when thou settest in the west. When you rise, everything is made to flourish for the king. Since thou didst found the earth and raised them up for thy son, who came forth from thy body, the king of upper and lower Egypt, Akhenaten, that's his name, the chief wife of the king, Nefertiti, living and youthful forever and ever. So here we see he seems to believe the sun itself is the creator. So he seems to be worshiping the literal sun. So obviously we should not be worshiping the sun, but comparing the one God, the chief God, to the sun, we find some of that stuff in the Bible. And so Psalm 104, let's take a look at Psalm 104. I'm not going to read all this, but I'm going to read the similarities. But there's some striking similarities here. So it's 35 verses, okay? And now we're going to look at the similarities between the two. Okay. Readers of the scripture should be aware that although the books of the Bible are the joint work of man and God, none of them can be viewed in isolation cultural and historical context. For Lamentations of Jeremiah is a specimen of the genre of lamentations common in Middle Eastern literature of the time, like I told you guys before. Likewise, the book of Revelation is representative of the genre of apocalyptic literature. As such, they employ a set of typical devices, tools, images, and practices, and sometimes even messages. In addition to the cultural and historical context, it is also possible to trace the connections between a literary work and the text of a specific biblical book. One example of a literary work with multiple parallels to the biblical text is the Great Hymn of the Aten, a literary monument from ancient Egypt. In this piece, we examine its commonalities with verses 20 to 30 of Psalm 104. So let's see. The hymn to the Aten shares with Psalm 104 several common themes, such as the glorification of the creator of the world, praise of the beauty, wisdom, and splendor of his creation. As a general observation, let us note that cultural influences are present in any text. The hymn to the Aten has also been influenced by other literary monuments, such as the hymn to Ammon and the hymn to Osiris. So let us focus on some specific fragments where the similarities are most obvious. Also, keep in mind that the order of the Bible verses and the hymn to the Aten, it's the same. It's in a row. Like, look, verse 19, verses 20 to 21, verse 22 to 23. So it's all in a row. But then look at Great Hymn to the Aten, verses 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. So, 24 for the Psalms, then 25 to 26, 27, 28 to 30, and then same thing for the Aten, keeps going, except this jumps to 37, but then it goes back 6 to 7. So it's the same exact phraseology in the same exact order. So it can't be coincidence. One is clearly copying the other. Then we have to ask ourselves, why is it being copied? So we're going to see that now. So first, verse 19 of Psalm 104, praise Yahweh my soul, Yahweh my God. You are very great. You are clothed with splendor and majesty. He made the moon to mark the seasons, and the sun knows when to go down. So, hymns the Aten. You rise in perfection on the horizon of the sky, living Aten who started life. Whenever you are risen upon the eastern horizon, you fill every land with your perfection. Then going down, you bring darkness. This is the Psalm 104. You bring darkness, it becomes night, and all the beasts of the forest prowl. The lions roar for their prey and seek their food from God. So here we have, continuing where we left off in the hymn of Aten, whenever you set on the western horizon, the land is in darkness, in the manner of death. They sleep in a bedroom with heads under their covers, and one eye does not see another. If all their possessions which are under their heads were stolen, they would not know it. Every lion comes out of his cave, and all the serpents bite, for darkness is a blanket. The land is silent now, because he who made them is at rest on the horizon. So notice, we have here, bring the darkness, so the land's in darkness, and then all the beasts of the forest prowl. So then we have every lion comes out of his cave, and all the serpents bite. And then it says, they seek their food from God. Okay, so then, continuing, the sun rises and they steal away. They return and lie down in their dens. Then people go out to their work, to their labor until evening. Hymn to Aten. But when the day breaks, you are risen on the horizon, and you shine like the Aten in the daytime. When you dispel darkness and you give forth your rays, the two lands are in festival, alert, and standing on their feet. And now that you have raised them up, their arms are lifted in praise of your rising. The entire land performs its work. So see, the sun comes up, and then the people go out to their work, labor until the evening. Okay. It says the similarities are obvious, that it is still not fully certain how one text might have influenced the other. Okay, so then verse 24, how many are your works, Yahweh? In wisdom you have made them all. The earth is full of your creatures. Later on in the hymn of Aten, near the end, later towards the end more, how plentiful it is that you have made what you have made, although they are hidden from view. So God. But then back to line 6 of the hymn of Aten, but so for 25 to 26 of the Psalms, it says, there is the sea, vast and spacious, teeming with creatures beyond number. living things both large and small. There the ships go to and fro, and Leviathan, which you form to frolic there. So then it says in the hymn to Aten, the barges sail upstream and downstream too, for every way is open at your rising. The fishes in the river leap before your face when your rays are in the sea. And all creatures look to you to give them their food at their proper time. Hymn to Aten, you who have placed seed in woman and made, it says sperm in this translation, into man, who feeds the son in the womb of his mother, who quiets him with something to stop his crying. You are the nurse in the womb, giving breath to nourish all that has been begotten when he comes down from the womb to breathe on the day he was born. And then when you give it to them, they gather it up. When you open your hand, they are satisfied with good things. When you hide your face, they are terrified. When you take away their breath, they die and return to the dust. When you send your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the ground. When you rise, they live. When you set, they die. So this is pretty striking similarities here. It doesn't look like it gives the parallel to the Aten one for some reason. But anyways, scholars suggest that the similarities are so striking that it seems like the Psalm 104 is being modeled after the hymn to the Aten. So either we have a case where David is identifying Aten as Yahweh, or he is correcting the ideas of Atenism with the truth by saying, the Son is not the ultimate creator. Yahweh is. But in either case, the question is, why would David choose to imitate the Egyptian psalm? It doesn't make sense. If he believed that Aten is the true God, Yahweh, then it would make sense, because he would identify him as the true God, and then he would identify him with Yahweh. So I think the similarity suggests that David resonated with the hymn to Aten, and that he incorporated its ideas into a description of a psalm of glorifying Yahweh, but he wanted to make it clear that the literal Son should not be worshipped. And so he made clear in his psalm to distinguish between Yahweh and the actual Son. So Yahweh is like a son, the Son, but he's not the Son itself. But that's a striking similarity. Okay, so we're getting close to the 8 hours, and I should probably try to wrap this up for you guys. The Atenism is also featured in the Amarna letters, and I'm going to show you guys this. Okay. So this is another striking parallel, according to scholars. This is the instructions of Amenemop. So they say, is widely regarded as one of the masterpieces of ancient Near Eastern wisdom literature, and has been of particular interest to modern scholars because of its similarity to the later biblical book of Proverbs. Biblical parallels. The Proverbs, again, it's all in the same order, basically. Let's see. All in the same basic order. Proverbs 22 going on into 23. It's the same general order. Or not the same order, but the same general, it's the same block of text. It's the same block of text. So we have, give thine ear, hear what I say, and apply thine heart to apprehend. It is good for thee to place them in thine heart. Let them rest in the casket of thy belly, that they may act as a peg upon thy tongue. That's parallel in Proverbs, which says, incline thine ear, hear the words of the wise. Apply thine heart to my doctrine. For it is pleasant if thou keep them in the belly, that they may be established together upon thy lips. Then we see an emphasis on do not rob the poor, do not oppress the afflicted. This is oppress the lowly. So again, similar language. Do not befriend the man of anger, nor go with a wrathful man, lest thou learn his ways and take a snare for thy soul. Associate not with a passionate man, nor approach him for conversation. Leap not to cleave to such a one. That terror carry not thee away. You see a man quick in his work. Before kings he will stand. Before cravens he will not stand. A scribe who is skillful in his business finds worthy to be a courtier. Here we have, when thou sittest to eat with a ruler, consider diligently what is before thee, and put a knife to thy throat, if thou be a man given to appetite. Be not desirous of his dainties, for they are breads of falsehood. Eat not bread in the presence of a ruler, and lunge not forward with thy mouth before a governor. When thou art replenished with that to which thou hast no right, it is only a delight to thy spittle. Look upon the dish that is before thee, and let that supply thy need. Toil not to become rich, and cease from dishonest gain, for wealth maketh to itself wings like an eagle that flieth heavenwards. Toil not after riches. If stolen goods are brought to thee, they remain not overnight with thee. They have made themselves wings like geese, and have flown into the heavens. Speak not in the hearing of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of thy words. Empty not thine inmost soul to everyone, nor spoil thine influence. Remove not the widow's landmark, and enter not into the field of the fatherless. Remove not the landmark from the bounds of the field. Violate not the widow's boundary. Apply thine heart unto instruction, and thine ears to the words of knowledge. Give thine ears, hear the words that are said. Give thine heart to interpret them. It's all in the same general section. So it seems like Solomon copied some of his wisdom from the Egyptians, which makes sense because the thing is, Solomon was a wise man. So a wise man studies wisdom. And so he would have studied wisdom from other cultures, from other people. So the wisdom of other nations he would have studied and learned from and accepted. And also in the book of Proverbs indicates that Solomon did take some of his people. For example, that occur. Let's see. There's the Proverbs of Agur. Okay, the words of Agur and the words of King Lemuel of Massa, which his mother taught him. Agur ben Yaka, which the Bible says he made some proverbs, and Solomon included those proverbs in his book of Proverbs. And then similarly, King Lemuel, name of a biblical king. So Solomon, apparently, he took some of Lemuel's wisdom and included it in the book of Proverbs. And so anyway, so this is evidence that Solomon took wisdom from other people and put them into his own words to give wisdom to people. Okay, so it's going to go slightly longer than the 8 hours because I just want to finish this up. There's not much left to this. Let's see. There's only 2 other things I mentioned. I think we'll pretty much end it here, and we'll continue where we left off next time. So first we have the concept of lake of fire. We see that in the New Testament, right? Well, guess what? It's also in the ancient Egyptian. So lake of fire is a concept that appears in both ancient Egyptian and Christian religion. In ancient Egypt, it appears as an obstacle on the journey through the underworld, which can destroy or refresh the deceased. So fiery rivers and lakes in the underworld are mentioned in works such as the Coffin text and the Book of the Dead. So this is Testament is taking the concept of lake of fire from Egyptian religion. Like, that's very weird, right? Unless the Bible is saying that the Egyptians are right, but then why is the Bible agreeing with the Egyptians? Like, that seems strange, right? And then here we have, this tells us about the ancient Egyptians believed in the second. So take a look at this. Any damage to the source of life, the source of life and the being, any damage to it would have resulted in a second death in which everything would be destroyed. In sarcophagi, you can still read the pathetic plea, "Spare us a second death." So there's actually Egyptian writings that speak of a second death. The Old Testament does not mention the second death. The New Testament does, and then the Egyptians do. So the New Testament seems to be taking that concept from the Egyptian ideas. So that's the Bible endorsing the Egyptian concepts, strikingly. Weird, eh? So anyways, I'm going to let you guys go. We're at the 8-hour mark, and I'm going to end it here. Shalom.